Hey everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna wait for people to file in before I explain how this stream is going to. It says waiting. It's posted live. Hmm. I need to remember if Firefox is going to be visible whenever. Okay. Okay. Just need a moment to load. All right. Just gonna wait for people to file in before we get started. It's gonna be a lot harder to pick up on the middle. There might be not a dead air on the VOD. Hopefully I'll remember to cut that out. Right, okay, I can look at Discord. Yeah, I think I literally might just start reading something else while I wait for people to show up. As you know, it's not like I need to like walk through rooms and like load the game like I do when I'm playing a video game. If you threw a live stream, nobody came. Yeah, I need to stop being nervous. Most people don't wait. Okay, I'm literally just gonna read different book, not out loud. I did not write this book. I just bought it, reading it for the first time. This should be cut out on the VOD. Hey, hey, Darnak. Force has a will, which means the Force has a lawyer. Yeah, that's what Timu Kreia says. Alright, put on some music while we wait. There's a good enough time as any to show off the song that inspired a large part of the plot of this fic, and by the power of not being in the partner program, I can play all the copyrighted music I want, because I'm not getting paid anyway.
I've seen good men spoil, chained to their jobs like hounds. They work and sleep and work again. In the darkest nights they howl, and their cries are a warning to everyone following. No man should stand to work all of his days and have nothing at the end of them. I got no money, but the change that jingles in my pockets reminding me how little
Gremlin is here. That's why we started a little late. But Gremlin has class, but she doesn't know exactly when she's gonna leave. So what we're gonna be doing, this is a bit of a unusual experimental stream, as in I've never seen anyone do a stream like this. The closest is Gibby's live first draft writing of his Ready Player 2 video. So what we're going to do is I'm going to read a fanfic I wrote that is a sequel to the week before. It's not Choose Your Own Adventure. It's just one story. And so I'm going to read it. And then if you guys have any comments in the chat about like, oh, that line was really cool, or oh, is this a connection to that? I'll try to like stop and look every paragraph. And then also the reason I'm waiting for Gremlin to be here is because I want them to be able to like interrupt if they see something interesting. And so since our goal of doing a live reading is only going to advance while I'm talking, I'm not going to respond to like more off-topic things, like not like off-topic as in like completely out of nowhere, but like more general questions about FNaF, like the conversation starters Digital Dog is always giving. If it's not related, at least somewhat, to the fic, or if it's, I don't know, if it's something really interesting, then I won't respond to it. Just because we need to be talking. See, gremlins. Yeah, well, they're not texting while driving this time, which is honestly a good thing. So we're gonna keep listening to the song until they show up.
Lessons in regret. He said all that he'd done would be for nothing if I followed in his steps. I got no money, but the change, the jingles in my pockets, reminding me how little I have. And that's what time I am, powerless to stop it. It keeps rambling on like a mad wandering man. My papa taught me how to howl, how to bare my teeth and growl. He taught me that the hand that feeds deserves to be bitten when it beats. He taught me how to break my chains, and that money ain't worth a thing, and that no man should get more of my time than me. I may never be a rich man, but I can make sure that I am free. I may never be a rich man, a rich man. You'll never have me, never have me. I may never be a rich man, but I can make sure that I am free. I may never be a rich man, a rich man. You'll never have me, never have me.
Oh yeah, have fun with this Neanderthal.
I got no money, but the
I confirmed
change,
the newsletter
jingles
confirmed my
in
idea
my
that Hot Mike
pockets,
is a furry
reminding me
because we
how
have the two other
little
mics. You see the
I
two the other two
have.
mics. Just
But as for
but
time, as for time, it's mine,
the light world in the third light world, so I don't know. Well, that was the song that, okay, Gremlin's gonna be on in like 15 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna have to like explain the How are my little bits? What? Are you doing cat pettos with your little bits? I don't know. So this fic, the like base inspiration of it is that in some random live stream chat, someone said, "What if Phone Dude is related to Phone Guy?" And you know, only known relative of Ralph is Copelia, and I was like, well, what if Copelia grows up to become Phone Dude? And in this fic, he's named Nate, short for Nathaniel, which is the name of the protagonist of Der Sandman. Because Copelia is already a gender bent name of Coppelius, but you know, it's a bit tacky to um give a trans character just the gender bent version of their birth name. And so I was like, well, still going off of the Der Sandman theme, what about Nathaniel? And you know, as someone who I bet someone who was born with a common name and then changed it to a very rare name, there's pros and cons to both. And so I think someone with like a very rare dead name would be likely to choose a common name. What if Phone Dude and Mike kiss? That is a possibility. That is maybe. I specifically, when I saw how many people shipped Mike and Phone Dude, like I was originally thinking of Nate as Arrow Ace, but in more of a, I'm not gonna mention like that him having any kind of partner, and I was considering actually putting in the text, and I was like, you know what, I want to leave that open for those people, and then I'm not sure if I'm gonna live read like the appendix, which is basically just me scripting out an AU of what if things went better, and they do actually get together in that. But you know, we will have to see what happens. So this is the fic. I'm gonna scroll down so you stop staring at the tags because they are kind of spoilery. Yeah. Okay. So I was literally just describing the notes at the front of the fic, and then um so I wrote this, you know, before Secret of the Mimic and before Fazburger. But I used the idea that the FNaF 1 and FNaF 2 locations are the same building, and the MCI location is somewhere else. And I said that the FNaF 1 and FNaF 2 location is in Hurricane, Utah, and then Westbrook, which is a fictional town in Washington County. It would be located between Hurricane and New Haven. I assume as crazy FNaF fans, you've all spent time looking at a map of Washington County. I sure know I have. There was a lot of staring at Google Maps while writing this fic. So we're just gonna wait a little bit. Yeah, because part of it, you know, this is me writing the FNaF novella I wish existed, which is a lot more of engaging with stuff as a setting. Yeah, I'm gonna put back not the Crane Wives song, but the first track in the background music. I went through and I chose background music for specific scenes. The playlist is in the description. Let me know it shouldn't. Yeah, you just end up saying a lot, right? You say you'd be a lot. Let me know if it is supposed to be background music, so it should not be overpowering your voice. Music's way too loud. Okay. I think I should turn down the options on that. Oh, and Mrs. Trap, there is Springtrap in this fic. So stay tuned for that. Alright, hopefully this is good. Music loud. Alright. It's getting a bit loud on my end too, so I'll turn it down on YouTube a bit more. Alright. Yeah. 3 in the morning aftermath is my all reliable for mood background listening. It's both like kind of serious and not too serious. So it's good when you don't like have another particular song in mind for background. Again, thank you everyone for coming. I know this is a rather unusual way to present a fanfic, but I am Springtrap's gonna be, and it's so much Springtrap that I did not feel like it was fair to tag this fic with Micheal Afton, because it is very much Springtrap and not, I mean, currently of course you are. Good thing about there only being one more stream after this is that you will finally stop texting and driving, and I can stop worrying. How many pages 46,000 words is? Words in typical book page. About 46 divided by 46,000 divided by 250, because like 184. So compared to, this is like longer than most trite stories, but shorter than even a full-length middle grade novel. Names like Anakin, people can go by their name. Yeah, Springtrap. So the reason why is Springtrap does not talk in this. It's very much just FNaF 3 Springtrap. So William more so haunts the narrative in this, and that everyone's just dealing with the consequences of his actions all the time. None of his he never goes, I always come back. Oh my god, that was a terrible William impression. Oh, this is set till. Damn, 7 reviews of me doing literally nothing. Sounds like Star Wars. Everyone has to deal with consequences of him outwindowing the window. Yeah. I mean, I did kind of draw from the Star Wars EU a lot. Because of just like telling a side story, like a side character, and like focusing on them. Speaking of, like, let's look at what I've written a lot of Star Wars fic. I'm just gonna pull up my overall AO3 page. Here's my Pathologic Disco Elysium crossover, and then I wrote. Yeah, so I really did. It feels like I wrote Erosion so much more recently than my Death Note Hannibal crossover fanfic. But yeah, so I wrote fanfic of someone else's fanfic. I've written like basically a canon-compliant fix-it-fic for the Mandalorian, like, hey, Ahsoka divorce. And I wrote a lot about the Magnus archives. Here's my Hollow Knight fic that was supposed to be like this episodic thing about what the knight did between escaping and going back to Hollow Nest. That joke was hilarious, and we all liked it. Yeah, the window, that thing is weird. And I wrote a lot during COVID. Just playing a lot of specials, pretty good. I forgot most of the Hollow Knight lore. I knew it that time. More Star Wars fanfic. This is all just part of the same series. Where did the series is? Oh, the series is only 25,000 words. Damn, I did write a lot of FNaF fic. MASH fanfic, Ghost fanfic, Assassin's Creed fanfic. There was also a school project. And my big Star Wars fanfic that is 43,000 words long. So I have gotten better at writing. So like, yeah, I've definitely written more Star Wars fanfic than anything else. Oh, another canon compliant fix-it fic. Discworld fanfic. And then I wrote, those are giving me flashbacks to being in middle school and high school. Oh yeah, I did write some Hamilton fanfic. Let's all forget about that. Mr. Window saw the cracks on the window. Steven Universe fanfic, I really like exploring it as like a space opera instead of the metaphor it ended up being. And then this one I wrote on fanfiction.net. Seeger, you might like to read this. Gremlin,
Hello?
are you here?
Hello.
Hello. Let me turn you up a bit.
Ah.
Oh, you're already maxed up. I think I need to turn my audio up. Turn YouTube down some more.
Turn down for what?
Are you able to get the music through the stream?
Was I able to what?
I'm streaming the Discord since I'm just going to be looking at a website. So you can go and you can get the background music I'm playing.
Okay.
Alright.
I've opened it. I can hear music.
You can hear it? Perfect.
Homestuck?
Homestuck, yeah.
Homestuck?
Great source of music. There's so much Homestuck.
More like homostuck.
Yes. So I'm gonna explain what I'm gonna be doing. There's like I'm just gonna be reading the fic, and then I'm gonna try to like pause every paragraph to see if you have something to say, or if like you can go like wait if you want to interrupt me. It's gonna be like Gibby's Fine Player 2 stream, except the person reading is also the author.
Yeah.
And because of that, we're also since things will only progress while I am talking. We're gonna only respond to chat messages that are about the fic instead of like general FNaF stuff now.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll still read all of the chat though.
Yeah, I might not be because I also have to be reading this.
I will be.
Yes. Okay. Chapter 1, Month 0. Dali City. I don't actually know how this is pronounced. I just zoomed in on. I just went to San Francisco and I zoomed out and I chose the first suburb I saw. Dali City, California, August 2017. Nathaniel Gee paused his video game when he heard his phone ding. It was the specific sound he'd set for the Google alert he had set up for Fazbear Entertainment. He sighed, set aside the controller, and grabbed his phone from the side table on the other end of the sofa. It was probably nothing, another merchandise auction or true crime YouTuber putting forth the exact same theories as everyone else. Nate opened the email and was surprised at its length. Now this was interesting. It was a set of open job listings copied on multiple sites, looking for employees for a horror attraction. He scrolled past the repeated links for set designers, technicians, but for set when you read a fic, you're always gonna notice some minor typos. He scrolled past the repeated links for set designers and technicians, but paused when he got to the retrieval specialist. This could be an in, he thought as he opened the link. Do you want to be part of Fazbear Entertainment history? The new Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction, is opening at Action Park, Nevada this Halloween. The new
Action
Fazbear...
Park.
Yeah, it is, Nate. So this is a fictional version of the real Action Park that is in
Hell yeah,
Nevada.
that's fun.
But because I was like, okay, I don't think the park is going to be owned by Fazbear Entertainment. Who would work with Fazbear Entertainment? I know, it's Action Park.
An equally as shady company, but in real life.
Yeah, it's Action Park. Because like they're the ones who built the building that FNaF 3 is set in. So like they're the ones responsible for the bad wiring. Yeah, it is months. So the whole naming, Darnak, you're like 0 months before FNaF. It is 0 months. It's the whole naming system is like. I can actually just pull up the names of chapters, right? The chapter index right now. So it's month 0, week 0, night 0, night 1/night 2, and night 6. I didn't want to get into the negatives, so I just went with 0.
Yeah.
The new Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction, is opening at Action Park, Nevada this Halloween season. Is looking for brave and industrious people to search through the history of Fazbear Entertainment and our assorted properties to find authentic artifacts for the attraction. Comb through our archives to unearth our forgotten history and get to explore the famous Freddy Fazbear's pizzerias. Requirements: strong research skills, knowledge of brand history, knowledge of animatronic technology, has received a tetanus vaccination booster within the past year, urban exploration experience, self-starter, a sense of humor. Attraction is located in Henderson, Nevada. Primary search area will be Washington County, Utah. Employee will provide their own transportation between sites. Gas reimbursement available. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for damage to property or person. So Henderson is a suburb of Vegas because Vegas is actually really close to Hurricane. It's like closer to Hurricane than Hurricane is to Salt Lake City. So, and again, I got it the same way I got Dolly City. I just went to Vegas and I started zooming out until a suburb popped up and I chose that one. Also, because like FNaF 3 location kind of has Vegas vibes. Like in the real world, if you want to see some dead bodies, you go to the Body Works Museum in Vegas. Bile rose in Nate's throat as he read the listing. This was another ghoulish attempt to profit from all the tragedies that had occurred in relation to Fazbear Entertainment over the decades, just like the books they'd been publishing over the past several years. Sense of humor was code for having the stomach to be involved in the most disgusting true crime content out there, but being able to actually get into their archives. Nate quickly saved his game and turned off the console. Staring at the phone in his hand, he got up and began to pace, thinking through the logistics of the job offer. The pay was significantly worse than what he currently made. There wasn't anything stopping him from moving to Utah for 2 months? The end time on the job listing made it seem like he'd be starting in September, and presumably Halloween season was the month of October. He'd want to go to a haunted house in November. The house he lived in belonged to Miranda's late parents. It was all paid off. He only had to pay his share of utilities. He could take the old and rugged van he owned and drive back to Hurricane. Housing was much cheaper in states like Utah, wasn't it? I know, TD's streaming at the same time. He wants... Please, don't leave me.
Well, this stream has been scheduled since like Friday.
Yes. And TD just decides to stream whenever the hell he wants and does not give more than a few hours more.
Theodore Dredd is stepping on our toes.
Yes. We need to be reading peak fiction instead of slightly less peak fiction.
What is he streaming even?
He's doing his like note taking for the new kid.
Ah. Oh, well, I'm several episodes behind on that series anyway.
Yes, time to time paid. Oh, good luck, Seeker. Yeah, okay.
You guys love us more than you love Theodore Dreads.
Yes.
Theodore reads.
Housing was much cheaper in states. I need to be careful to correctly pronounce Nevada every time it comes up.
Is it Nevada and not Nevada?
Yeah, I believe Nevada is the correct way.
Yeah, but so many people pronounce it the wrong way that I feel like it becomes
I think it might be a
a correct
regional
way.
accent thing, and the accent of people living in the state is that it's Nevada.
Nevada.
Although getting housing was much cheaper in states like Utah, wasn't it? Although getting such a short-term lease could be difficult. Maybe you could find a sublet online? You could dip into his savings if the pay Fazbear Entertainment was offering was so untenable, even in the short term. He was on good terms with his doctor. She'd be willing to write him a fresh prescription of testosterone, so he didn't have to worry about that. He passed well enough he'd be able to be stopped on the job. Yeah, he was sure of that. But would his real job still be waiting for him when he was done? Nate worked for Miranda's uncle, James, as an electrician. Nate had always been fascinated by electronics and technology, but never would have been able to afford to go to a proper four-year college to become an engineer. So instead, desperate to leave Utah, he applied to trade schools in the fabled liberal lands of California. When he was researching how to declare yourself an orphan on your FAFSA form, his mother, driven by some vague idea that putting your kid through college was still part of her obligations, it seemed, happy that this was much cheaper than college, paid for it. There, he met Miranda, and as the only two trans people in the program, they were naturally drawn to each other, and they found out they shared a lot of the same nerdy interests and got along very well. Yeah, Theodore. Wait, I need to stop getting distracted by the not exactly on topic conversations. Nate came to love her like the sister he never had, and 14 years later, he lived with Miranda and her wife, Emily, in the moderately sized home she had inherited from her parents. It was meant for a couple with children, and since neither of them wanted kids, it was perfect for them. James ran an electrical contracting firm and hired both of them right out of trade school. Nate had found a place, a community in Dolly, and lived a comfortable life. He had friends, hobbies, and was approaching his 40s satisfied with his life. Except for one thing. The years between his father's death and trade school were a miasma of despair. Grief, an absent mother, and the dysphoria that developed when he hit puberty had consumed his life. He had grown up on autopilot, choked on despair and agony. It was only after he left and started to transition that the clouds began to clear. But there was still an open wound inside him, his father's death. Miranda lost her parents and her younger brother several years ago, and Nate had been there to comfort her. But as the years passed, when she talked about stuff like growing beyond your grief, Nate previously disagreed. His father's death still felt like the same unhealed wound from decades before. And he knew why. Miranda knew what happened to her family. The car crash was tragic, but a full investigation had been conducted. The drunk driver who killed them was convicted. Nate never received such closure. All he got was a too-brief autopsy report and a certainty that Fazbear Entertainment was responsible for his father's death. So, I want to talk about the fact that Miranda's parents died in a car accident as just like how convenient car crashes are as a writer. Because
Yeah, they're random and you can't control them, but it's also not really like a contrivance because they do happen.
Yeah, and you don't consider it someone's fault. So basically, the logic I went through was like, nobody's going to be afford to be able to move from California to Utah to work to Fazbear Entertainment if they had to pay rent. And I was like, but they're millennials. They're not going to, he's a millennial, he's not going to own a house. And even a mortgage is also expensive. So I was like, how would a millennial obtain a house that was completely paid off if their parents died? So I was like, okay, Nate has this close friend with dead parents. How did those parents die? And I was like, well, there is a ball.
Turned to dust.
I was like, car accident.
Out on the
But then
road.
as I was writing it, so like I initially envisioned it as them just like crashing into a tree and like that kind of stuff. But as I was writing it and I was comparing their experience with grief, I was like, wait, if there was like a perpetrator involved but like justice actually happened, then it would be like contrast between the characters. So I was like,
Yeah.
and that's just an example of like ideas you come up in a story that come up in a story for like plot convenience. You can then weave into the themes.
Yeah.
All right, more backstory.
David reference, but wasn't this written? Did you write this before Secret of the Mimic?
Before
I
Secret of
guess
the
we knew
Mimic,
David got run.
it
We
was
knew
like
David
right
got run over.
after Jackie's Box came out.
Yeah.
So the number of
So
car
were you
accidents,
inspired by that?
the
Were
sort
you
of
like,
like the
ooh,
number of car accidents in FNaF was kind of a topic of conversation because like there's also
yeah,
Friendly Face and Kids at Play. Hello, Ducky. But like,
Ducky, wah, wah.
if you
Wait,
like have an eye out to go neuron activation every time there's a car crash in fiction, you'll realize it happens all the time, and it's just because it's a way to kill a young character that is sudden, but also not considered anyone's fault, but also only affects them.
yeah.
Um,
Mm.
or in this case, 3 people. Because there's also a dead brother. I don't know why. It was just like,
A
yeah,
dead
no.
brother.
There's also a brother. Because sometimes
Just
when
like
you just
Michael
get
Afton's
those
dead brother.
urges to add random details, you do, and it helps the story feel richer.
Just like Michael's dead brother,
Perhaps.
Garrett.
Um, so he became obsessed. Starting as a child, he had gathered every piece of information he could on the shady history of Fazbear. I had a dream last night about being in a car. I'm sorry, I need to stop.
That sounds like a terrifying dream.
Oh, I had a dream about I was in a layered nightmare a couple weeks back where I'd realize I was a dream and then wake up in another dream. And one of the top layers was about me having a stroke, except it was not a
You
very
guys have
accurate.
interesting dreams.
It was
I think
not
my
a
last
very.
dream was I went to school.
It was not a very accurate stroke because it was just me being at a doctor's appointment, but I couldn't talk.
My dreams are just like I'm at school, but apparently I missed class all semester. I
Well,
just
yeah,
haven't
the
gone to
lower
it all
levels
semester.
was me being worried about moving back into the dorms, but then I was like, wait a minute, the details don't add up, and then I wake up in another dream.
I don't think that hard in my dreams. I'm just like, well, I'm living.
Most of my dreams are fictional stories, and oftentimes I'm not even in them or I'm playing someone else. Like
Oh
when
yeah, I feel like I have that too. Yeah.
Arya Stark was killed by Mangle. Alright, need to focus on this reading. So, he became obsessed. Starting as a child, he had gathered every piece of information he could on the shady history of Fazbear Entertainment. He spent his breaks and 3-day weekends in Hurricane, having endured a lengthy bus ride from Salt Lake City to stay with Mrs. Andrews and pore over microfilm in the library. One time he even went as far as St. George so he could make a public records request at the county seat. He'd been on the first Fazbear fan sites, making meticulous record of every rumor and every tragedy. Every novel conspiracy theory someone had put forth, he'd seen it. It always felt like he was just one clue away, that the next piece of information would be the one that would cause everything to click into place. But all he found were dead ends and the insinuation of even more tragedies and oddities. While there were no more late nights creating conspiracy corkboards, it never stopped. The binders and hard drives still took up an entire shelf of his bookshelf, and it was by far the most densely packed. As internet nostalgia and amateur archival efforts became more common, Nate was able to find and save information about most of the merch Fazbear Entertainment ever produced, as well as the handful of franchise locations across the country, all of which had since shut down. He'd taken community college and online classes in stuff like research, archiving, and taking over oral histories. He'd interviewed people like a guy who claimed Foxy cursed his brother and the sister of one of the Fazbear Five. These days, the only activity was Fazbear Entertainment putting out pulp novellas making light of the very real accidents related to their company, as well as animatronic-related urban legends in general. After the first few, Nate had stopped making outraged blog posts about how disrespectful these were, many of them directly adapting real crimes, even keeping the names the same. No one seemed to care, and for the same reason he'd never uploaded any of his work, it felt intellectually dishonest to do so without all the facts. If all he had was questions and lacunae, he was just peddling conspiracy theories, no matter how he could have presented it. He just needed that last clue to tie it on together. and getting her hands on with Fazbear Entertainment Records and animatronics could be it. So that whole thing is like me doing my partial, when you're writing a fanfic, all your theories get to be canon. And so that's like the
Yeah.
partial frights fiction thing.
Yeah, you referenced Coming Home and Come Closer, I think, right?
Yeah, but then also said they're making Fazbear Frights books.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some of them based off of real tragedies, not even changing the names. That's crazy.
Yeah, and so
But also
so
something Fazbear would do.
yeah, and so that's like my theory that like Sarah is real, but the story we have is more fantastical than what actually happened. Or that like Millie wasn't killed by Funtime Freddy, Millie was killed by Eleanor. And in the case of Coming Home, since obviously that doesn't fit with the timeline of the games or any other continuity, the sister is a reference to Coming Home, but the actual story that we have is Fright's fiction. And so all the stuff about like Susie haunting said sister is made up.
Yeah,
The
they just took
Fazbear,
elements from the real story and made up their own story around
yeah,
it.
and they did happen to get the personalities relatively right with the power of the field.
The
The
field.
field. Um, Nate realized that his pacing had led him to his first floor bedroom. He had decided he could make this work. He had to make this work. If his job or even home wouldn't be waiting for him when he returned to California, he still had to do this. He'd never get a better chance. He had no idea what the truth looked like, but he was sure it was contained within a secret document or a forgotten storage facility. He sat down at his desk, opened his laptop, and navigated to the job listing. He got to work, finding online guides about how to write a resume and cover letter. He'd never had to do this before. He'd only ever worked for James. His mother wasn't lacking in money, and even as a kid, she occasionally felt like his job was something worth meh. And even as a kid, she occasionally felt like his love was something worth buying. And he was a combination of too depressed and too busy to be able to hold down a job in high school or even trade school. Still, even if it wasn't relevant to the position, he was a licensed electrician with over a decade of experience. He spun the reading of urban exploration accounts online and the jobs he'd done on disused buildings into experience with urban exploration, and the various courses he had taken did provide him with actual qualifications. Unfortunately, he never got the robotics education he would have wanted when he was young, but he crafted a cover letter putting him forth as one of the children's entertainment archivists on um but he crafted a cover letter putting himself forth as one of the children's entertainment archivists online that Nate frequently used as sources. Hopefully the lack of portfolio wouldn't be suspicious. The music stopped?
Mm.
Damn, the music has stopped. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
folks.
the music.
Let me see if I can fix that. These headphones don't like YouTube for some reason. Alright, I don't know what that's about. We got music again. Let me know if it's too loud. Uh,
Music.
Writing his cover letter, his stomach turned as he rewrote his fascination with Fazbear history into something born of appreciation instead of hatred. He pictured the many stops he would find online, those with happy memories of their own at one Freddy's or another. He'd watch innocuous videos about merchandise, but he made sure to throw in stuff that also sounded like the vultures who enjoy the most salacious of true crime takes on Fazbear Entertainment as well. Like these real deaths were no different than a movie, just a product for them to consume. As Nate stared at the twin progress bars of him uploading his work onto the job site, he felt like he'd come out of a trance. He was breathing heavily and could hear his heart in his chest. The ringing of your home phone rouses you from slumber. It takes a moment to put together where you are. Once again, you were unable to fall asleep. You just couldn't stop thinking about Dad. Though this time, when you left your room to try to sleep in his, an idea popped into your head that it was better to sleep on the couch tonight. So you ran for your pillow and blanket and set yourself up on the couch. You drag yourself from the couch and navigate the familiar steps from the couch to the phone by the dawn light shining through the cracks in the blinds. Yeah? You mumble into the receiver. Is that how you answer the phone? Your dad's voice rushes all traces of lingering sleep from your mind. You can hear banging in some kind of music box. Yeah, Dad, what time is it? He doesn't sound worried, so you try to match his tone. The cacophony of background noise fades out.
Cacophony.
Cacophony, thank you. You're a big... Oh, can you do a phone guy impression?
Hello, hello, hello.
Alright, do you want to try reading his dialogue?
Where is it?
Um,
Is that how you answer the
is
phone?
that how
Or
you
is it...
answer the phone and then they have a bit of a conversation?
Is that how you answer the phone?
Your dad's voice brushes all trace of lingering sleep from your mind. You and your banging on some kind of music box. Yeah, Dad, what time is it? He doesn't sound worried, so you try to match his tone. The cacophony of background noise fades out. You're a big kid, almost 12. You've been trying not to show him how much him working nights has made you nervous. It's silly. He leaves after you've already gone to sleep, so it's not like you see him less. When I highlight...
Late or early, depending on how you look at it.
How's the work? Are you coming home soon?
I wish.
His voice cracks. Paradoxically, all your fears and worries leave you. You can't think. Remembering to breathe takes too much work. Is something wrong? You managed to force out? He pauses for a moment too long, and then...
I love you.
In the dim light, the water covering your eyes has rendered you blind. I know, Dad, you hear yourself say. Like this is... Oh, wait. I know, Dad, you hear yourself say. Like this is him saying goodbye to you before you leave for the bus.
I have to say it anyways. While I can. Don't come here.
The line goes dead. The next thing you remember, you're knocking on Mrs. Andrews' door, sobbing so hard you can't talk.
Is that dialogue from the week
Yeah,
before, or
it's
is
the
it
scene
original?
written to be from Coppelia's perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It took me a second to realize that this was like a flashback. I
Yeah.
recognized that it was a change in something, but I couldn't tell if it was Mike or Nate
Yeah, no,
until
it's
you told me
Nate.
to do
There was a
phone
bit of a
guy.
challenge when I was thinking of, when I was like, okay, writing this flashback. I was like, okay, from Nate's perspective at this time, he goes by Coppelia and uses she, her pronouns. And I don't see Nate. I wasn't writing Nate as like someone who like always felt disconnected from their gender, even when they were a little kid. So I was like, oh, how do I write this? And then I was like, wait, the second person, and then it's a
Yeah.
reference to the week before. So,
hmm
and it helps with the feeling that like this isn't just Nate thinking about this; he's like having a PTSD flashback.
Yeah. It really switching perspective really like takes you out of it for a second. You're like,
Yeah.
wait, where am I? Which
Yeah,
I
there
think
was a
works
really
for it
good
being a
book I
dream.
read where they wrote all the flashbacks in present tense. So you
Yeah.
really, because it was the characters like having PTSD flashbacks, so you really felt like thrown back into it.
Like it kind of changing perspective made me like, wait, where am I?
Yeah.
And then it took me a second to
Yeah, and then I
realize,
italicize it so Gibby won't get mad about not realizing it's not real.
yeah.
And then I really like the line, the water covering your eyes has rendered you blind.
Damn.
Because it's like, he's crying, but he's so upset he doesn't even realize he's crying. And then I never mind. There's like a little clue in here that's like super subtle, but it's the kind of thing where if I give a hint, then it makes it obvious. So.
A clue.
Yes, a clue.
A Blue's Clues.
A clue. Because there are mysteries in the film.
I gotta sniff it out.
Yes. Don't come here. Those were the last words Nate's father ever said to him. Probably his last words ever. And for more than 2 decades, he'd honored them. No matter what kind of rabbit holes his research took him down, he never ventured to the Freddy's where his father died, or any other location for that matter. And now here he was, signing up to do so at the command of the very company that killed him, the one he warned Nate never to work for. Maybe that was the problem. Those were the words of a father trying to protect his daughter. He was an adult now, and it wasn't like he'd let Fazbear Entertainment get into his head. Nate found it easier to remember the time before his father died than the years immediately following it. And he remembered his father's attitude change, subtly and sporadically. Sometimes he'd repeat the company line. Other times Nate overheard him suggesting to the other adults that they should stop bringing their kids to Freddy's. Over time, the latter became more common than the former, even though, in the end, he worked one more day than he was supposed to. But if Dad had never bought the propaganda in the first place, he wouldn't have been working there for decades, let alone that last night. Him making Nate promise to never work for Freddy's, that was for normal circumstances. These were special. He'd keep his head on a swivel, use all his industrial safety knowledge instead of trusting management. Maybe you should buy a gun? No, that wouldn't do anything against malfunctioning animatronics. How expensive were cattle prods? It was decided the only way for him to get answers was to go directly into the mouth of the beast. It may not be what his father would have wanted, but finding answers would be the only way he could move on. After submitting his application, Nate stood up and walked a few steps to his bookshelf. He crouched down to the bottom shelf containing all his Fazbear Entertainment research. He would have to finish his digitization project so he could bring all of it with him, but that wasn't what he was looking for. He pulled out a small wooden jewelry box from where it sat on top of two binders. It was painted in garish colors with plastic gems glued haphazardly across the cover. This was a school art project, painted how one would expect from a 10-year-old girl. Nate opened it and contemplated the contents within. A Freddy Fazbear's branded pen containing a small flathead screwdriver, a scratched cheap plastic gold coin with Foxy the Pirate's face on both sides, a tiny pink water pistol. Nate knew each of these items intimately. They were all he had to remember his father by. Nate had inherited everything from his father, but since he hadn't set up any kind of trust, it was easy for his ex-wife to take control of it. Nate wasn't exactly sure how his mom spent his money. Maybe she really had used it to take care of him. She had just sold or destroyed everything that Nate hadn't packed when he was told he had to move with her to Salt Lake City. As a child, he hadn't thought to pack any photographs or home videos. These random trinkets were all that remained of the physical presence of Ralph P. He couldn't even clearly remember his father's face, his memories warped by time and a child's perspective. How much of it stared back at him from the mirror, now that he had been on testosterone for many years. And that is my little PSA about how you should have a will.
Dang, and that's like, if you didn't realize it was Phone Guy's kid, then that's the part that's like for sure.
Yeah.
Because I realize if you don't go in without you telling us that Nate is adult Capellia, I feel like that would be the part
that's a
would
good.
be for
Well, no,
sure
I feel
no.
like you get it from the flashback because it's the same dialogue.
Yeah, the flashback and then that makes it for sure. Also, I love how the last name is Guy.
Yeah,
I love that.
I looked at Dual Process's stream when they read the book and they wrote Ralph P. Guy, and I was like, wait a minute, Guy is a real last name except it's pronounced G. That's their last name now.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Ralph Guy.
Ralph Guy. Yeah, the mom, real piece of work. Nate sighed and closed the box. And also, these are the only items, this is the only combination of items you can give Copelia and still get the true ending. Because you have to give up the wedding ring that you get in the cupcake to be able to get the little slip, the ticket that gives you the code to get Bronwyn's voicemail.
Yeah.
And then
so dang, you thought about what you would canonically get, which items you would canonically have and everything.
Yeah, like I went through this and I was like, oh, there is only one combination of items you can give Copelia and get Night 6. And obviously I'm setting up that this is the secret ending. Ralph's last name should start with 1, so his full name has phone in it. Wait, like the number 1? Oh, phone. Oh, because it's Ralph P. Phone, yeah.
I like Guy. Ralph P. Guy.
Yeah, Ralph P. Guy.
P. Guy.
I like plotted out loud this trick in my head while imagining an animatic to the song that it's named after, The Hand That Feeds. And so it was like a scene of Nate's pre-transition at Ralph's grave and like holding the mom's hand, and the mom's like so tall she's out of frame, and it just popped in my head that it would say Ralph P. Guy, but logically Ralph did not actually get a gravestone. His remains were surrendered to the state, which means he was cremated and then is in some warehouse somewhere.
Thing. So Fazbear didn't even let the family have the body.
No,
They just
they let
got
the
rid of
family
it.
have the body, but
Okay.
so they're divorced, and Ralph's next of kin is Nate, but Nate was a minor,
Yeah.
and so his guardian, the mom, was responsible for disposing of his body, which is like, this is why you need a will. You didn't have a will, and so the woman you divorced is in control of your remains and all your mortal possessions.
And she wouldn't care about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I came up with like more ideas about the mom than made it into the fic, partially because she's a part of it is that she's a lapsed Mormon, and that she's really big in like the Salt Lake City social scene, and is always like wheeling and dealing and trying to get famous, and like either created an MLM or was one of the like early adopters of an MLM that actually got rich, because MLMs are super popular in Utah. But I felt like I couldn't do enough. I was like in the stage where you do some research, so like enough that you don't know. And like I have a friend who is Mormon, but he's from California, and I understand that Utah, especially Salt Lake City Mormons, have cultural differences. So honestly, I ended up with a characterization that is actually pretty close to my characterization about William, except for the killing the children part, and that she hates children so much that she doesn't like care and like try to force, like just lets Nate do whatever he wants.
Oh.
Yeah.
Evil mother.
Yeah. Seeker, Ralph P. Guy, more like Ralph P. Gay. Keep that in mind, Seeker. You know what I'm talking about if you ever read the tags for the like 20 minutes I was on them.
I was driving, so I couldn't.
Yeah. Nate sighed and closed the box. It was time to get to work. P guy, I feel like I'm forgetting something, but nothing comes to me. Oh well, that villain he trapped in the P dimension. Nate would fucking hate these jokes because he's always reminding people how to correctly pronounce his last name. Good thing he's not
I would
real,
love
and
to
also I don't
trap
know
me
if
in the P
anyone has
dimension.
had the last name Guy since the like 18th century. I double checked it's a real last name, and it is. But I was not told like how many people still in France have it. But it predates the use of Guy to mean a generic person. That happened after a guy named Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament, and then they turned Guy into like a generic term for person. A few days later, okay, then we got a little line scene break. A few days later, Nate was coming home from a job about an hour earlier than expected. Everything had gone perfectly. The buffer time James's employees gave in their time estimates to clients and for their own schedules had proved unnecessary this time. As he was dropping his keys in the dish by the door, his phone started ringing. Annoyed, he pulled it out, and seeing this was an unknown number with a Utah area code, his first instinct was to reject the call. But before his other hand could even begin to move, he remembered that this could be Fazbear Entertainment calling him. Hey, he said, accepting the call, hoping the tension and anxiety he felt didn't show in his voice. Is this Nathaniel Guy? A woman's voice on the other end asked, pronouncing it like the word. Yeah, except it's pronounced ghee, like the butter. I'm Ashley Kenner from Fazbear Entertainment. We were hoping we could interview you for the retrieval specialist position. What's a good time for that? As the house opened directly onto the kitchen, Nate glanced at the clock display on the oven. Miranda probably wouldn't be home for another hour, and Emily had agreed to go grocery shopping after she got up from her office job today. So unless the interview took over an hour, Nate had the home to himself right now. And even if it did, he could continue the call in his room. He hadn't brought any of this up with his friends, but he was sure they suspected something just from how his behavior had changed. I can do that right now if it works for you guys. That's fine, Miss Diggy, Ashley replied, pronouncing his surname correctly this time. He heard the tapping of a mechanical keyboard from her end, probably as she was starting to fill out whatever mechanisms was used to keep a record of an interview for her boss to read, or however hiring at corporations worked. Nate then proceeded to answer what, from general cultural osmosis, he assumed was standard interview questions. He spun his knowledge of the company like he was a fanatic, a fool who would buy the propaganda and do what he was told. Telling these lies felt like he was juggling or racking up some kind of combo, a fast-paced process that left no time to look back or consider. There was no time for any kind of intelligible internal monologue, no resources spared to even feel the bile in his throat or the pit in his stomach. He was building a house of half-truths and free framing, and he felt almost like when he was really getting into a role-play scene when playing a tabletop RPG. There was nothing he could do but react in accordance to the made-up traits he had established. I have to say, Mr. Lee, you sound very knowledgeable and passionate. I do have one final, non-standard question. Your address is listed as in California. You understand Fazbear Entertainment doesn't offer a relocation stipend. I know. Additionally, we can't guarantee to continue employment after the end of the Halloween season, that is, October 31st. I understand. It felt like the combo Nate had been building up suddenly petered to a stop. Even when he was telling completely truthful information about his van, he was still in the flow state. Not anymore. Now the pauses between questions were just long enough that he could start thinking. He never actually considered that he wouldn't get the job if he applied. Of course, some random person applying from out of state would be suspicious. And even if they didn't suspect him of having ulterior motives, what if it made him look like a Freddy super fan who was just a little too into things? What would he do? Now that he was no longer bound by his father's dying words, how could he not head down to Hurricane and finally investigate where he died? But wouldn't the location have more direct attention directed towards it than it had in the past decade? Especially if Ashley's superiors knew some weirdo had tried to get a job as a retrieval specialist. Well, he hadn't gone as far as telling them his license plate. While he hadn't gone as far as telling them his license plate, they knew the make and model of his van, and he'd stick out in Utah at least a bit with Cali plates. All those thoughts dashed through Nate's mind in the time it took Ashley to make a sound in reply, the kind of that indicated a level of skepticism. Fazbear Entertainment also has the right to terminate your contract if there is a warrant out for your arrest, and doesn't provide any kind of legal insurance to its employees. Oh, it's nothing like that. Nate hoped he was still pulling off casual. I'm just really passionate about Freddy's, and this job sounds super fun. I need a bit of change of pace, not for legal or monetary reasons, but personal ones. Very well, Mr. Gee. Ashley still sounded skeptical. If we decide to move forward with you, we'll call you back. Please do not contact Fazbear Entertainment about the status of your application. Okay, thank you, Nate replied as Ashley hung up. He didn't have much of a frame of reference, but he felt like he'd done pretty good. As he reflected on the interview, he realized they'd never asked him about applying for a Utah electrician's license. Probably not a big deal. It wouldn't be in his duties to perform electrical work. Nate put his toolbox back in its proper place and headed towards the employee break room so he could have lunch between the jobs he had scheduled for today. As he did, James caught his eye and waved him over. Nate, I heard you want to talk to me. James was in his 60s, your typical image of a lifelong blue-collar worker. Even though he spent his time managing his employees and talking to clients and suppliers, a task more suitable for his aging body, he still dressed the part, wearing the same fire-resistant clothes and rubber-soled shoes as his employees. I did, Nate replied. Yesterday afternoon, Fazbear Entertainment called back, letting him know he got the job. He was given a start date 2 weeks from now and an address in St. George's that was Fazbear Entertainment's current corporate office and archive, where he'd met his boss and signed a formal employment contract. Join me in my office, then. Nate followed James and sat in the familiar chair across the desk, while James leaned back in his office chair, a special ergonomic one Miranda insisted he buy. So, what's this about? James asked. I'd like to take a leave of absence. Are you okay? Has something happened? James didn't believe much in professionalism when it came to things other than safety, behaving much more like a mentor than a boss. Most of the time this manifested as casualness, but when it came to his workers' well-being, it manifested as personal concern. No, kind of, not really. Something came up back in Utah. I need to take care of it. I'll be gone for a while. You're one of my best employees, Nate. I could probably advance you next year's vacation days if you don't have enough. Thank you for the offer, but it would be 2 months, and I wouldn't like to put you out like that. I'm just asking to be furloughed. I don't need to be paid. I just hope my job will still be there for me when I get back. James rubbed his eyes. The small bit of boss demeanor he had leaving him. Right now, he was Nate's best friend's uncle. Nate, I love you like the son I never had. I don't, Nate thought in his head, even if it was uncharitable. James had always been a mentor to him, taking him under his wing after he graduated. He didn't have any actual adults in his life. There were a few years between when Amanda and he graduated and when she lost her immediate family. She got to become an adult with the help of her parents, and yes, Nate would admit, James stepped in to do the same thing. James knew about Nate's situation with his niece, and there was a small part of him that wondered if the level of support... The stream just abruptly ended? What?
We win.
No, we...
Is
Oh,
TD
TD's
TD crashes
streaming.
back? Okay, we win.
I was freaking out. Right? You're talking about TD's stream, not
Yes.
us.
So apparently TD's stream just abruptly ended, yes.
Typical TD.
We win!
We're probably
We win!
reloading it, but I hope that means Digidog will be coming.
We win!
We win! We win by not using a Chromium-based browser.
I don't even know what that means. Oh, Chrome?
So Chrome, AbsolX is just Chrome in a fancy hat.
Is Chrome very buggy to stream it?
It uses a lot of resources. It used to be the other way around, but Firefox got very good. Google Docs specifically also uses a lot of resources. That's why I kept recommending TD take his notes in Notepad, which is the most baby word processor in the world. Okay, where were we? Right, we were talking about...
Dave from Maintenance, not William Afton. I'm looking at the tags right now.
Yes. Dave from Maintenance is in this. The only reason he's not...
He's not Afton?
Part of the decisions I made timeline-wise were like I chose between things that I found compelling, but I chose the ones that facilitated this specific story the best.
Yeah.
Ooh, everyone watching TD stream should come to mine and watch about a guy being sad. Like...
I love sad guys.
Yeah.
I love sad 40-year-old men.
He's only like 35 or something. I did the math
Okay.
at one point.
Okay.
I just wrote approaching 40s. Because I just really hit me how long 30 years is, even when you're doing the 2017 date. I was like kind of picturing that Nate would be in his 20s. When...
Are you doing 2017?
Yeah, I'm doing 2017. At that point, I believed in 2017, but now I believe in 2015.
I mean, it doesn't super matter as long as you're not one of them 2023 believers.
Yeah, then Nate would definitely be 40. But yeah, I was
Those
expecting Nate
2023
would be in his
believers.
20s when I wrote when the fic took place, and then I did the math, and I was like, damn, he's actually rather old.
Yeah. Mike also, I always imagine him being like 30 at the absolute oldest, but he's like in his 40s by the time of
but if you go over the band, he is... Dying made him look permanently in his 20s.
Good. Like a vampire rules, you stay permanently attractive age.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, James. You exist to be a foil to Fazbear Entertainment. But the truth was,
So is Fazbear Ent still...
What?
Is Fazbear Ent still... It's the same Fazbear Ent that was around in the 90s. It's the same one opening this place. It's not like...
I will elaborate more on my headcanons when we see more of their situation.
Yeah.
Because, like, some of it will be obvious because Nate will just, like, show up and be like, oh, so this is what Fazbear Entertainment is like. But I also think, like...
Let's all point and laugh at Mrs. Trapp for thinking FNaF 3 takes place in 2023.
Also, I think it has to be Fazbear Entertainment running Fazbear's Fright, because a company going defunct actually makes the copyright extremely confusing and does not make it free reign, because when a company goes bankrupt, everything they own is up to be purchased, including their intellectual property.
I do think technically what Fazbear Fright is would be considered transformative and parody in some way to where it would still be considered fair use.
So the thing is, the actual boundaries of fair use have never been fought in a court of law, because what happens
No.
is whenever someone gets a DMCA, they just and a cease and desist, they just run away. Actually, part of what AO3 promises is that if they ever get sued, they will take it to court, which is why they have like a war chest.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you ever
But I do think it should be considered fair use what they do.
Absolutely.
Fazbear would probably be like,
there's
don't
also
copy.
a trademark issue that it says Fazbear, and so they could also argue in court that even if it is transformative, if it misleads
True, they're
people
making money using the name
into thinking it's official. And also, as I've already established, the company still exists and is putting out Fright's fiction. So the name,
Fazbear Fright is already taken anyways.
Yeah, making the horror attraction is like the culmination of them making pulp novellas.
Especially since they're literally basically the same name.
Yeah.
Just change which word is plural.
Yeah.
Or which word has an S.
Whatever kind of relationship he had with James, it wasn't what fatherhood felt like to Nate. But what did he know about what having a father felt like when you were older than 11? Something bad has happened. I hope you'd tell me so we could figure it out together. Is it about your mother? Maybe you should talk to a therapist before going to her funeral. And even if her estate is super messed up, do you have to go to Utah in person? I mean, are you sure it's safe for someone like you? Nate mentally rolled his eyes. He was happy to deal with well-meaning Californians who acted like people living in the Bible Belt and the Mormon corridor, to be perfectly accurate, had some kind of insta-kill detector for trans people, as opposed to the alternative. The alternative, the nuanced and diverse reality of living somewhere like Utah, where trans was still pretty bad. But it didn't mean it didn't get on his nerves, especially the special status Utah held, with all the Mormonism-related misconceptions. Even though there were plenty of Mormons, not to mention other kinds of rabid evangelicals in every state, including California. This is the big difference between, this is a paragraph you would never get in an officially published FNaF media.
Talking about the repercussions in society?
Yes.
No.
You would, yeah. Or mentioning Mormonism. There's minor characters in this fic who are Mormon, just because I was like, I need there to be Mormons in FNaF!
More men.
More men.
No, please. No, thank you.
No, there's plenty of men in FNaF, just not enough Mormons. Yeah, so like, because I generally, when I write fics, I write to whatever the age rating of canon is. But, so here I am, this is a T-rated fic. But it's a lot more, and also, like, I tell you the place and date at the start, which is like the exact opposite of what Frights does. It's not about my mother, Nate sighed, stealing his nerves. She's still alive, as far as I know. It's about my father. I have an opportunity to learn more about how he died, and I'm taking it. I don't want to destroy my life here to do so, but I will if I have to. I don't have a choice. James looked down at his desk and started making eye contact. Kid, are you sure? Yes, I am. Nate looked back up at Nate. All right, you're an adult, and I know how it feels to not have closure for a loved one's death. I tell you not to take any stupid risks. But if you didn't already have a good head on your shoulder, that would be on me by now. No, you didn't. Your brother's killer was behind bars before he was dead a full year. Nate realized he was gripping the arms of the chair so hard his knuckles had turned white. Having to justify his decision fueled the anger within him, focused, cold anger. Thanks, boss, Nate breathed slowly, trying to put that anger back into storage for when he needed it. He told James the day he planned to leave Dolly City and rejected the offer of fewer assignments in the days leading up to him. His existing free time was enough for him to get everything he needed together. Nate, we need to talk. Nate jumped and turned to the door of his bedroom, where Miranda was standing, her arms crossed. He had one of his research binders open on his bed, where he was taking photos of each page to digitize them. Oh, hi, Miranda. Nate couldn't help but look away in shame. He knew I'd been avoiding his best friend, in part because there were only so many hours in the day, and he needed to spend a lot of them digitizing his research and preparing for his move to Utah/Nevada. And the other part was to avoid having to talk to Miranda or Emily about everything that was going on. I saw you're not scheduled for any jobs after this week. Is something going on? She took a few steps into his bedroom and looked pointedly at the binder open on his bed. I'm moving back to Utah for 2 months. Sorry you haven't heard anything before now. I haven't had a good opportunity to say anything. You're doing what? Why? Nate had avoided really answering the question for James, but he was his boss slash mentor slash uncle figure. Miranda was the person in the world that Nate was closest with. He had to tell her the truth. Fazbear Entertainment is doing some kind of stupid horror attraction, but they're hiring people to go through their old archives and locations to find authentic artifacts for them to show off. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to see if I can find any more clues. Oh, Nate. Pity spread across Miranda's face. She sat down on the bed. I thought you'd gotten over your obsession. She made a sweeping gesture, including his laptop bookshelf and the binder right in front of them. It's not an obsession. Nate slammed the binder in front of them close. I only engage with it proportionally when there's new leads or sources. That's how you know it isn't an obsession. There hasn't really been anything for years until now. I can't pass up this opportunity. Miranda reached out to grab Nate's forearm. He let her lead him to sit down on the bed next to him. I know you blame Fazbear Entertainment for your father's death, and believe me, from everything you've told me, they sound like the scum of the earth. But you really think the answer has just been sitting inside a folder for decades? That there's one clue that will unify everything you've found? From what you told me, it just sounds like a combination of conspiracy theories and bad safety culture. I think you just need to let it go. I can't let it go until I know the truth. And I'm not getting better. The grief, it's not getting better. I'm rarely dysphoric. I have you, Emily, and everyone else. My adolescence was hell, but I'm out of it. But I'm still not whole. I'm not going to be able to until I know the truth, until everyone does. But what if there's no big I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
Not yet. I was gonna let you finish this dialogue before I said something.
All right. But what if there is no big conspiracy? Random brain aneurysms rupturing in healthy people is extremely rare, but that still means it has to happen to someone. There's no reason it couldn't happen to someone working for an extremely shady company. Anyway, what are you going to say?
I think it's very interesting. If I were writing this dialogue, I would have included a lot less of the internal thoughts of Nate, but that's just a stylistic thing, and I think that's interesting how I would have written it differently.
Interesting. I'm always writing internal thoughts, and I have to, it's hard for me to remember that I don't have to put a dialogue tag on every,
Yeah, one of my favorite parts about dialogue is how much you can say without going into the character's mind and saying it.
But also, when
That's
I
one of my
write, I
favorite
like
parts
you to
about
feel like
dialogue.
you're in the character's head, and
Yeah,
people don't
that's also
say things exactly what they're thinking, but also sometimes you gotta cut things out for time. Like this line here is like a rationalization that Nate had come up with a while ago. It's kind
and
of
I like
showing
the
you
character that creates. I like the character that builds.
yeah, it's like, if you have an explanation about what you're doing is not an obsession, maybe there is something going on. And then
Yeah,
this random brain aneurysms line is um it's a clue. So just think about
a
that.
clue.
That this is the official cause of Ralph's death. His brain just
Oh.
exploded.
Hmm. I just thought it was interesting to point out how there are multiple approaches to this and you just
Yeah.
took one.
Yeah.
Because it's
Uh,
not like you did the wrong thing. I just thought it was interesting.
yeah. Nate considered what Miranda said and then pushed it away. That wasn't something he could fully internalize. If he did, it risked destroying him. There are still the other cover ups, the disappearances, the bites. Nate.
Bites?
Fine. If I can't solve the mystery, if there isn't one big mystery, once I get back from Utah, I'll start publishing my research. Actually going where he died, if that isn't enough, then I guess nothing will ever be. I've been going back through my work lately. There's a lot of stuff, timelines, and connections I made between things that I don't think is easily accessible anywhere else. I guess even without the answers, I have something to contribute. Of course you do. I never really got this whole thing, but you've been super dedicated to it. There will always be mysteries, but that doesn't mean you don't have anything to say. Emily and I can help you put it together, and I bet I can bully Carrie into promoting it on her podcast. Thanks, Nate gave a weak smile. He and Miranda had never really talked about his research, and knowing that she found it impressive hardened him. Promise you'll call? Of course, Nate and Miranda embraced. Nate placed the cardboard box of his tools in the back of his van. His van was half full of his essentials. He could fit all the clothes he wanted and toiletries into his suitcase. In his laptop bag, he had his computer and the external drive he had consolidated all of his research onto. He'd also backed it up onto another drive he was leaving in his room, as well as the various charging cables one needed for modern life. He had managed to find he hadn't, again, so many tiny typos. God, again, one of the tags is no beta, we die like phone man, because I did not have a beta when writing this. He hadn't managed to find a sublet, so the plan was to live out of various motels. It'd be, oh, why does the music keep going out?
No.
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 No, this is probably, I have one song for this entire, well, technically two. We did switch to another hymn for the flashback, but this should happen less when I switch between songs more often. But
Yeah.
this is all set up. He hadn't managed to find a sublet, so the plan was to live out of various motels. It'd be convenient to be able to sleep wherever he wanted each night between Henderson and Hurricane. He also had a small portable lockbox for his testosterone injections, important documents, and his keepsake box. The last box he just placed held safety equipment he didn't want to trust Fazbear Entertainment to provide. For Modus animatronics, he packed a cattle prod. It had about 1.5 feet of reach. Nate had rebuilt basically all of its internals and attached an extra battery pack to up the amperage as high as he felt was safe. It should hopefully be enough to blow out the resistors of any animatronics that could attack him, at least he hoped. He had been unable to perform any efficacy tests, and Fazbear Entertainment and its subsidies only filed patents on technologies like pathfinding firmware and spring locks. The designs of any specific animatronics were still secret, not to mention that some of the supposed animatronics people posted blurry photos of didn't look like they'd been designed by anyone. There were a lot of factors to consider, like shielding vulnerable components and the relative conductivity of their different parts. But so long as Nate hid an animatronic in the endoskeleton, it should at least stop long enough to get away. So this whole paragraph is, you know how like in the movie they can stop the animatronics with a taser? I did a little bit of research into like, can you tase robots to stop them? Because the thing about writing like a character with a job like electrician is like you gotta get the details right because these are the details they would be thinking of, and like Nate's not going to misuse amperage and voltage. And so I was like, cattle prods, okay, what would you up to make a cattle? What are you up to blow resistors? It's just me, random Google searches, and honors engineering classes. I'm like,
Yeah.
secretly live in fear that an electrician will read it and will be hit with so much disconnect that they won't be able to finish it. Kind of like how
Yeah,
I
well,
don't.
there's a certain level of you're not an expert that I feel like people should be able to be like, oh, it's
No,
fine.
yeah, but the thing is, if you know this stuff, it hurts your verisimilitude. And my goal for this, which like my use of so many specific locations, is to like be FNaF, but it feels more grounded.
Feels real.
Like, I don't really like Breaking Wheel as much as most people do, and part of that is because the the robotics class that is like the center of everything is so different from my actual experience of being in a real world version of the class that even though I'm not saying it makes it objectively bad, it makes it harder for me to be invested in the story because it seems inherent, the idea that someone like teens could build something like that is inherently funny and unrealistic to me,
Yeah.
and that they wouldn't encrypt their codes. And for the more, and yeah, and then I talk about like, hey, what if there's asbestos in a Freddy's location? And also,
Which there probably would be.
never forget about the microbes. What were you gonna
The
say?
what?
The microbes.
The microbes.
Yes. You know, like the amoeba inside Cassie.
True.
And for the more
I'm
likely,
skimming through the tags right now, and I'm curious.
yes.
I don't know how many of these tags are like actual tags, or if it's like
So
Tumblr
the
where you
way
can just kind of
AFV
make up your own
works is
tags.
that like they'll recommend tags to you while you're typing it in. But if you just like
Yeah.
say something, they have volunteers who go through and make sure it links to the exact idea. But also with some tags, like a lot of this is like content warning. Like, you know, if your
Yeah.
parent just died, it would not be a good idea to read this, and I want to make that
Or
very
you use the
clear.
wrong affected.
Where?
Affected is
No.
spelled with an A, and the how the stuff in FNAF plot has affected the regular have affected regular people. It's with an A if it's a verb. Owned.
All right. Wait, really? I
Because
thought
I for some
affected
reason
versus
know that.
affected was more of like affected versus effective.
As far as I'm aware, it's an A if it's a verb, and it's an E if it's a noun.
Let's see. Merriam-Webster, help me out. Yeah, affect is a verb. So, affected can be a verb. As a verb, affect generally means to cause to come into being or accomplish. So that's like, I think that's pretty close in the context I'm using it.
Yeah, it's also like who knows which one is right in any situation. Why are the two different spellings? Honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's always a noun, then that means affected with an E should not be a word that exists because you don't. I always thought it was if you could rephrase it as in a noun, then you use E. So, like, I could say the effect produced, like the effect the events of FNAF had on regular people, then that means I would use an E. But I guess that's not
Yes.
exactly right.
I'm just obnoxious
No,
because
it's fine.
it's one of the few grammar things I'm like, yes, I know which one is which.
All right.
I like being pedantic about the stuff I know a lot about
Yeah,
because I think it's
and you know,
funny.
this is set. These are. I'm handing a bunch of Chekhov's guns to Nate here, but also just like to show, kind of just have an idea of like what gear he got. Someone who was reading it said that it reminded them of a game that I was always paying attention to, like what he has in his inventory.
Yeah.
Nate had borrowed the
He's like
full-face
obsessed with
respirator he
being on my
used when working for James. He also included his hard hat, work gloves, and work boots. He wasn't quite sure who the actual owner of all his personal equipment was. James let people use their own stuff if they had them, so Nate's gear specifically could be considered a gift. Alternatively, it was property of the firm. Nate decided the best course of action was to just properly record that he was taking it, rather than ask his boss and possibly be denied. He didn't pack his full set of fire-resistant clothing. They found them very uncomfortable, and he really shouldn't be working with any live electrical equipment anyway. The gloves and boots were also good for protecting from contamination and cuts on pieces of sharp metal. And iron head protection is always essential. Again, my experience in an engineering class is like, this is how at least a good electrical company should always make sure people think. When exploring Freddy's, his plan was to just wear a normal cotton long-sleeve shirts and pants. He also took his tool belt, but left more specific tools behind, just bringing a flashlight, electrician's knife, pliers, and screwdrivers. He really didn't want to rely on Fazbear Entertainment for a single thing. Nate closed the back doors of his van and pulled his jacket tighter around him, shivering in the early morning cold. He knew it was cowardly, but he really didn't want to say goodbye to Miranda and Emily, so he was driving out before they awoke. He hadn't even had breakfast yet and just planned to get something on the road. Nate got into the driver's seat, turned the radio to a random station, and drove east. So we're going to take not like a normal intermission length break, but I need to have a little snack, and obviously I can't snack while I'm
Yeah.
talking. So, thoughts so far?
Snack time. I'm enjoying it.
Yay.
Where's Mike? I wanna meet Mike. Where is he?
Don't
Where's
worry,
my
there's
beautiful
plenty of
husband man?
Mike in the last chapter.
Okay. Where is he? Where's the boy? Where is my son? Or my husband? Crying child's my son. My cat is like obsessed with me right now. He will not leave my desk.
Wait, who did you
gone.
say your son is? Not rather than Mike?
Crying child.
Very weird.
Samuel! Don't knock down Hatsune Miku. God. Can't have anything.
This trap fanfic is good when it is good, and then it's bad when it's bad. which I know is
True.
a tautology, but these things can really vary in quality so much. Hopefully, mine are the
I gotta
difference.
read fan fiction. There's like a. I feel like I grew up on the side of the internet that was like everything that's not what I like is cringe. So I think I got used to thinking fan fiction was cringe, but now that I'm an adult, I'm like, it's literally not.
I don't
I'm
need
like,
much
it's not
fanfic,
cringe.
but the problem is because if I'm reading a fanfic and it contradicts something that I read in an earlier fanfic, my brain will go, "Ha! Continuity error." And I'm like, "No, that's not a continuity error." And then my brain's like, "Well, why am I even paying attention then?" So my favorite
I have so
fanfics
much
are
official fiction to read. I can't start reading fan fiction of the stuff I like.
yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like, I'm really interested in like Star Wars as a setting, so I got so many books to read. Oh, I
Yeah.
even um also I really don't like AUs that take it to a different setting because the setting is a big part of my enjoyment.
Yeah. Some stuff is just like, here are these characters, but they're in a different world. Which works for something if you're like interested in the characters, but
Yeah.
like for something like Star
I did
Wars, like
that a
the
lot.
world
I
is
wanted to
the
read like
important
Ted
part.
Lasso fanfic, and so many of them, I'm like, why are you taking the football out of the football show?
I
Um,
have enough official FNaF and Batman stuff to read. I'm not gonna run out and need fan fiction anytime soon.
and when I came up, ironically, I did come up with an AU for Ted Lasso, but they were still playing football. They were just playing football in Star Wars.
I barely know what Ted Lasso is.
And it's a show about an American football coach getting hired to coach a British football
You
team.
see the guy with the mustache?
There's a guy with a mustache. It's
I
actually
say
like a
that like
really heartwarming sitcom.
only one character ever has a mustache. But the guy with the mustache. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I recognize that man.
I've read a lot of Warhammer 40k fic because, like, I feel like OC fic is much more accepted in that fandom, and so, if you're reading two fics that take place in like completely different parts of the galaxy, much less likely to have continuity errors because it's completely new characters.
Build your own headcanon of other people's headcanons and connect them.
Sorry, what did you say? You kind of sounded quiet.
I stepped away from my mic. My bad.
Okay.
You can make multiple people's different headcanons into one headcanon.
Yeah. Yeah. Which makes
I
my
forgot my
brain a
mic.
lot more engaged. I don't want to see.
I forgot my mic doesn't work too well if I get away from it.
I don't want to see like the same thing happening. So like I'll read like a few fanfics. There's a very small number of fanfics that have been personally recommended to me, and really enjoy those.
I feel like I'd absolutely lose it if I read any like Batman fan fiction because I bet the general fan consensus on a lot of characters is just like not based on anything in canon. They're just like, yeah, let's make up stuff about these characters and make it canon. That's a lot
Yeah,
of
but
fan
with
interpretations
Batman,
of a
like
lot of them.
most I've seen, it seems like it's become very like, sometimes like mythological, where you're not like adding to one single story. You're picking and choosing elements from all these different continuities to tell your own story.
And a lot of it, they very much Flanderize characters to make them their little Tumblr cutesy boys. Ooh, Tim Drake drinks coffee, and that's it. He's full of caffeine, and that is his only.
Who had an issue about like cocaine, him being addicted to cocaine.
No, that's Speedy. That's that's
Oh,
Green
that
Arrow's sidekick.
Oh yeah, Green Arrow.
Yeah. Was it coke? What? I think it was crack that he got addicted to. I know these things.
Yeah. Okay.
Or it might have been heroin, because he was. I shouldn't be talking about this on a YouTube stream.
No, you can't. Again, I don't get money. They can't demonetize me.
Okay.
They never give me money in
Because
the first
he had
place.
he had a needle in his arm, so I think it was heroin.
Okay. All right. Time.
It was like my ward, because it was like the 70s. My ward is doing the devil's drug.
Time for the chapter 2, and a new
Chapter
song to
2.
go with it. A new, more menacing song, mildly.
Menacing?
It's ice.
Or did you like handpick the songs to score the chapters?
Yeah, specifically for this, I had not done that before.
Yeah.
But I wish you could get ebooks where depending on the chapter you're in, they'd play different songs. There was a webtoon that did that once, but only for
Ooh.
part of it, and that was so cool. Kindles even
Yeah.
have like audio output jacks because you could use it to listen to audiobooks if you want to pay an extra $20 for every book you buy. Alright. Time
Yippee.
for chapter 2. Week 0.
Welcome to Utah.
Welcome to Utah. St. George, Utah.
We're in Utah.
September 2017. Nathaniel followed the navigation instructions of his phone and pulled into a parking spot right in front of a 4-story office building. He got out and, just to confirm things, checked the posted address against what was on his phone. He was really here, Fazbear Entertainment corporate headquarters, and it just looked so bland. There was no branding on the outside, just an anonymous, slightly run-down-looking tower. Nate walked inside and looked at the posted directory. It was right where the email said it would be, Suite 308, Fazbear Entertainment, nestled amongst what seemed to be various other businesses and even a few doctors' offices. Nate supposed it made sense, he reasoned, as he rode up the elevator to the 3rd floor. All Fazbear Entertainment did these days was hold the IP of their characters. The production of the Fazbear Frights books was handled by a ghostwriting company, and all their toys were produced by other companies under license. Nate wasn't sure if Fazbear Entertainment ever used to directly own any toy factories. That line is a Secret of the Mimic has not come out line. Has not come out yet line. And when I said like subsidiaries earlier, that was me dancing around MCM because Nate would know more about MCM than I knew at the time of writing it. So I had to like dance around that part. But their merchandise didn't used to be prominently branded with the logos of other companies. Now that there weren't even franchise locations to coordinate, they probably didn't even have much permanent staff. He knew from reading court documents they no longer had any staff lawyers, just a firm they kept on retainer. The door to Suite 308 had a sun-faded Fazbear Entertainment decal on it. Nate opened it and found himself facing a freestanding receptionist desk with 3 sides in the center of the room. Surrounding it, Nate counted 5 doors. There was a smattering of framed posters related to Fazbear Entertainment history decorating the space. Even from a distance, he could tell they were covered in dust, a relic of a previous time when the interior decoration of the office was something that mattered. The woman working the receptionist desk looked up from her work when he entered and broke into a big smile. "You must be Mr. Gee," she said as she stood up and reached out her hand for him to shake. Nate recognized her voice from the phone. He strode across the room and took her hand. "You're Ashley, right? I recognize your voice. You can call me Nate." "Welcome to the Fazbear family, Nate." Ashley had an excited and positive energy, completely at odds with her surroundings. She looked to be around his age, too young to have worked for Fazbear Entertainment at its height. Nate idly wondered what her story was. Ashley pointed to the door on her left. "Mr. Edwards is inside, waiting for you." Nate nodded and entered his new boss's office. The office lacked even the mild concession to this being an entertainment company that the front area had. This was imposingly corporate. Unlike Ashley's desk, which showed its age, this one was unmarred and shiny. He didn't see any sticky notes, haphazardly spread papers, or the backs of picture frames. Nate recognized the Newton's cradle and the other kind of corporate desk tchotchkes that even he knew were a way to show the desk was used, but not give away any information about its user. Mr. Edwards greeted Nate with a small smile. This one he knew was an affectation. He wore a carefully tailored suit that looked like it belonged to a high-power executive of a far more successful company. It looked like the kind of suit you needed a 6-figure salary to wear, which Nate doubted Mr. Edwards made, unless he actually did. Nate had to stop himself from cringing away from Mr. Edwards' judgmental eyes as he scanned his own outfit, a patterned button-up shirt and a pair of slacks. Who was he to judge? Nate had decided to put his best foot forward and dress business casual on his first day, but this position included a lot of manual labor. Edwards should be happy he didn't show up in jeans. "Please, take a seat, Mr. Guy." Edwards gestured to the chair at the other side of the desk, while he pulled up a small stack of papers out of a drawer. He pronounced Nate's surname like the word, and Nate's usual "like butter" died in his throat. He sat down and saw that the papers placed before him were an employment contract. "I'm Brock Edwards, and I am to be your direct supervisor, although this is a rather self-directed position. Fazbear's Frights are sold to private collectors, and there isn't the budget to buy them back. Ideally, you should prepare at least one complete semi-functional animatronic. If it's superficially in disrepair, that will add to the effect. Once the location opens, you'll remain on staff in case there are remaining leads. Did you make a? I heard you make a sound. Okay, you got something going on.
Oh, I'm back.
You're back. Okay. I will finish what Brock is saying, and then I will tell you some behind-the-scenes facts about him.
Behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes.
Oh.
Once the location opens, you'll remain on staff in case there are remaining leads, or your artifacts require repair or replacement. The transport is entirely your responsibility. Ashley will give you forms for gas reimbursement. However, any transportation from Henderson to St. George when you aren't transporting Fazbear property is considered part of your commute and thus not eligible. For additional help transporting an artifact, you may contact the current site manager and they'll send someone over. So Brock Edwards is Steven Snodgrass's supervisor in Help Wanted, and this is supposed to be the same character. I kind of wrote this with Tales games in mind, but in a very loose way. So all the out of place things about him, and that he kind of is taken from the story. And so the idea I had behind the scenes is that Mr. Burroughs is the guy who brought Fazbear Entertainment back from the brink, and so his first thing is that he's the Frights thing was all his idea, and then the pivot away from Frights. No, that's not it. Sorry, I didn't write this stuff down. It's all in my head. He just random CEO in charge is the one who decided to pivot into horror, and Mr. Burroughs is currently ascending to get control, and he's the one who pivots away from horror.
Yeah. Okay.
But
so he's not the one who's currently in charge, but he will be.
Yeah, and he's part of the company right now, and the idea is Brock Edwards used to be some sort of government fixer who is for some reason personally loyal to Mr. Burroughs, and so he's keeping an eye out for some interesting items that are Fazbear property that has gone missing.
What could that
which
be?
is another reason why Edwards is here. And also, I found that if you write a fic with a lot of original characters, it's not as popular. So I try to work in existing characters whenever they're reasonable, just so I can put them in the tags.
Yeah, made up Fazbear CEO, people would be like, "Who are you?" But if you use the Fazbear CEO from the books, it's fine.
Yeah, and also, I think I would not have I think if I did not use Brock Edwards, the character would be less interesting, because I would not have gone for, guy who looks like he should be part of the CIA. And then this building is actually supposed to be the building where they have the board meeting at the start of the Storyteller, and those posters were what were said to be up before Edwin took them down, although it does cause a bit of problems because it's supposed to be overlooking the Pizzaplex, and I believed in 2 Pizzaplex theory at the time, so that would mean that they built 1 Pizzaplex in St. George, and then the other Pizzaplex in the FNaF 6 location. So just very close in the same county, which they would not have done. Luckily, I don't have to worry about that anymore. The Circleplex existed.
Not canon.
Different
They've
universe.
killed it. Shot it dead.
Yes. Which also, there's a line where it said that Mr. Burroughs wanted to work at a successful company, which did not fit with the timeline I imagined at all, where he's the one who brought Fazbear Entertainment back in his image. And filed the paperwork that turned it into an LLC for some reason, because I looked that up. You don't have to kill the company and rebuild it to become an LLC. You just gotta file some paperwork, and it may or may not help you for tax reasons I don't understand.
Oh. Nonsense tax stuff.
Yes.
Nonsense old man stuff.
Yes.
All of them old men are like, yes. Yeah, I understand this like it's back of my hand.
Writing this, I'm pulling out all my knowledge about working a job, which I don't have. I just tried to get some, and I took a business algebra class where they teach you about having a job.
It's not worth it. Having jobs sucks.
That's the real horror. Having a job.
The real horror is capitalism.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, that's actually what one of the tags
That's what
is.
FNaF is about.
Basically, the tag is like the real villain is Phasma Entertainment all along. Nate
Ruined
nodded.
canon.
Preparing animatronics to even half functionality wasn't in the job description at all, and he knew part of him should be angry about that, but he didn't mind. He did actually know enough to probably pull it off, and it was worth it to be employed for longer. The detail of your hours and compensation are on the first page of your contract. Nate read it. He was a salaried employee paid weekly. He was expected to be in archives 9 to 5 when he didn't have a lead to follow upon. When he did have a lead, his hours were flexible, although he was considered an exempt employee. When the horror attraction opened, its operating hours would be from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. There was a lot of confusing language, legalese, and corporate jargon, and I was pretty sure it boiled down to do your job, don't get fired, and we aren't paying you overtime. Additionally, he would receive a bonus for every complete animatronic he recovered. Then he turned the page and started to read the next page, which concerned liability for injury. It read more like an activity waiver than an employment contract, asserting a laundry list of things Phasma Entertainment wasn't liable for. He was pretty sure a lot of these violated workers' comp laws, but Nate knew less about Utah labor laws than he did California ones, since working for James meant you rarely needed to advocate for yourself. As Nate was puzzling through the legalese, Edwards coughed in an obviously fake getting someone's attention and showing you're annoyed way. That's just boilerplate. You don't need to spend your time reading it all that. On instinct, Nate almost paraphrased the lecture he first heard from Miranda about the importance of always reading contracts before you sign them. But when he looked up and saw Edward's face, now with a sense of barely concealed menace that looked more appropriate on a government spook or criminal fixer, he couldn't bring himself to. Alright, got it, he said instead. Feeling like a bug under a spotlight, Nate tried his best to skim over the rest of the contract. The final part involved personal liability for damaging Fazbear Entertainment property, but he didn't pause long enough to untangle how that could possibly apply when he was going to be working mostly with stuff already damaged. Instead, he signed his name at the end and filled out all the information Fazbear Entertainment would need to send him a W-2 come tax season. When he got to the next page in the stack, his heart sank. Non-disclosure agreement, it read in big letter. Nate had completely forgotten about those. What good would it be to find the big clue if Fazbear Entertainment would sue him into the ground for revealing it? Wait, didn't he remember something about NDAs not covering criminal activity? And if Fazbear Entertainment did sue him, couldn't he use discovery to compel them to release a lot more documents, ultimately for the good of his cause? Was that just British defamation cases? Forgetting Edward's warning, he started reading the document fairly carefully. See, so this is the difference between this paragraph is the difference between the one in the last chapter about like attacking animatronics with cattle prods, because I didn't have to do any research. I just used what was already in my brain because Nate does not know the law that well. So if I get anything wrong, that's just Nate.
I can be wrong on purpose, and it's the character's fault.
Yes. Of course, Edwards interrupted Nate with his fake cough pretty quickly into the process. I'm sorry, Nate said before Edwards could say anything. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally violate the NDA. How can I follow it if I don't understand it? Edwards' only responded with an annoyed sigh and leaned back in his chair. Nate had never signed an NDA before, but this one gave him the sense that it focused unusually hard on non-disparagement and talking to the press, as opposed to talking to competitors, although those clauses were pleasant as well. After reading it all, Nate still felt hopeful. Even if he couldn't publish every document he found, he could still use it to guide his investigation. He was totally going to violate the clause against making personal copies of company records, but how would they know? After he got back to Dale City, he could have a lawyer look over the contract and find exactly where the boundaries were. He was looking for evidence of misdeeds, not whatever kind of trade secrets a failing entertainment company had. He was pretty sure he remembered reading that most NDAs were primarily enforced not by the threat of lawsuits, but by the reputational damage someone would experience within the industry if they got even close to violating. That didn't matter to Nate, and when it came to actual legal trouble, Fazbear Entertainment wasn't a massive megacorporation. It was a shell of its former self. As soon as Nate signed the last page, Edward snatched back the pages from his desk and moved to file them back away. Hey, wait, Nate blurted out, causing his boss to pause. Don't I get a copy? How can I be assured what I agreed to if I can't reference it? Edwards looked like he was going to argue for a moment, but instead he sighed and handed the packet back to Nate. Give this to Ashley to make a copy of, and she'll show you to the archives. The archives turned out to be one of the rooms within the office space. It was about the same size as Edward's office, but full of filing cabinets, with some extra loose folders and organizers strewn about for good measure. Despite how crowded it was, there was significantly less information than there should be for an organization that had existed for over 30 years, even if you accounted for all the hard drives and even floppy disks Nate sometimes stumbled across. The place was a mess, and Nate was able to convince Edwards that the only way forward was for him to organize it all. So Nate was given use of the conference room and an empty office's computer for reading digital data and creating the virtual card catalog. Ashley was good at supplying him with cables for the various hard drives and a peripheral for reading floppy disks. Unfortunately, many of those drives were password protected. Maybe the password was recorded somewhere in the archives. Regardless, Nate always stealthily copied their data to his own phone, which he offloaded onto his laptop when he got home. When the data was corrupted or appeared to be deleted, Nate wrote it off as lost in the company records. When he got off work, he tried to see if it could be repaired or recovered. Before the end of his first day, Nate realized why the records Fazbear Entertainment had were so fragmentary. It was a tactic for avoiding liability. You couldn't get in trouble for destroying evidence upon receiving a subpoena if the evidence had already been destroyed. Nor could you get sanctioned for sending too much information if you had no idea where the requested discovery was. Fazbear Entertainment's poor safety culture was well documented, but it seemed they also nourished a culture of avoiding accountability. Additionally, Nate only had access to the business records. The technical records were stored in a different building, one which he wasn't going to get access to. So this is me working around Tales, where there's this big archive that holds, like, all the Fazbear records, and that does not really track with how I'm depicting Fazbear and what makes the most sense with their games history, so I'm glad that line obliterated, doesn't matter anymore.
I really want to go through that archive. That sounds really interesting.
But it is
I want to go through Fazbear's.
It is mostly bullshit. It's like, here's a random guy ordering more pizza ingredients. You know, businesses create a lot of records, and you kind of need to keep them for a long time.
Yeah, but I so badly want to go through Fazbear history records.
I want to know. I want all of Nate's research.
Even if it's not important stuff, I want to know, like, what Fazbear did on a day-to-day about the stuff they did.
I mean, the ephemera thing that's coming out soon might have that.
It better.
Yeah, we'll find out. It comes out next week. No one.
What?
Yeah, it's you're in Cross's server, right?
I'm in what?
You're in Cross's server, right?
Yeah.
So there's we talked about it. It's like sort of a book, but it's really only 16 pages. Insight Expeditions made one for Star Wars, and I showed pictures of it, but it's a bunch of little trinkets, and like it's been in works for years, so I really think there's gonna be a lot of care, and it's gonna be canon, and there's gonna be puzzles and secrets and a badge and probably a blacklight penlight flashlight and invisible ink.
Ooh.
Yeah, and the one page we have is like really good arcade theory evidence, and
let's go.
Also evidence that William did not specifically target Susie, because it's a random kid who avoided becoming an MCI kid. Let me actually.
What's the name of this book?
The FNaF Ephemera Collection. And everyone is then like, what is the word ephemera? So I'm gonna turn on. You can't stream Discord to Discord, but I'm gonna turn Discord on the stream.
Discord, I'm howling at the moon. Sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon.
Okay, so yeah, let's take a short break to look at this stuff.
Let's go.
So showing back toward wrong channel. So these are pictures of the Star Wars one. So like it says it's 16 pages long, but it's like this hardcover book that you open it, and then there's like this pamphlet you can pull out, and then a bunch of random trinkets. But like lore wise, the Star Wars one was very disappointing because it just restated stuff. But it said stuff, but you know, if you said that same level of stuff in FNaF, that would be like, oh my god, they're actually confirming what happened in the story.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we'll get that, but even just like a dated version of the MCI articles. So
I would kill for a date for literally anything.
this is the one page we have, and so it's like 2 parts of the
The-
pamphlet.
A word from one of our fans thing.
Yeah, letter from Timmy Douglas, age 8. The game at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza are the best. My mom doesn't let me play video games at home, so I love playing them at Freddy's. My favorites are the Chico one and Midnight Motorist. Bonnie even helped me win one time. He wanted me to go into a dark closet for a special prize, but I had to go open presents. I love Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So this
Aw,
guy
that's sick. I love
narrowly
that.
avoided getting MCI'd. And also I realized the Chico one, I kind of skimmed through it. I thought it said he meant his favorite animatronic was Chica.
Yeah.
But it would be the Chica one, so like Chica's Party World is the name of I don't remember the name.
That would be that, I think.
Yeah, and
I think it was just Chica's Party.
Yeah.
So doesn't let you play video games at home, meaning you can play video games at home. It's not that groundbreaking, actually. That just means the NES is probably out at that point, which means places us past 1985.
Yeah, but if you're not
doesn't
playing
really
video games at home, why would your family own an NES? That is a bit of
not letting you play video games implies that they'd have video games at home to play.
Yeah, I mean, it is also an 8-year-old, so maybe not letting you play video games at home is also, I will not buy you an NES for Christmas.
Yeah.
Or maybe like their older brother had an Atari, and they're like, no one's playing Atari.
The point where you're like, I can play either games at home or games in an arcade, like their equal value, doesn't start being a thing until like the 90s.
Yeah.
But like the NES did have games, I guess.
I mean, technically
the Atari also
had games.
Yeah, but nobody was like, ooh, arcade level graphics.
Yeah, but also this is an 8-year-old.
That's also true.
Yes. And also, if he's not allowed to play video games at home, he wouldn't know how bad they are.
Wait, when was the first term? I remember this. When was the first term for video game used? Timeline.
So the co-writer, this was delayed like 3 years. Like 2 years ago, it was delayed another year, and then they delayed it again. So that means they put a lot of work into it. And I think they maybe also delayed it so they could include information that was like Secret of the Mimic adjacent. But I hope the puzzles will be fair and we can actually solve them and not take 5 years.
Okay, never mind. The first time the term video game was used was in the 70s, so that doesn't answer anything.
I mean, that makes sense because they called arcades video arcades to differentiate it from the ones that just had pinball. Anyway, here's the one that everyone has been sending Gibby, including me. If any of the game cabinets turn on during the course of the night, please immediately shut them down to conserve power. If the game does not power down, even if unplugged, immediately return to your post. Ignore any messages that may appear on the screens. This is a known glitch with no current fix. Players found playing arcade games while on the clock will be immediately terminated either by us or the animatronics they didn't hear coming.
Damn.
And also just like this Bonnie art looks nicer than a lot of the art we've gotten from Scholastic.
That could simply just be haunted vibes.
Arcade theory though, haunted arcade cabinets.
I think it's just the build that feels like the building is haunted vibes.
Well, that's also Gibby's thing.
Yeah.
And if the arcade cabinets are running,
more Bonnie's Guitar Erasure.
Yeah, but also, so something Inside Edition does a lot of I have a lot of their books, and even when I stopped getting their Secret of books from Star Wars because they never had any new lore in them, but the art was always really good. And like,
Yeah.
this is more photorealistic, like pseudo 3D looking than a lot of the art we got from Scholastic. And I've not been very impressed by what Scholastic has done with the license lately.
Yeah. Is this 2 pages or 1 page? Because it's a weird aspect ratio for either.
So it's like a pamphlet you pull out.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
the picture I showed earlier, it's a bit hard to tell because I tried to get as many trinkets in the frame as possible. So it's like a pamphlet you pull out, and then there's like other booklets in there as well, maybe. Like in my second picture, there's a booklet of like quotes from Jedi, and those are like quotes from stuff we know, but there was like original art in it, and like, you know,
Yeah.
photorealists, they're good at the art.
A good FNaF book,
Yeah, I
perchance?
don't know. Inside Edition is pretty good at stuff. And we have been promised secrets and puzzles.
Secrets and puzzles.
And like, this one didn't promise secrets and puzzles. It promised a cardboard vector, and they did deliver on that. And like, everything else in it was like high quality. They had a large vinyl sticker that I still have on my laptop, and like, I still use the keychains I got from it.
That's a fancy word to just mean it lasting a short amount of time.
Well, it's like well, they don't want to say our product will last a short amount of time. It's like, these are going to be a bunch of papers that are normally thrown away.
Take it to fun, bite-sized kit. Bite size.
But, they're useful for lore purposes.
Dang.
I think, like, you know, if you had a big, like, box of, like, newspaper clippings and tickets and menus, that would be called a collection of ephemera, and all the social historians would go gaga over it.
That would, newspaper and FNaF in-universe paper.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying what we need is dated newspapers of all the big events, and if we get them, I will owe Sarah, whatever her last name is, my life.
Give us names of characters and confirm dates, and that's all I need.
Yeah, and I think
and I'll be happy.
I think like I think Scott kind of rewrote the history of Fazbear Entertainment.
Yeah.
As in, like, he took the question mark. He wrote different things in the question marks in the existing backstory, and like.
Yeah.
Then they wrote Secret of the Nymph around it, and I think, like, now that he has a much more concrete idea of where it came from, he can now, like, not even hint things, but, you know, like, the smallest things can be contradicted if you let, like, people write in blank space when you don't expect that. So the Book of Sith was not published by Inside Editions, but it is cool, and I'd love it. That one. I
just want a good FNaF book.
Yeah. Week Before is also a good FNaF book. It's so good I wrote my own FNaF book about it. Speaking of Fazbear Ephemera, that was actually very appropriate for this section, because that's what Nate has to deal with.
Let's go. Thematically relevant. Because that's what started us on. It was me saying, I wish we had this.
Digression, yes. Oh, and they're doing a second one. They're doing one that is the history of Fazbear Entertainment that's coming out later this year.
Let's go. Peak.
I don't know if
we're finally getting good books.
Though. I'm surprised how much this has snuck up on everyone. Like,
I didn't know about this. I saw a single screenshot of it on Twitter earlier, and I didn't look too hard into it.
Yeah, the cover does not. The cover reminds me of a bootleg FNaF ripoff book.
The cover looks like
Amazon.
It looks like the Silver Eyes graphic novel.
Yeah, cover's weird, but it will be good trinkets on the inside.
It's generic FNaF stock art, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, the cover.
Not saying it's bad, but in like vibes.
Yeah, and also it's not even like a physical picture, so you don't see that there's a little like strap over it because it's more a box than an actual book.
Ooh. Peak.
Yeah. All right. Let's read this damn. All right. Digression over. This seemed to have gone as far as them completely losing the address of the Hurricane location. Nate checked with Ashley, and yep, the last directly corporately owned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza had become lost. Nate knew where it was, but he wasn't about to volunteer that information. It also seemed like some part of the company knew where it was, as it hadn't been seized for non-payment of property taxes. He regularly had to consciously stop himself from doing his best work. He wasn't here to help the company that killed his father. The longer it took him to find the address of the hurricane location, the more time he would get with the archives. It wasn't on him to suggest potentially more effective investigation methods, or to do things like inform the part-time accountant, who seemed to be the only employee other than Ashley and Edwards, about what could be unrecorded outlays. The catalog he was building was also for his own purposes, as he took a photo of every single document he saw. So this is a bit of a plot contrivance, but I needed a reason why Nate did not immediately go to the FNaF 1 location.
Sometimes plot contrivances are okay, because sometimes
Yeah.
the plot does need to happen.
Yeah, and it also, I think it's characterization that they've forgotten their own history in part because they're always trying
They
to
don't
erase it
remember some of it,
so they won't
because
get
yeah,
sued. Yeah.
they don't want to remember it because it's bad.
I'm sure if they
They
kept all
remember it,
the
they're
internal
liable for what happened.
memos about the MCI, and like when they may or may not have bought out William Afton, that would be
They definitely hid the bodies, because Fazbear definitely hid the bodies.
yeah. When Nate got home to the motel room he was renting, he would set to work loading all the data he collected onto his laptop and properly naming the files. His collection expanded to the point where he needed to purchase an additional external drive. His head swam with the minutiae of running a business, and whenever he closed his eyes, he would see either the impression of a file directory or slightly yellowed paper. But there were no big clues, and barely anything suspicious. Probably some of the documents were pieces of evidence for one story or another once they were fully analyzed, but he had no time for that. Sometimes they'd reference internal incident reports, but Nate never found a single one. He suspected they had been systematically destroyed. The only time he wasn't sleeping or working, either for Fazbear Entertainment or himself, he would watch videos or browse social media. But this was simply in service of restoring his mind so he could work more effectively. Nate knew this was far from a sustainable lifestyle, but it obviously didn't need to be. The only places he went, other than occasional trips to a store, were work, the motel, and the 24-hour diner where he had all 3 of his meals. Just like his entertainment, the meals were merely fuel so he could continue to research. The work was both mind-numbing and exhilarating. Nate really did enjoy the archival work, especially in the evenings and weekends, where he was hunting down recoverable data or making connections between documents on his own time. It engaged his mind to a perfect degree. It was like solving a puzzle, and occupied himself that he couldn't start to worry about NDAs or if he'd even find anything that would justify his labors. Alright. Okay, this is where it gets good.
Ooh, the sauce.
And we get a new song for it from Elden Ring. Who else? Elden
Ring.
the Ring.
You don't have to answer this if this is spoilers, but I'm thinking, is Nate the one who finds Springtrap? And is he like, oh my god, who is this? Is this my dad?
You will have to see.
Okay.
We found one. A real one.
A real one.
A thing Nate will say in the future. But I suppose if you don't read the tags, you don't know that he's phoned you. Now, that's the hard part.
You've talked about this fanfic a lot, so
yeah,
I do know
it's put so much into
phone
it.
Dude.
And I love it. And so I'm like, oh god, what can I do to make more people read
Yeah.
it?
You sent it to me months ago, and I never found the time to read it.
I should not be. Why am I showing the stream my YouTube? Okay, YouTube notifications. All right.
Show the stream your YouTube.
Let's see here.
Dox yourself. Show them your home address.
The short man behind the desk mumbled as he took the paper from Nate and typed something into his computer. Ah, here we go. The man grabbed a massive keyring from under his desk and gestured for Nate to follow him. Nate had been working for Fazbear Entertainment for a little over a week. This wasn't the first time he'd driven to a storage facility somewhere in Washington County following a receipt or similar record. However, most of them turned out to be dead ends, its contents having either been auctioned off for non-payment or even, on a few occasions, the storage company having record of Fazbear Entertainment having already emptied out the place some years ago. The archives were so disorganized that Nate sometimes even found records of this from Fazbear's side of things later on. The only exception to this had been a facility located in the city of Washington that had contained a random assortment of electronic parts and 3 arcade machines. There were plastic crates full of what looked like endoskeleton joints, servos, and batteries. but unfortunately nothing that could be worked into a creepy dismembered limb kind of thing, not even an eyeball. The only thing promising was a cassette tape labeled BB Audio. There was also a crate full of circuit boards, which he guessed were animatronic AIs. If this was a real, I'm just going to say, if this was a real piece of FNaF media, this would be a quote that you would see in theory videos a lot.
True.
Nate had opened,
BB Audio.
not that one, the sentence
I know, but
after it.
BB Audio.
But yeah, so the thing is, like, this is very Star Wars. I had to explain every little thing I explained, like, basically every little detail of FNaF 3. And, like, that is kind
Yeah.
of what makes fanfic writing more fun than theories, where if you, like, notice some random minor detail and, like, hey, why is that? You can just make up an answer. I
Yo, I love
stared
making
at
stuff up.
the FNaF 3 office so much, and all the other stuff. Nate had opened up the backs of the arcade machines, and even without knowing much about arcade systems, he could tell that two of them were missing quite a few internal components. The third one, which had Freddy's face on it, was full of what resembled potassium hydroxide, the white fuzz that comes from corroded batteries, marring all of its components. Except instead of being white, it was light gray and had a metallic shine. I'm just like, pay attention to this line. Upon seeing it, Nate quickly backed away and screwed the arcade machine's back panel shut. He didn't say anything, knowing that Mr. Edwards wouldn't appreciate his concern, and just really hoped its toxic properties were the same as potassium hydroxide, and it posed no danger as long as no one touched it. Nate never figured out what it was. His research that evening confirmed that arcade machines typically didn't have internal batteries. I hope this is a true fact about arcade machines.
Uh, they shouldn't need batteries.
Yeah, they're always plugged in. So what is
Yeah.
that?
And they
What
don't
is
they don't need to hold memory like that because they're not
Yeah,
like
that was my. I didn't research it. I was just like, that is my reasoning for why there would not be internal batteries in arcade machines.
because games only have batteries in them when like a cartridge needs to hold a save onto it.
Yeah, and
But
also
I don't
like
see any
it's
reason an
plugged in
arcade
all the
cabinet would.
time. It's supposed to be plugged in all the time, and you don't have to like swap different cartridges.
Yeah.
It's just the one game.
It should stay plugged in all the time and there's no harm when it gets unplugged.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't need batteries.
So what is the corroded metal? Ooh, spooky.
Oh.
And he could
The
find
remnant.
no accounts of a part used in arcade cabinets that could corrode in that way. And you were going to meet the people who have the exact same names as the people from what we found, but are not the people from what we found.
Whoa.
Because as I established in the first chapter, they just steal people's names and write their Frights fiction.
So that would mean that Frights is currently still being made in universe, right?
Yes. So
Because these people haven't done anything that Fazbear would be like, okay, we can steal their names yet.
Yeah. So basically, what we found is going to be used to cover up the FNaF 3 fire.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're currently what, like $3 deep?
Finished producing Frights fiction around the time Help Wanted 2 Help Wanted 2 is not an in around the time the Fazbear Virtual Experience comes out, and they even publish stories to obfuscate the delays, like Prankster and In the Flesh. Because part of my partial Frights fiction theory is that while many of the stories are in-universe fiction, the novels are not. So they were published in a different order in-universe. That's also why I call them novellas. They weren't published as 3-parters. And like...
The stories existed, but the physical books we have didn't exist.
Yeah, because like some of them I think are real, and like the Stinger.
It wasn't like book 1 Into the Pit, book 2 Fetch or whatever. It was just.
Also, I think the Stingers are real.
Yeah.
And so Into the Pit has to happen, and it's not something that I think would get adapted into a story.
This real kid time traveled. Let's write a story about it.
I don't think Oswald would tell people. And
nobody would know that happened.
Forget all about that. Oswald fucking dies in my timeline. He's not telling anyone about anything.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't die.
He does in my timeline. He dies.
Okay.
He hasn't
he gets
done
stuck
that
in
yet.
the pit forever. Forever.
He hasn't done that yet. In my timeline, this takes place... Or actually, maybe he has. I don't know. But the Stingers take place... The Stingers have already happened. Because other guy theory.
Okay. So Stitch Wraith is currently running around. Or
No,
after
no, they
post Stitch Wraith
finished.
running
They
around, yeah.
finished.
Post that,
Like,
yeah.
he's dead, not dead in the pit. Like, if you excavated the pit, you'd be like, why is there a robot at the bottom? Because, so, like, Gibby said that, oh, Jeff's Pizza has to be closed, but if you read it, Jeff Pizza's is, like, such a shithole that it could still be open and just closed for the night. Anyway.
In this would, what is... I don't know what I'm trying to say. Never mind.
And also, this is but that's in the MCI location, which is separate from the FNaF 1 and FNaF 2 location in this fic. As I mentioned, I think.
So it's just another Fazbear's?
It's the one where the MCI happened.
Okay, and that's separate than the FNaF 1 one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the FNaF 2 location.
I think that was the question I was, like, almost getting out.
Yeah, no, and, like, again, of ideas I think are compelling, I chose the ones that facilitated the story the best.
Yeah.
And it facilitates the story to not have to deal with Jeff's Pizza.
Yeah.
Nate called
that was going to be one of my questions. Is Jeff's Pizza still open?
Yeah, Nate called the manager of the horror attraction to get help moving the arcade machines. And also, I've said this is in Hurricane, and that it says very clearly in actually the Into the Pit book that it's set in Westbrook, because I think Scott changed his mind about using real cities after writing the trilogy.
Does it say anything about where Into the Pit takes place? It just names the school, right?
It says Westbrook Elementary, and it is normal, especially in small towns, for the schools to be named after the town they are in.
I have the hot take that the school's just called that. And it's actually still in Hurricane, because it needs to take place in the same place as the MCI location, and, like, Circus Babies need to take place in that same town.
Circus Baby, you'll see about Circus Babies.
Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental.
Nate called the manager of the horror attraction to get help moving the arcade machines, and he sent over 2 young men named Barry and Dwayne to help move them. Between Nate's van and Barry's truck, they were able to transport all 3 cabinets to Henderson in one trip. Dropping off the arcade cabinets was the first time Nate saw Action Park. It was a concrete expanse, dominated by a single impressive roller coaster. Compared to somewhere like a Six Flags or Disneyland, it was pathetically small, but for what one would call a local amusement park, its size was nothing to scoff at. As he followed Barry down the employee access roads, he caught a glance of other rides, like a Ferris wheel, Gravatron, and some more modest track and dark rides. There was even a small, currently closed, water park section. Between the rides were various carnival games, eager to part fools from their money. Speaking of arcade theory, oh yeah, there's a bit of arcade theory in the earlier paragraph.
She theorizing on my arcade.
Fazbear's Frights was a medium-sized building on the far end of the park from the entrance. Over its main entrance was a replica of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza sign, but with Freddy's eyes completely black and pizza crossed out with Fright spray painted over it. Nate was impressed. The outside really did look like it belonged to a Freddy's franchise, sans the painted on cracks in the concrete and a weird green tint over the entire structure. Nate didn't have a chance to see more of the place, as the manager and a 3rd technician greeted them at the back entrance of the building. Nate exchanged meaningless pleasantries with the manager, Virgil, and told him about all the endoskeleton parts they'd left in the storage container. Nate also handed him the cassette tape he found. If it had Balloon Boy's voice lines on it, it could be added to the creepy music and sound effects he assumed they had playing in the haunted house. Cassette players with USB outputs were relatively easy to purchase. Then Nate found himself back in St. George. He actually quite enjoyed driving on the empty roads part of the job. He found it relaxing, and it put him in the same flow state as archiving and routine electrical work. Alright, that was like kind of an extended flashback, because it's a good thing to like start stuff in media res before jumping into like all this exposition.
Do they make cassette players that go into USB?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, you can pay like $5 on Walmart.
That's so cool.
Except for the extended part of the dude where I did a lot of research into cassette formats because I needed to create an accurate plot contrivance. Later, we will see that.
Yeah.
Nate followed the man from the front office to the storage yard. The storage container he was led to was larger than the one where he had found all of the electronics. This one was a full-size shipping container. The man unlocked the container with one of his many carefully numbered and organized keys. Here you go, he said as he turned on the single hanging bulb. Try to leave the door open, but if it closes, you can undo the latch from inside. Let me know when you want me to close it up, if you need the back gate open so you can bring in a car. With that, he headed back to the front office. Nate stepped into the shipping container and pulled out his flashlight to supplement the bulb's dim light. He wasn't wearing his hard hat or rest fitted, but he brought his tool belt, work boots, and gloves. As he shined his light over the contents of the container, he was struck by just how domestic it seemed. Unlike the other container, this one looked like it was someone's regular home, packed up for a move. It was mostly full of boxes, just regular cardboard moving boxes. They even had text printed on them to provide space for someone to label where the box should go. The only break from the sea of brown cardboard was a sturdy plastic table, the kind with foldable legs, likewise stacked with boxes of various sizes. An armless swivel chair by the table, and in the back a series of plastic tubs full of some gray and black mess. Naturally, Nate was drawn to the tubs. He was able to count 5 of them, one significantly fuller than the others and one much more empty. Once he reached them, he was able to identify their contents of lumps of charred and melted metal, with the occasional still-formed parts sticking up at random angles. Investigating closely, he could also recognize what looked like the occasional plastic panel covered in char. As he contemplated this mystery, his hand brushed over the lid of one of the containers, sending dust into the air. He wrinkled his nose but didn't sneeze. Maybe he should wear a respirator. No, it probably wasn't worth it. They were rather uncomfortable, and unlike abandoned buildings, storage containers were still controlled environments. He didn't smell any mold, and the wide-open doors behind him provided plenty of airflow. Still, Nate considered the slag. He probably shouldn't open the bins without respiratory protection. Burning plastic could give off crazy toxins, and while the lack of bulge in the lids on the bins indicated there wasn't a buildup of gas, something about these piles didn't look right. He was far from an expert in fires, but it seemed like there was something more than just what should be there from what he had come to suspect were the melted remains of animatronics. Why did you say slag? Wow.
In Britain and Europe, slag is like a synonym to like horror.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know that it means just like molten metal, but
Yeah.
in other parts of the world,
I
that's what
know
it
a lot of
means.
like Britishisms. I've never heard that one.
Yeah, that's why they had to rename the Transformer.
Oh, that's well, you know
That's
that.
why I know this.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the big spooky mystery that you can't
The big
actually
spooky
solve
mystery.
just using this
I got
fanfic.
distracted by the word slag popping up.
You gotta know what theories I believe, what crazy theories I believe, and then also another theory. Alright, it was time to do things methodically. That meant to start at the front and work his way through, just like he had been doing with the archive room. Nate crouched down and drew his electrician's knife to cut open the tape of the first box. Inside were organized and labeled bags of screws and nuts, and then a random half of what looked like the arm of a plastic doll. Nate picked it up and considered it. It was the color of a white human, but with a solidity to its construction that made him think it was for a robot, rather than a simple plastic doll. Should he bring it back? You could do plenty set design wise with what looked like a human body part from a distance. Slag is molten metal, slag MCI. Keep thinking, Seeker. You're on the right track though. But if they wanted something like that, they could just buy something more suitable. Fazbear Entertainment wanted Nate to find stuff they could brag was authentic. Even if this part was property of Fazbear Entertainment, no one would recognize it as such. Maybe dumping a
There's
box
going to be
of
the
free...
melted toys, and they're going to be put into Lefty.
Maybe dumping a bunch of free pops onto set designers was actually the most efficient, but once again, Nate wasn't supposed to be doing his job to the best of his ability. So he closed the box and shifted it to the side. As Nate kept working, he became convinced that what had been packed up and yeah. William would be like, "Hey, don't call my
Don't you
redacted a
dare!
slag."
Don't you dare! Yeah, he would be like actually really mad about that.
Why is this not? Maybe I'm gonna see if this is like so offensive, and that's why I've never heard any British people say it, despite listening to a
It's
bunch of
not that big of a deal. It's not like that bad of a
slang,
word, but
UK slang. British slang, a woman who has many sexual partners. More of a slut, like
Yeah,
a
it's just
whore.
like whore. It's just like, yeah, one of them.
I have heard slag someone off as like an insult to mean
I don't
inserting
think that's
someone.
as related to that. I think that's more closer to the like molten metal version meaning of the word.
This random Reddit thread is saying that it's like a softening of sawed off.
Oh,
Anyway, I don't know. According to this, it's a insult on tfwiki.net. It is
yeah,
apparently an insult to in the Transformers speak.
yes, it is. In animated, I think they used it before they realized it was an offensive word in Britain.
Uh,
They re-
so why did they have a anime? Why did they have a? So there was a Transformer whose name was just a swear word in Transformer speak.
okay, so they
Hey,
picked the
Amy.
name because it sounds
Sweaty
cool. It's like
Hag, welcome. Yes. Sorry, I'm reading my fanfic and we're got like mysteries and stuff, and then we got distracted because I used the word slag, which I legitimately did not know meant slut in UK slang. Alright.
yeah, so they named him that because it's cool. It sounds like molten metal. He's a dinosaur robot. That sounds like a cool name.
Yes.
And then
Alright.
they invented the term, the like whatever term for it later in lore,
Yeah.
and they renamed him Slug.
Okay. As Nate kept working, he became the music is once again, I don't know why this keeps happening with the music. Well, also Eternal City is a very relatively quiet soundtrack, as appropriate
Music.
as
The
fits
music
this
man.
scene.
What does those emojis mean?
You know what I mean. I think if I talk about that, I won't just get demonetized. I will get age restricted, which can
We'll
actually.
get assassinated on the spot.
Yeah, they can actually get. They don't pay me, but they can. So I don't have to worry about being demonetized. All right. As Nate kept working, he became convinced that what had been packed up and sealed away in the storage container wasn't some Fazbear property. It was someone's personal workshop, someone's home. On the desk, he opened a box and found a soldering iron sitting in a nest of circuit board components. Many of the boxes on the opposite wall contained familiar, brightly colored parts organizing bins, and behind them were metal lattice shelves, deconstructed and folded up. As Nate worked, he became able to picture the workshop in his head. It was a wider space, shelves of parts opposite a workbench. Emotional faces of doom. Um, Nate got the sense that this had been packed up not by the person who used the space, but by a third party. Scattered randomly in most of the boxes were half-constructed components. A prototype arm with its battery removed, plastic bags full of deconstructed microchips with the magnifying lens in a completely different box, tools put away haphazardly. Frequently, there were various robot shells in human skin tone white, actual white, and black scattered across the boxes. Sometimes they contained internals. There was one fully articulated detached hand, the size of a teenager's or small dote's, that looked like it had been stomped on repeatedly. The casing for that one was pure white, and it reminded Nate uncomfortably of shattered bone. The only thing that looked like something the horror attraction could use was a fully intact light blue arm. Nate stared at it. It looked familiar, but he couldn't place it. Still, even if it wasn't from an actual Fazbear character, a disembodied arm waving would still be pretty creepy. Nate pushed the boxes on the table to the side and set it down. One box in the back contained a very strange sight. It was a pile of half-burned notebooks. It looked like the entire thing had just been brushed into the box, ash and all. Nate carefully picked up one of the journals and opened it. Of what was still legible, it seemed to be entirely written in a combination of code and the writing of someone who had just suffered a stroke. Nate couldn't tell exactly where one ended and another began, but careful block handwriting full of abbreviations and code names slowly transformed into a child's scrawl of nonsense words or cursive without recognizable letters. There were legible diagrams, and perhaps a professional roboticist could have made sense of them without the labels, but to Nate it was just more gibberish. The notebooks under the fire were even more badly burned, more collections of curled pages turned completely black and flaky. Instead of curiosity, Nate just felt sadness. He could take all of these books, teach himself the engineering to understand them, and then what? The truth, the important truth, what had killed Nate's father, wouldn't be found within the notebook of some engineer. This realization suddenly filled him with a sense of guilt. He wasn't supposed to be here. This was someone's house. The important bits, the stuff that turned bare walls into a home and marks your existence in the world, packed up and stored away. Where was the owner? Whose life was this? Even if Fazbear Entertainment was listed as the owner, this wasn't theirs. This wasn't their life. Thoughts? I mean, it's okay if you don't have any.
I'm very engaged and interested at this point.
Okay.
I
Well,
have. Are you doing something where you're like lefty DCI, but the DCI was melted into a Charlie bot?
we'll see.
Because you said like skin tone white, the robotic parts
Yes,
in
white, skin tone
teenager.
white, and black.
Hmm.
And a hand that looked like it belonged to a teenager or a small adults.
I do. You said this is kind of building off of some of your frights theories, right? And you have that other guy theory where there was a fire in the FNaF 2 building.
Yes. Nate's
Is that true in this?
Yes, everything in my theories is true in this fic.
Okay.
The next box made Nate feel even worse. It was a camcorder and stacks of tapes, all sat on top of what looked like a photo album. Snaking between them was what looked like the net of electrodes used in electrocephalograms. No, he needed to clear his head. He pushed the box away and stood up, poised to stride out of the container. Before he did, he noticed that behind the table, resting against the wall, was a large and flat cardboard box. Please let it be more tools, something to take his mind off his conflict while he was outside. Nate awkwardly maneuvered the box out from behind the table, and then slid it across the rest of the container until he could lay it down flat on the asphalt outside. He cut the box open and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was a tool rack, packed away with the tools still hanging on their hooks. But his attention was immediately drawn to the object in the center. Nate crouched down and lifted what looked like the mask of the prize puppet, one of Fazbear's more obscure characters, from its hook. It had the post-83 design with purple tear marks. He stood up, continuing to contemplate the mask. There was something off about it. It was plastic, just like the puppet's mask was, but had a rather handmade quality to it. The character never appeared in any franchise locations, nor in the corporate location when it reopened after the bite of '87, but it wasn't as well documented as other animatronics. But the circles weren't perfect as... So it wasn't as well documented as other animatronics. The circles weren't as perfect, and the tear marks not as straight as Nate remembered them being. Nate rubbed his thumb over the border between one of the tear marks and the white plastic. It didn't seem to be sealed the way the real puppet's mask must have been. Still, who would notice this, especially in a dark haunted house? Nate could tell that Edwards was frustrated with his lack of progress, and if Edwards had even the suspicion that Nate wasn't doing his best, he could lose the lack of supervision that was allowing him to get away with his document copying. The puppet's mask could be the prize he needed. He just needed to think about other stuff. Stop his brain from trying to connect it with the notebooks and home videos. Nate went back inside, placed the puppet's mask on the table, and got to work opening the rest of the boxes. Thankfully, there was nothing else that worsened his feelings of guilt and violation to intolerable levels. Most of the rest of the boxes contained books. It was an eclectic collection of non-fiction books, and in a way, it felt less personal. While obviously the books on robotics and computing were of great interest to their owner, was the biography of René Descartes a gift shoved away and never read? Were the neurology and child development books related to this person's work, like the anatomy books presumably were, or was that a private interest? What about the books on costume construction and the history of carnivals? Those were just the common themes. There were so many subjects represented with singular volumes. The fact that there were so many inferences that could be made from such limited data let Nate feel less like he was invading someone's privacy. The final box Nate opened, which was right next to the bins that had originally drawn his eye, was so valuable he felt stupid for not opening it first, even though he had no way of knowing. Inside was a pile of animatronic shell heads. As Nate drew out each one, placing them on a row on top of the nearby plastic bins, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Laid out before him were the heads of the toy animatronics, an attempted redesign when the Hurricane location first opened as the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, establishing continuity too, yet separate from the Westbrook location. These were supposedly more advanced than any other animatronics on the time, directly modeled on an early run of Freddy's action figures. Oh, and Balloon Boy. Of the relatively few people who had attended the location in its new incarnation, unless they were there on that day, their accounts generally included something on the spectrum of being creeped out to terrified of it, depending on their age. Similarly to the puppet, since they only ever had one location, there was relatively less interest in these specific versions. Unlike Fazbear's most recognizable designs, there weren't countless incarnations of them spread across the country. There was really only ever Foxy, the outlier transferred from Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals, the terrifying, deconstructed bite doer that ever got much attention. After him, Balloon Boy was the subject of a lot of rumors, but something about those stories didn't really pass the sniff test the way Nate felt many other stories about Freddy's did. People just found him creepy, and no one knew for certain where his design came from. As for the main brand, they were only ever talked about as part of the history of their location or characters. From the nearby presence of the heads, Nate was pretty sure that the strange contents of the bins were the remains of the toy animatronics. Officially, they were scrapped right after the bite. What else could they have done? But from all the documents Nate had read, he now knew that Fazbear Entertainment was loath to throw anything away. They'd probably lose track of it. There was nothing that couldn't be reworked or scavenged. And then there was that unsolved fire that occurred several months after the location closed. That could have destroyed the toys. They were given to whoever ran this workshop to scavenge what they could. The heads looked freshly cleaned, perhaps even repainted. Nate glanced back at the arm he found earlier. That must belong to Toy Bonnie. While the other casing he'd found had been well protected from the ravages of time inside sealed boxes, assuming they weren't broken to begin with, now that he had the head to compare it to, the arm did have the same unusually clean vibe as the rest of the heads. He started to carefully place the heads back inside the box and then grabbed the arm and puppet mask from the desk to add. With the box open, they'd all fit. As he did so, he couldn't help but feel like he was doing something wrong. He wasn't supposed to remove these things, but he shook his head. One shouldn't always trust their instincts. Sometimes superstition appeared a lot like respect. It was weird that someone's personal possessions were being stored by Fazbear Entertainment, and it was probably for a messed up reason. But it was hard to morally reason why he shouldn't remove stuff that was clearly Fazbear property. He left the journals and home videos alone. This was different. Fortunately, he'd have something to show for his work, lest Edwards fire him. With the toy parts all collected, Nate only had one box left to open. It was another flat-pack box, although much smaller than the one he had found the puppet's mask inside. It was resting against the wall behind the box the toys had been in. He carefully rotated it into the narrow walkway in the center of the storage container. Inside this box was Bonnie's guitar, as pristine as the rest of the toys. Nate reached out and plucked one of the strings, and it made an extremely unmusical tone. A reminder that no Bonnie ever actually played his guitar. It was all pre-recorded audio. Nate stood up and stretched his shoulders. He was glad he could finally be out of here. The drive to Henderson would keep him from ruminating on the ethics of his actions. Alright, we finished that scene. I'm going to have a little bit more of a snack, and you can say your theories.
That I'm very engaged. I'm very interested. So in my mind, right now, this is like Henry's little hideaway where he's trying to bring back Charlie. Maybe in this version he didn't fully get to it, but maybe he was definitely thinking about it. Because you also mentioned the anatomy books, which maybe he was looking over anatomy.
Yeah, so that list of books is taken directly from the Silvereyes, except I added the one that's Rene Descartes, which is entirely because there
that's
was
the
a
guy
myth
who's I
about
think because I
Rene
can, right?
What?
That's the I think therefore I am guy, right?
So one, that you can kind of connect I think therefore I am to it's me, but also he was kind of the first person who did like philosophy about automatons.
Yeah.
And there was a rumor that he made an automaton to replace his dead daughter.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So was I on the right track, or do you want to say?
Yeah, absolutely. So this doesn't come up again, so I'll just explain what it is. It's Henry was working on building Charlie Bot, but it didn't work. He did build Eleanor. That's my theory about where Eleanor comes from.
Okay.
And then the Andrew fire happened, and so he took the toys back, and was trying to set them free, and he couldn't really figure out how to do it, but he will eventually come back and make Lefty, because Lefty DCI.
So this is like proto lefty DCI and also Charlie Bot.
Yeah. But then
Okay.
he he attempted to end his life, and so in my timeline, that's where he was for 30 years. He was in like neurological recovery. Because also that's the other thing, is he didn't just in the trilogy, he didn't just kill himself because he was sad. He was like
Yeah.
his neuron. He was giving Charlie his neurons,
Mhm.
which is why like he loses his ability to write. And so
Oh.
yeah,
Oh,
so
I get that.
that's where he was for 30 years, like learning how
Yeah.
to get a mostly function. Eleanor was supposed to be the adult Charlie bot,
Oh.
and it like got all of that kind of, it absorbed all the agony and then was evil
Mhm.
and ran away.
This is a really cool little set piece story
Yeah,
moment, I think.
yeah,
I really
and
like
its whole
that.
purpose was just for Nate's story. It was just like, here's the toys, here's a fake
Yeah, here's the
puppet
toys, here's a
mask.
moment where you're questioning why you're doing this.
Yeah. And then Bonnie's a fraud always has been peak. Yeah, so that is so something I could not work into like an actual theme, but as a motif in this is the idea of like fake things being fake and like layers of things being fake. So like
Yeah.
that gets back to the fact that the animatronics themselves are an attempt at an illusion. Mainly Charlie Bot didn't work is there's no illusion discs don't actually work in this continuity, but that's what the microchips were. They just didn't
So
work.
was he intentionally melting down the toys to use them, or did that just happen because
That
of the
just
fire?
happened. He was trying to set them free.
Okay. Okay. So it's kind of like Williams Molson MCI, but all on accident.
Yeah, and well, if you notice, they're all in separate boxes.
Yeah, he's keeping their souls separate so that they don't fuse into one entity and become like
but what he doesn't
tormented
know
by
is that, and this is just pure headcanon, that just because of the circumstances of death, they did all fuse into one entity, which is Ripstophaska.
Yeah, that's really cool. Really good.
So Nate, anyway, let's meet some of these side characters.
Let's go.
Nate pulled up to the back. Oh, right, different track for that.
Different track, new song.
I think this is I don't know where this is. This is from the
Is this a song from Secret of the Mimic?
OST. I think it's based on looking at the comments.
I think it's the credits, right?
The credits, but only for the Tiger Rock ending. Because there are other credit tracks.
Is this not the song that plays when you're in the credits that parallel Help Wanted ending?
Maybe
where you're in the Freddy?
I didn't get that one either. Because I was too smart.
I think this is that one.
Oh. That explains why it's called A Poisonous Kiss, because it's a reference to give Fredbear a kiss. All the names of the Secret of the Mimic track are completely fire. They're awesome.
Peak.
I'm just gonna pull it up so we can...
I do think this is what that is, though.
Yeah, so we can appreciate it.
Peak.
Because they're really good names.
All Secret of the Mimic songs, bangers.
Yeah,
banger songs and
Triple
banger.
Shot Extravaganza.
It does kind of sound romantic.
Yeah. Fanfare of the Forgotten Ones. That's the welcome song. Prickly Pal.
Fanfare of the Forgotten Ones is such a cool name.
Yeah, Prickly Pal was when you first encounter the Mimic. My Grandfather's Clock is just My Grandfather's Clock. Unstrung and Unhinged
Grandfather's Clock goes tick
is
tock, tick
Jackie's
tock.
song.
That's all these titles are sick.
Yeah. Moments Before Disaster. I don't know. I think this is the elevator one. Yeah, Secret of the Mimic is so good. Catastrophe Behind Door Number 3. I don't know exactly what song that is. Artemis on a Collision Course. There's a song in the space one. A Tragedy and Comedy. Way Off the Wagon is all the getting chased by Mr. Music Man. Big Top.
Unstrung and Unhinged, that's so me. Mrs. Trap, are you okay?
Backstage Flamingos. I don't even remember which one this is. Oh, it's the song for the show.
Yeah. The song haunts my dreams.
Yeah.
Because I got stuck at that section for so long.
Bittersweet Sedation is the song that plays in Dolly, and then Back to the Iron Lung is the walking around as the Captain.
That's such a cool title.
Yeah, and then the basement is just the basement, but the guy who's uploading it replaced it with a tiger rock that stares at you.
I love it when Tiger Rock stares at me.
Backface calling paranoia. I don't remember exactly which one this is. But off the wagon, breathing corridors, shapeshifter's wrath.
Ah. Bittersweet but fitting.
Yeah. Amazing names. Anyway, back to the topic. What does unstrung mean now? First time hearing the expression.
It's like
You
a
used to be
guitar when you
attached by
take
a string, but now you're not.
Or that too.
Yeah.
You break the tension on the strings, I think,
Yeah.
is basically what it means.
So like if you tied someone up and they got out, they'd be unstrung.
Like a puppet.
More Jack
There ain't no
puppet
strings on
connections.
me.
You don't normally put a string on a Jack in the Box.
Like Ultron.
Nate pulled up to the back of the horror attraction as the sun was setting. The only person to meet him was a young woman he didn't recognize from his delivery of the arcade cabinets. She had blonde hair held up in a messy bun from which a few straight curls poked out. "Hiya, I'm Faith," she said as Nate got out of the van. "Virgil said you had something for us." "Yeah, finally found some authentic parts," Nate narrated as he opened the back of the van. "Where is he? Or there's text from before." "Oh, everyone's trying to figure out an electrical problem." Faith joined Nate at the back of the van. "Well, Virgil and all the techs are. The rest of the set crew is weathering one of the hallways." "I don't mind helping bring these in." Nate was legitimately curious about what the inside of the horror attraction looked like. "Here, you carry this." He handed Faith the box with Bonnie's guitar in it, which she tucked under her arm. Nate picked up the open box with the toys' heads and started to follow Faith. When Nate stepped inside the horror attraction, he had to stop himself from dropping the box and holding out his arm to stop Faith, who had held the door open for him. The black and white checkerboard floor and the uniquely patterned wall flashed from Nate's awareness before his mind focused on the bundle of wires hanging from the ceiling, right in front of his path. "Wait, stop, the wires." "What, these?" Faith slipped around Nate and grabbed a handful of them. Nate immediately felt silly. This was a simulation of a rundown building. He shouldn't have immediately assumed they were real. They're not real, are they? Looking more closely under the white lights, Nate assumed wouldn't be on when the attraction was functioning, he could see that they were cleanly cut at their ends and were simply glued to the ceiling in some way, rather than slipping out from between the ceiling panels. "Nope," Faith replied in her usual cheery tone. "Neither are the ducts. The only real thing are the vents. No idea why they're placed like that. They were like that when we got here." Faith pointed toward the end of the hallway, where there was a massive vent only a few inches off the ground. "They even have cameras in them for some reason." Faith shrugged and entered a room branching off the start of the hallway they stood in. It was dizzying how much this place looked just like a Freddy's, perfectly matching the hours of videos and thousands of photos Nate had seen. Now that the scale with the wires was over, he could take in just how accurate the floor and walls were. There was something wrong with this. Like after all he studied Freddy's, the places he had seen shouldn't really exist. He tried to focus on the signs that this was all artifice. Like how with the works lights on, you could tell that the weathering was just more paint. Hopefully he hadn't taken so long that Faith became suspicious he followed her. The room he entered was dominated by a large window which looked into the next hallway. Under the window was a desk, upon which sat a CRT monitor and what Nate recognized as a vintage technical control tablet. Okay, so a technical control tablet is something I made up, but it's the technology that hand unit is, but like without the AI. But
Yeah.
like if FNaF
It's
says
kind
they got monochromatic flat screens in the 90s/80s, you just gotta go, okay.
It's the things that go flip in FNAF 3.
Yeah.
They're
So it's
real
like,
they're real in this universe, so we have to act like they're real.
yeah. Because, like, I can make... No, Mrs. Trap, don't retract your message. They are enrichment for Springtrap.
What did
She said that the
what did they
vents
say?
were enrichment for Springtrap.
Like he's a little mouse in our
Yeah, like he's a little mouse.
I love that.
Alright.
It's like when you give a hamster a wheel.
Yeah, because, like, so... Yeah, I'm just like... If you say so, we got monochromatic.
Like, sure, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Also, more of the motif of stuff being fake because of the wires and stuff not being real and the
Yes,
weathering being
yes,
fake.
yes. You're doing literary analysis of what I've written. Yes.
Let's
Whenever
go.
someone analyzes, fun fact, whenever someone analyzes their work, an author becomes more powerful.
Let's go. I'm giving you
Um,
more power.
so its faded white housing structure held its screen at a 30-degree angle. On the far wall, there was another weirdly large vent. Oh, you can just put the box down in the corner, Faith said, as she leaned her box against the wall opposite the window. So, how do you like it? Faith said, gesturing to the room in general. We modeled the control room after Freddy's security office. You know, the ones where people kept getting chomped. Although I guess it is also a security office. Apparently, management wants someone making sure no one steals or breaks anything, so they're hiring a security guard. Hudson was able to get the security system the old haunted house had working again. He kept going on about how cool it was to work with actual CCTV. Retro tech is kind of his passion. Yeah, real
Like me for
cool.
real.
Nate's voice had gone flat. He tried so hard to keep his face neutral. Fazbear's entertainment habit of profiting from their own tragic past always disgusted him, but this was the only time it filled him with rage. Here's this girl, proud of building a room that turned his father's death into something to maintain immersion for some cheap scares. This wasn't a movie, these weren't urban legends, these were real tragedies, their truths obscured and exaggerated to hide Fazbear Entertainment's guilt. She didn't even have the decency to not equate it with the bite of 87. Another real person who'd had his life ruined, and they should have hired me. These were real tragedies, their truth obscured and exaggerated to hide Fazbear Entertainment's guilt. She didn't even have the decency to not equate it with the bite of 87. Another real person who'd had his life ruined, and then his name to drag through the mud when his family sought compensation to pay for the medical care he would need for the rest of his life. Ooh, do you like these? Faith gestured a row of 3 figurines depicting the main band members on the desk. So when I wrote this, I did not know they were supposed to be bobbleheads, and they looked like clay figures to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nate took a few steps closer. They did look odd. Granted, his memory of Fazbear's merch wasn't perfect, but he didn't recognize them. I made them myself. She picked up Bonnie and handed it to Nate, who saw that it was hand-modeled from clay. I just got so tired working on making stuff look all sad and beat up, and the reference photos Franklin, he's the creative director, had for us look so cheery. So I decided to make the band. He says it's okay to keep them, even though they don't match the tone, since guests shouldn't be able to see them. They're very nice, Nate replied as he handed Bonnie back to her, not really caring one way or another. The scene on the monitor behind Faith caught his eye. It was slowly rotating through the different cameras. I've ever seen them? Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I was like, in my staring at, I think there's a, I'm pretty sure, yeah, no, I remember there being a bobble, you can get a bobblehead. Ian Help wanted one of these guys, but looking at, they're so small in game.
They're so small and so, like, Scott's style kind of always looks like it's a little bit clay-made.
Yeah, I mean, they don't, I think I've seen the physical Spring Bonnie bobbleheads that they've sent to people, and they don't really bobble well, I think, just because of the design.
Also, I think this contrast of Nate actually experiencing the stuff and being like, "This is horrifying," and the people who don't really know it's not more than just urban legend being like,
Yeah, 'cause, like,
"Yeah, it's fun."
Yeah,
I think that's a fun
Faith is,
contrast.
he's like 20
Yeah.
and is from Nevada. I don't know, maybe they had a franchise in Nevada. I'm not sure, but she doesn't know this stuff.
You can't blame her for not thinking these urban legends aren't upset, but like, I think it's an interesting contrast.
Nuanced characters.
How dare you? Those don't exist.
The scene on the monitor behind Faith caught his eye. It was slowly rotating through the different cameras, and this one showed someone likely working on something just out of frame, with Virgil Barry and the third technician standing around him. Behind them, Nate could see one of the arcade machines he'd found, now painted to look in even worse shape. What's that? Faith looked around. Oh, that's the power problem I told you about. That's where the breaker panel is. Right after she said that, the lights flickered off and the CRTV display turned to static. Faith sighed and turned on the tablet. When she tapped one of the options, dim green lights, presumably the attraction show lights, came on. Sorry about that. Nate idly began to wonder what the problem could be. If the air vents were anything to go off of, the electrical wiring in this case was probably a complete cowboy job. No, he needed to stop himself. Fazbear Entertainment wasn't paying him to be an electrician, and if the place never opened because they couldn't fix their power problems, it would be for the best. Well, you should probably take advantage of the fact you don't have to stay while I twiddle my thumbs until they get the lights back on. It was nice meeting you, Nate, right? It's kind of how, like, the family members, yeah, exactly, yeah, that kind of like, yeah, that is exactly like what I was going for. I've
As long
even
as you
like,
keep nuance away from William as possible, it's all good.
eh, um, I'll be interested in your reaction to how I depict William in this. Depict in quotes. He's barely here. Um, yeah, nice meeting you too. Nate replied en route as he headed towards the exit. Hopefully, the next time he had something to deliver, he wouldn't have to go inside. Oh, I guess I didn't loop it. Yes, this is it. Nate was in the conference room of Fazbear Entertainment's corporate office, holding one of the last documents he still needed to catalog. There was a printed out email with an attached receipt, offering the sale of replacement animatronics parts to a franchisee. Suggested that it was standard policy to sell animatronic components left behind in the Hurricane location to other locations, as it listed its address. Nate tempered his excitement. He needed to remember that this wasn't some big reveal. He already knew the address and would have probably discovered it again sooner looking online. This was merely an excuse to allow him to get to the Hurricane location without tipping off Edwards or Ashley about his own extensive knowledge or skills. Nate jumped in his seat when the conference room door behind him opened. He twisted around in his chair to see Mr. Edwards, his suit as immaculate as always. Nate had never really interacted with him after signing his contract. Everything had gone through Ashley. Mr. Guy, he said, mispronouncing Nate's name, we need you to act as the manager for Fazbear Frights. What? Then, Mr. Edwards, I still have work to do. In fact, I just found the address of the Hurricane location. Nate got out of the chair and held out the document for Edwards to read. Nate didn't look at it, and instead looked past Nate, fortunately likely noting that the folders and papers that once practically covered the conference table were now down to a small stack. The previous manager is currently unavailable. Edwards acted like Nate hadn't said anything, and you're the best person to cover for him. Now the majority of the construction is complete. The staff has been reduced to 3 technicians, 1 set designer, and the night guard. Action Park's normal staff will manage the line, and your responsibilities are running the attraction. It opens next Monday. As long as the attraction is able to operate successfully, you may spend whatever time you want continuing to work on the archives. In fact, the lack of an animatronic for the exhibit is rather disappointing. Well, maybe if you had a budget to buy or make one, you wouldn't have to rely on a piece of equipment that costs over $1,000 remaining intact for 20 years. Instead of saying that, Nate tried his best to hide his anger and nodded. He also wanted to ask if this would involve a form of promotion and pay increase, but he knew enough about duties creep from his friends who'd worked jobs with bosses that weren't as good as James. You've already been emailed the contact information. I imagine you'll be heading to Nevada to introduce yourself to the team. Without even waiting for acknowledgement, Edwards turned and headed back to his office. Grumbling, Nate made sure to take a quick photo of the document he just discovered before opening his email. The one remaining set decorator was Faith. Nate wasn't sure how he felt like that. He didn't like how she approached the job, but who working to make a horror attraction based on real murders would have an appropriate attitude? There was a note by the night guard's number that he wasn't scheduled to start until Sunday, and that shifts until the attraction opened were from midnight to 6 a.m. He created a group chat with the 5 of them and started typing away to compose a message. Hi, this is Nathaniel Lee, the retrieval specialist. I'm apparently your manager now. Crazy how stuff like that happens. The good news is that today you don't have to come into work until 1 p.m. I'd like to talk to everyone before we start, and then spend the day getting to know you and work alongside you. After that, I'm not sure how long we'll be around. Mike, sorry about this, but I'd also like you to come in. Again, I want the chance to introduce myself to everyone. You won't have to stay for long. Right,
Mike?
Why keep going Mike mentioned?
Mike?
Mike!
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 Father, it's me, Michael. I did
You want
it.
to do Mike's lines?
Father, it's me, Michael. I don't know if I have the
Mike's line.
attention span to, but I can try.
Okay. You won't do. I want to do Mike's lines for the like big monologue he has because I just want to have control of the
Okay.
delivery. But you can do his other.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if he says any words in this chapter, but I do describe him.
Hey, Michael, I did
Um,
it.
Nate got out of his car in the back area of the horror attraction and found his new staff, Nate and the 3 technicians standing around. The techs were chatting amongst themselves, showing the camaraderie of longtime friends. Faith was on her phone. The sound of an amusement park at the end of its season was just audible. When Nate approached them, Faith gave him the nod you give your acquaintances upon seeing them again. It's the purple guy's son! Here's how I describe her. Standing at a remove from the other floor, leaning against the wall of the building, was a man Nate assumed was Mike. He was wearing sunglasses and a face mask, practically obscuring his entire face. He was wearing thin gloves and full-length cargo pants. That's your man.
What? Am I reading something?
No. I'm just pointing out I've described Mike.
Michael!
Michael!
He's just covering all the skinny can, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't want anyone to know he's purple.
He is purple.
Nate cleared his throat. As he gained seniority in his real job, James had given him instruction and some practical experience in his management style. It was essential that if a manager couldn't do the work they were directed, that they at least be familiar with it. It was also important that one did their staff on a personal level, at least how James reckoned it, so he understood everyone's strengths and weaknesses. I know this is rather surprising, he began. Everyone gave him their full attention, although Mike didn't move from his spot leaning against the building. I was just informed this morning that I'm going to be the manager as well. Some of you are already familiar to me. Dwayne held up his hand, but then launched straight into talking. You know what happened to Virgil? He asked. Nate realized with a start he didn't. What had happened to the older man? Had he quit in a rage or been fired for objecting to how the horror attraction was making light of real tragedies? What if some terrible fate had befallen him? Or what if Fazbear Entertainment had a reason to eliminate him? Oh, I actually know this. The potential man of FNaF is here. Oh, I actually know this one, Faith spoke up. His sister just died, and she has 2 young children, so he had to leave to go take care of them. Since there's only 1 month left on this job, he thought it best to just resign. Thank you for that, Nate replied. Now, as I said in the text, I'm not going to presume I know how to best handle things. I'm going to be spending today learning for you, so I understand what the situation is. Edwards, my boss, made it sound like they aren't going to be hiring any scare actors. Larry nodded. Virgil said it was up to us to figure out how to actually run the place. I guess we should just be grateful they kept all the techs on. No offense, Faith. It's fine. I'm actually excited to not have Franklin looking over my shoulder. I have a lot of ideas for what we can do. Then we'll follow your lead, Nate cut in. He turned to text. How's the power situation? I saw you were having problems when I was last there. System's still cut out all the time, Barry replied. We programmed the control tablet to be able to reboot them remotely, and that works reliably, but we can't get it to stop. The worst part is that it includes audio, so it messes up all the ambient soundtracks. Nate wanted to immediately volunteer that he was an electrician, which he assumed the young men weren't, but he held back. Now that he'd been placed in charge of the attraction, now that its staff were his people, his attitude toward performing what technically unlicensed electrical work was more complicated. He already felt a sense of protectiveness and duty towards them, and he knew how that electrical systems and now he knew that the electrical systems merely being on the fritz wouldn't be enough to prevent the place from opening. Well, see what you can do, but be safe, you hear? 3 men nodded, but Nate didn't feel confident that they had a shared definition of safety. Nate waited a moment to see if anyone else had more questions. When no one spoke up, he clapped his hands as once. Alright, let's get to work. Do whatever you were planning on doing today, I'll be by to help out. As the forming staff members began to walk to the building, Nate waved Mike over. Hey, sorry for calling you in before you're supposed to start. I just want to talk to you for a bit, then you can leave. Oh, Mike does not actually say anything.
Real and true based. He's just like me for real.
In character, Mike. You just talk at him while he stares at you.
True and real.
Mike didn't respond but nodded and walked towards Nate. So, as Nate stared into his own face reflected in Mike's glasses, he realized he didn't know what to say. There was something unnerving about trying to talk to someone you couldn't see their face. Nate tried his best to put that feeling away. Clearly Mike was just like this because of some kind of medical condition. Some kind of sunlight sensitivity would make one more suited to working nights. This had made Nate feel more awkward. He wanted to make it clear that he wanted Nate to have what Mike to have. I keep messing up Mike and Nate. He's over there in the British in the corner like they don't know I'm British. Oh, he does actually have a line. That does remind me. He does actually have one line in this, I think. I will let you
Let's
know.
go. Let's go.
But at the same time, it was inappropriate to pry about what kind of disability he may or may not have. Again, I want to apologize for making you come out during the day. I'm sure you have a nocturnal sleep schedule. I just want to make sure you're on the same page. Start tomorrow night, working from midnight to 6 until the attraction works on the 1st. Then you'll be working the same 6 to midnight hours as the rest of us. I'll see what I can do about scheduling days off, but they really haven't given me enough staff to make this work, but it's only for a month. Nate trailed off again in the face of Mike's non-reaction. Oh, I just remembered. He reached into his pants pocket for an extra set of keys Ashley gave him for the nightclub. These are yours. There's a key for the back gate to the park and then one for the building. Nate tossed the keys the short distance separating him from Mike. He caught them easily and stuffed them into his own pocket, not even looking at them, at least as far as Nate could tell. Hey, listen, I know the night shift often gets neglected, but if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. If there's any kind of emergency, you have my number, so please just call. I'm not sure where I'm going to be staying for the next couple of days. If it's back in Utah, there won't be much I can do, but I don't want you to feel alone. Maybe I have to work for Hasbro Entertainment, but I won't let their morals and standards influence me. I'll be the manager I bet my dad wished he had. Alright, here's Mike's one line.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, man.
Mike replied. His voice sounded strange, with an accent Nate couldn't place, at least through his mumbling. I'll let you get back to sleep, or whatever night workers are doing at 1 in the afternoon. Nate's first instinct was to put a friendly hand on Mike's shoulder in farewell, but he realized that Mike was standing slightly further than normal for their conversation, just far enough that attempting to do so would have been rather awkward. He also gave a quiet aura of non-approachability. With an extra moment of consideration, Nate realized he probably wouldn't want to be touched. Instead, Nate simply returned Mike's nod and walked in the opposite direction of him, heading towards Fazbear's Fright. Not British enough. Sorry, you got the review.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, man. Yeah, sure. Thanks, man.
When Nate entered the attraction,
That better?
He found that Faith had already taken charge of attempting to brainstorm scares, directing Dwayne and the third technician, who he had learned was the Hudson that Faith had mentioned earlier, into trying out different blocking. Nate let her take the lead, usually playing the guest as she went full artist mode. Barry had assumed responsibility for the sound design, spending his time in the security office, his laptop hooked up to the control tablet as he scoured the internet for royalty-free audio to use. They were entirely bereft of any animatronics. Tex had been unable to find a compatible battery for Toy Bonnie's arm, or even a way to control it, and the local Spirit Halloween was completely lacking in anything that could be made to fit the theme without remodeling it so heavily that it would have turned into simply repurposing the internal electronics. Unable to find a way to use the toys to keep the theming while being affordable, they languished in the same place Nate had dropped them off in. Nate also took the time to try to learn about his staff, talking as they worked, using skills he'd learned from James and his previous experiences as job lead. Faith was working her way through online school and wanted to be an interior designer. Dwayne, Hudson, and Barry had been friends since before they could remember, and had taken this job to make some money before they left on their Mormon mission. That realization immediately forced Nate to put up walls between them. They seemed nice enough, but he knew how quickly that could change if you said the wrong thing, or even just caused someone to experience too much cognitive dissonance. He wasn't expecting to be friends with anyone, but it still tinged all of the interactions with Ted with an undercurrent of danger and suspicion he didn't think any of them could feel. Those were the token Mormons.
The token Mormons.
Yeah. And I think like it fits with the whole Fazbear Frights thing that was changed to being into the military. It was changed to joining the Navy instead of doing their mission. Like I think that fits well. And then they just gave Hudson all these daddy issues, which he may or may not have in real life. Extremely weird thing to read.
They fused Michael and Hudson into one character for the book.
Yes. I don't know, maybe it's dead. Yeah, I did not define any of the backstories beyond this, and, you know, I tried to give them, like, gimmicks, like Barry is sound, and Hudson is retro tech. I
He's just like me for real. Hudson's just like me. I also have daddy issues in level tech.
Yes. Nevertheless, Nate found himself holding a stepladder in place for Hudson as he replaced the light bulb in the show lights. Most of the original incandescents had been replaced by LEDs, an attempt to reduce the load of the lighting systems, but a few had been missed, in an effort to make systems going offline less common. Nate and Hudson were double checking that every bulb had been replaced. Nate was legitimately listening to Hudson's talk about the quirks of the specific model of the control panel the attraction had when he saw something move out of the corner of his eye. It was too fast for him to perceive anything, but when we whipped his head around, he was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness. He took a step back and grabbed his head. He realized that a headache and uncharacteristic exhaustion had snuck up on him. Hudson stopped working on changing the light bulb and twisted around to look at Nate. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." Nate shook his head. It felt like a strange spell was passing, or at least receding. Maybe he was just getting old. "I just thought I saw something." "Oh, the AC system probably went down." Hudson maneuvered to sit on the step ladder, then cocked his head to listen. "Yeah, I can't hear it running. We've all had experiences like that. I guess breathing stale air for too long makes you see things. At least when you're in a creepy place like this." "We're Costco guys? What?"
Mrs. Trap said, "We're FNaF fans. We all have daddy issues."
Yeah,
And my brain went, when I read "We're FNaF fans," it read it in the "We're Costco
Oh,
guys."
for some reason. Oh my god, I'm on top messages again. No, I need to see what everyone has to say.
Oh, you didn't see what Mrs. Trap said?
No.
Time for me out like Michael got timed out by Scott once he realized how useless of a protagonist. Seeker, you are on thin ice, buddy. My eyes are glowing red. You will explode if you don't stop making fun of Micheal Afton.
At least when you're in a creepy place like this. Shame we can't make it work on the guests right away. Warning about carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide poisoning. The latter, the silent killer, rushed to Nate's head quicker than he could consciously perceive them. "We need to get out. Now." His tone was so serious he saw fear flash across Hudson's face. "Everyone, leave the building now," Nate shouted. He hoped in the small doorless building everyone could hear him. His chest felt tight. Was it from lack of oxygen or anxiety? Nate proceeded to purposely speedwalk out the nearest door and didn't stop moving until he circled the building from the outside and confirmed that everyone had made it out. "Nate, what's going on?" Barry asked. Everyone seemed taken aback at his urgency after everyone had regrouped in the back lot. "Hudson just told me that when the AC goes out, sometimes people see things." The four young adults exchanged glances before nodding nervously. Nate realized he probably seemed angry right now, and that he was, just not at them. Took a deep breath and hoped he managed to drop back into his normal voice. "Listen, sorry, I'm not angry at you guys, but getting so oxygen deprived you see stuff, that's not normal. Have you experienced any other symptoms, like fatigue, dizziness, or headaches?" They responded with a combination of nods and shrugs, like it was just an inconvenience they had to deal with. That's signs of either carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide poisoning. I'm not sure how it's happening, but this means that keeping the ventilation system going is more than just a matter of comfort. It's a matter of safety. Nate picked Barry at random. "You're going to go to Home Depot and buy both a carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide detector. I don't want anyone going back to work until it's installed. Once it is, we're going to prop both the doors open, and as soon as you notice the ventilation has gone out, it needs to be rebooted." The staff members nodded. Nate looked at the sunset, turning the sky orange, and then at his watch. "There's only about 30 minutes left in our shifts. Guess you guys get to leave work early, too. Other than you, Barry. Sorry about that. You can get the company card from Faith. If it declines, use your own money and I'll pay you back. This is extremely important. I still have stuff to do in Utah, so I'm not sure if I'll be back Monday morning, but I better not catch anyone in there before the alarms are installed." Faith raised her hand but didn't speak until Nate nodded at her. "I left my bag inside." "Oh, you can go get it," Nate replied sheepishly. He hoped letting her do this wouldn't undermine his appointment, but it seemed cool to make her leave her stuff there over the weekend. As long as someone is holding each of the doors open, it's only for a little bit, it should be safe. If you start to feel exhausted, shout for someone to bring you out as you leave as soon as possible. He wasn't sure how much risk there could be with two doors open, short exposure time, and they'd all gotten plenty of fresh air as they'd been outside. He was more worried about any problems from chronic low-level CO/CO2 poisoning, if that was even a thing. "Everyone should get their stuff out, and then I'll go in and turn the power off and lock everything behind us." This wasn't the speech he'd wanted to give. Since Nate had started explaining the situations, James' voice had been running through his head. The most important thing on any job is to make it back to your loved ones. You have the right to a safe work site. If it's too dangerous, walk off and report it. But Nate knew he couldn't do that. It turned his stomach and made him want to sink into the ground. But he didn't think Phasma Entertainment's diminished state would keep it from having enough spay with local OSHA inspectors to at least draw it out, and they'd probably fire him in retaliation. It would be illegal, but his entire strategy for bending the NDA he signed as much as possible was staying just on the edge of what Fazbear's lawyers considered a worth it legal fight. He couldn't start one, at least not now, and he knew any internal complaints he made would be quietly deleted and shredded. He was so close. He had enough to go to the Hurricane location, the place his father had died, with full legal permission. It went against every instinct on workplace safety that had been drilled into him, but he had to do this. Nothing he said would get this place shut down before it opened. It was better for him to stay to mitigate the risks, perhaps even be able to fix them. When Nate arrived back in St. George, he collapsed into his motel room and researched how a place like the horror attraction could be suffering from toxic gas buildup until he fell asleep, his laptop in his lap. Alright. These notes are all just stuff I said while reading. And I did research into CO2 and CO poisoning. There's no reason for it to be having the problems it does, so I just had to lampshade and be like, this is a weird thing in the fic. This is just a very weird haunted house, even though it was not built by Fazbear.
Yeah. There's lore to the beeps of the alarms that beep in FNaF 3 now.
Well, anything that is anywhere does have to be put by someone in universe.
Yeah.
Someone had to make those little bobbleheads. Someone had to find the toys and put them in that box. Someone had to paint everything green.
Green.
Yeah, and this is what it's exploring. I've set up everything I could.
Green.
Alright. Time to actually go to FNaF.
Let's go. Five Nights at Freddy's.
More like Zero Night at Freddy's, because that's what the name is.
Zero Night at Freddy's. I am at Freddy's. Straight up.
And Freddy is saying my name. Hurricane, Utah, September 2017. Nate stepped out of his car in the abandoned parking lot. Here it was, the place where his father died. It was on the outskirts of Hurricane, where the town met the woods. It took up the far side of the parking lot. Lots on the sides, promising future development, were completely empty, reclaimed by nature. Weeds grew in the cracks of the sidewalks, trying to subsume this concrete square back into the forest. Leaves choked the gutters. Obviously, when I was writing this, I did not realize that this was the Phaz plot. But I did get
You just cut off. What did you say?
I did not realize this was the Phaz plot.
That's okay.
But
Nothing's
I did
the
get
Phaz
that
plot.
it was the outskirts correctly. But
Phaz plot isn't real anyways. It's made up government conspiracies.
At some point,
Withered circles a government plant.
At some point, someone had come by and removed the sign, leaving it anonymous. But to Nate, it tracked exactly to all the exterior photos he had seen. This was the place. Here would be where he'd find the clue that would solve the mystery. It had to be. He was so giddy that he didn't even mind it was his 6th day in a row working with no overtime. Now that he had something to compare it against, Fazbear's fights now seemed far more artificial. Its carefully reconstructed and then withered exterior showed more wear than this place. Other than the boarded-up window and lack of exterior advertisements, it looked exactly the same. No cracks in the brickwork or a random green tint. That was the hyper-reality of a gory movie. This just was. This was real. Barely taking his eyes off the building, Nate crossed around to the back of his van and began to equip his tools and safety equipment, all of them. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of natural dangers he might encounter in an abandoned building like this, which is why he donned the respirator with built-in eye protection and a hard hat. For the unnatural dangers, although he wasn't entirely sure what he was even worried about, he had his cattle prod. Nate took a deep breath of filtered air and approached the red double doors. He was surprised there wasn't any graffiti. The only thing marking the exterior walls were the taped-off corners of torn-down posters. He pulled on the handle and was completely unsurprised that... lawn work happening right outside my window. I hope you can't hear it.
I
Um,
can't, but I'm through Discord suppression.
yeah. It's leaving now. He pulled on the handle and was completely unsurprised that the doors didn't budge. He was expecting to have to use his smaller screwdrivers to break the lock. The right window had a hole in it. It looked like someone had thrown a rock at it from afar. Nick didn't want to risk cutting his arm, so after a little consideration, he grabbed his largest screwdriver by the shaft and used its handle to punch out the remaining glass from the bottom half of the window. He carefully reached his entire arm through the hole. He felt the shards that remained stuck in the window frame poking him through his long sleeves. As he fumbled, trying to find some kind of lock or knob, he desperately tried to remember from all the photos he'd seen what the interior of the main building looked like. The image Nate reconstructed in his head, he had no idea how much of it was truth and how much of it was fabrication. Still, his blind fumbling eventually allowed him to find a deadbolt to flip. Then he could extract himself and open the door from outside. Nate entered, the shards of glass crunching under his boots. The single window in the main dining hall provided little light, and even less boarded up. Practically speaking, it was dark as night. Nate turned his flashlight on and found the same familiar floor and wall patterns Fazbear's Fright had recreated. The 6 tables were bare, their signature plastic tablecloths thrown away, and their custom chairs taken somewhere. He shone his flashlight across the dining hall. There was no trash or stereotypical rats scurrying away from his light. Simply plenty of dust and signs of water damage. Nate walked around to face the stage. The animatronic band wasn't in their place. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Only 2 of the charging stands were still present, but downstage from them was something. He pulled himself up onto the stage to take a closer look. At his feet was an animatronic head Nate could only describe as skinned. He had seen plenty of photos of endoskeletons in animatronic shells, but he had never seen a shell with the fabric removed like this. The jaw was still covered, identifying it as Freddy's head. Nate had a pretty good idea what the crumpled object beside the skull was. When he picked it up, his suspicions were confirmed. This was the corresponding Freddy skin. The felt was stiff, able to partially still hold its shape even without the plastic. It lacked its hat. Confusingly, the ear holes had Freddy ears, smaller than those of the actual animatronic, stitched on them. Under close inspection, the fabric making up these ears was a lighter shade, not darkened by dirt. What was going on here? Had someone broken in to scavenge animatronic skin for some kind of cosplay? And then what? Felt so guilty they returned it after altering it? Feeling along the bottom of the skin, Nate found clumsy hands stitching. Presumably, when it was on the animatronic head, there was extra fabric attached to the inside of the head in some way. This had been hemmed. Nate set the fabric down, draped across the skull. Still, a find was a find no matter how strange it was. To banish his fears, Nate rotated in a circle, casting his flashlight across the empty room. The place was still. He stopped when it reflected off of metal past the moth-eaten curtains of the stage. He approached and found an employees-only door. Thankfully unlocked, it led to a switchback staircase that took him to a cramped space under the stage. Thick cables hung like bunting from the already low ceiling, while others hung directly down where the ceiling met the walls, unconnected. As soon as he noticed them, Nate backed up to the nearest wall, putting whatever distance was possible between him and what instinct wanted to avoid. The downstage wall had what looked like a breaker panel, but instead of switches and fuses, these were elevator-style buttons, an affectation typical of early Fazbear Entertainment. He surveyed the cables, unable to make sense of them. The breaker panel was properly wired into the wall. Some of the wires went to points in the middle of the ceiling, which corresponded to the animatronic's charging stations. A bundle of cut wires went from the wall to the ground, corresponding to where the third station once was, but most of the wires seemed to have no reason to cross the space the way they did. Squeezed in where they could fit were empty storage shelves. On the far side was a Freddy Fazbear torso cover. I guess now, post Secret of the Mimic, these are the wires that don't make any sense to exist are Fiona wires of doom.
Fiona wires.
Nick took a deep breath. Time to think. The insulation of most of the cables looked fine. Besides, there wasn't supposed to be any power to the building. All the lights on the breaker panel were dark. One should never assume a system didn't have power if they wanted to remain uninjured, but this was more than just assuming a coworker corruptly shut off power. The building was abandoned, forgotten by its owners. The state of this backstage area was startling, but it shouldn't be dangerous anymore. Nate carefully crossed to the torso on the other side of the room, his hard hat brushing against the hanging cables. Realizing he should have gotten a headlamp, he grabbed the torso through one of its armholes and dragged it up onto the stage to join its head. Once Nate could step back and examine the torso properly, he hated that Fiona Wise of Doom! Yes! Once Nate could step back and examine the torso properly, he hated that past the dust he could notice twin dark brown stains around the lower half of both arms. Like blood, Nate shook his head. Or 100 other things, he thought, trying to convince himself. If it was blood, that shouldn't make the hairs of your neck stand on end. This could be evidence of wrongdoing, proof that someone or something really was stuffing people inside animatronics at some point. Suddenly having an idea, Nate leaned down and used his pliers to tear off some of the stained fabric from the torso. He eventually managed to poke, pull, and tear away a pinky-sized scrap of fabric. He suddenly felt very stupid that he hadn't thought to pack any Ziploc bags in case the evidence he found was something forensic rather than a document. Well, if it had survived decades in some crawl space, it should be able to handle a few hours in the empty pouch on his tool belt intended for screws and the like. The parts and services room off the main dining area was almost completely empty, even of tools. Everything had been removed long enough ago that the shelves were coated in dust. Just like the understage area, on one wall, cables hung from the ceiling, although at least these had male plugs at the end, suggesting that they were used to recharge animatronics at some point. And laying on the central table, Nate found a bony torso and head, although there were no earpieces. Thankfully, the head was intact, and the torso lacked any disturbing stains. He decided to just leave them where they were and take them to his van when he was done. Yeah, when I was staring at all the FNaF 1 backgrounds, I was like, oh my god, there are so many random wires here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in your interpretation of this, how long is this post Follow Me?
So, Follow Me happened shortly before FNaF 1. In my ordering, it's Follow Me, uh, in my order, it's Follow Me, Sister Location, FNaF 1. So actually, some of the week before would overlap. No, wait, it doesn't, because it did take Mike a bit to figure out how to talk again after being entered. So I don't think.
Okay, so Follow Me wouldn't really have an effect on this, the way this
No,
place is.
these are caused. So the causes of all the endos being missing. So one, I think that Follow Me is just William taking some of the parts away, because
Yeah.
then you can basically you can get more remnant from. You can remnant will, if you take a remnant and put it in
Infinite
contact with
Remnant
non-haunted
Glitch.
metal, it'll spread itself, and then you'll have net more remnant.
Infinite Remnant Glitch.
Not potentially infinite, artificially reproduced remnant like this would be weaker. Like
Water
maybe,
it down so you can get it further.
yeah. And then they were selling these parts to the franchisees.
Okay.
But the Freddy head being all messed up is a reference to You're the Band. It's
Oh.
Eleanor's the one who did it.
Eleanor.
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 Yeah. And then, this is just explaining, oh, they only have a few parts in FNaF 3, so this is Nate finding all of them.
So that also means you're a believer that William is in the safe room during FNaF 1 and the week
Yes.
before?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the kitchen, Nate found Chica's head facing the entry door. It was resting on top of one of the ovens. So I could tell there was nothing obviously unsafe. Like the custom chairs now missing from the main dining area, the metal cabinets were bare of any pots, pans, and whatever other kinds of things were common in a commercial pizza kitchen. Only the unremovable appliances like the oven, soda fountain, and long-dead freezer remained. He tucked the head under his arm and deposited it by Freddy on the stage. Nate continued to explore, checking each room as he went. He didn't like being here. This was worse than the storage container where he had found the toys. The still air, the lifeless environment. He was disturbing something he wasn't supposed to. This was a mausoleum. He was desecrating the dead. He shook his head to banish those thoughts. Where'd they come from? Yes, it was unnerving. As he checked each room, he kept feeling like something was going to jump out at him at every turn. Multiple times he spun around, only to find, of course, that nothing had changed. But there was no way what he was doing could be considered desecration. This was a pizzeria. What he was doing was far less ethically questionable than rummaging through a stranger's storage locker. Urban legends and trauma were merely combining to put him on edge. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn my fan up more. I'm sorry if you have to hear it on the stream, but I am melting.
That's okay. It's fine.
I unfortunately live further south than Nate currently. Well, I don't know if I'm further south than Hurricane, but like where Nate lives normally. Eventually, Nate arrived at the security office at the back of the building. He entered through one of the thankfully fail-open security doors, pushing aside a large cobweb. As he did, he realized he had encountered a surprising lack of them elsewhere in the building, or any other kind of bug or vermin. He still hadn't seen anything scurrying from the light, or done something like step in rat poo. While the curtains were moth-eaten, he found no larvae, cocoons, or whatever you're supposed to encounter when dealing with a moth infestation. Here he was. This was where his father had died. In his tiny room, sitting in a crappy chair, calling his only child to tell them he loved them. The blue phone he must have used was still there. Nate pushed the chair aside and put his hand on the headset, but felt nothing other than his own emotions. He brought the headset to his ear, but of course, heard nothing. Nate shook his head and put the phone down, leaving a hand-shaped mark where he disturbed the dust that coated everything. He needed to focus, but he couldn't lessen the lump in his throat. The security equipment had been removed from the desk. Only 3 things remained: the phone, a metal fan, and between them, some child's paper craft. On the wall behind the desk, a corner scrap of paper remained where some poster had been torn down. There was something under the craft. Nate pushed it aside and found a manila folder. Inside, on fainted printer paper, was a small stack of children's drawings. Nate realized this entire time he hadn't seen any of the drawings from Lucky Desk that had adorned the walls in many of the photos he'd seen. Was this the work of some employee who didn't want to throw these away during the move-out? Yet, as Nate looked through the folder, he saw that many of them depicted characters from the location's 83 incarnation. He was almost certain the final incarnation of the restaurant wouldn't have displayed them. Unfortunately, those were the only pieces of paper remaining in the security office. Neither the drawers of the desk nor the filing cabinet squished in behind it contained anything else. Whatever paperwork had once been stored here had been taken back to corporate and likely destroyed. Still, Faith had been specifically complaining about her challenges making fake children's drawings that looked good yet also believable. Perhaps these could help. Nate added the craft to the contents of the folder and closed it, to grab once he finished double-checking there was nothing else in the office. In the name of thoroughness, Nate got on his knees and looked under the desk. The phone's wires ran directly into a hole in the wall rather than an outlet, dashing any idea of taking the phone. But the fan was plugged into a normal outlet, and as Nate thought about whether he should take it, he had an image of Mr. Edwards berating him for only being able to find heads instead of an animatronic. Nate had never actually seen him like that, just act superior and annoyed. But if he did have to defend his lack of results, being able to point to the fan and say he took everything removable from the building might help, or something like that. It wasn't like he didn't have space in his van. Nate unplugged the fan and stood back up. Then he carefully grabbed the fan and manila folder with the same hand. As he left the security office, he tried to ignore the feeling building inside of him. He clenched his jaw, trying to stop whatever this was.
Oh,
Now the
scary new music.
gets sad instead of spooky. Nate turned to the dining area. His flashlight illuminated the moth-eaten curtains of Pirate's Cove. It's out. I need to make it quieter. Elden Ring music is so quiet, and then Fire Emblem is just like boom.
Fire Emblem.
His "It's out of order" sign still up. Somehow he had neglected to search it during his initial search of the building. He set the folder and fan down on one of the tables and approached it. You know, Foxy was always his favorite. Nate pushed aside the curtain and entered the small space. Inside was an old-fashioned balance scale screwed on top of a small pedestal with a button and a ticket slot. As far as Nate could remember, there wasn't anything else in the final version of the restaurant that dispensed tickets, nor a prize counter where you could redeem them. Contemporary reviews lamented this fact, complaining that all the place had to offer was pizza and the animatronic show. When Nate realized that the off-balance scale was full of the same plastic coins as his own keepsake, the indescribable emotion got stronger. He He started to approach it when he stepped on something. He stepped back and looked down. On the floor, amongst a number of coins that had been knocked to the ground, was a foxy mask. No, not a mask. Just like Freddy, this was the fabric that was supposed to be on its head. Nate cast his flashlight across the cove once again, making sure to focus on the floor. In the back, on top of Foxy's charging station, was Foxy's hook arm. From how flat it was laying, it was just the covering fabric. There was no sign of Foxy's skull, and it couldn't be anywhere else in the building. Nate scooped up Foxy's skin. The different type of fabric used meant it was unable to hold its shape on its own the way Freddy's did. Its snout had completely lost its shape, and the side tufts were completely obliterated. The more textured fabric trapped dirt and dust better than the main band members, leaving it legitimately matted in some places. Was this the work of the same trespassing cosplayer? This time the edges weren't hemmed. Instead, the edges of the fabric, where it was once on the inside of the head, was fraying and had clumps of dried glue stuck to it. The ear holes gaped. The formless snout still had its upper teeth embedded, and after Nate picked up the skin, he found it under the fabric from the lower jaw component, likewise in similar condition. That sentence is real messed up. It's like he found the lower jaw under the foxy skin.
Yeah.
Nate scared into
It's the foxy mask he finds in Night 1.
Wait, what foxy mask in Night 1?
There's the foxy stuff mentioned in FNaF 1 or Night 1 of FNaF 3. It's like, we found the foxy thing,
Yes.
It might be real.
Yes.
Which means we don't meet Springtrap in this night. Also.
Unfortunately.
Right? Yeah.
But we are really powering through this. I don't know.
Let's go.
I
was like, ooh, we get to meet Springtrap, and I remember the actual plot of the actual game.
Yeah, no, there's a whole night without Springtrap, and the implication is that they've gone back to the location.
Yeah.
Nate stared into Foxy's uncovered eye. This was it. His emotion finally settled on grief, or perhaps despair was a better word. Don't worry, if you want to push through it, I will make sure you will be here when we see Springtrap. Seriously, if you're like, if it's super late for you, I will end, chapter, I cut this chapter short because I thought chapter 3, and then the next 2 chapters are kind of long. So, if it's super late for you, Mrs. Trap, we can end it here. I want to make sure you get to see Springtrap.
Yeah, that's why we're doing this, so you can see Springtrap, Mrs. Trap.
Yes.
That's why we do anything, is so that you can see Springtrap.
Yes.
That's why I live.
That was it. His emotions finally settled on grief, or perhaps despair was a better word. After spending a month in a fake delay, this was all he had... Okay, perfect. After spending a month in a fake delay, this is all he had found at the place his father died, the place he had avoided for decades, a tomb, but not his father's. There was nothing here, just the last scraps that hadn't been sold off to the franchises that limped along after the main location's death. It wasn't scary, it was just sad. Everything here was as pathetic as the crumpled ribbed fabric draped over his free hand. What he had been expecting, Miranda was right. What big clue was there? What single piece of paper, for some reason left behind when the location closed, could address decades of pain, not just for himself, but for all the families destroyed by Fazbear Entertainment? Had he been expecting the animatronic who killed his father to jump out and attack him? Hot tears flowed freely from Nate's eyes, fogging up his goggles until he couldn't see. With a cry, Nate dropped his flashlight and ripped his respirator from his face, knocking his hard hat to the floor with it. He flung Foxy's face as far as he could, but it just billowed and floated to the floor. Half blind from tears and darkness, he inhaled the musk of the rotting pizzeria. He didn't care anymore. The air was still just as still. The faint smell of mold and death spoke only of stagnation. He lunged for the scale, trying to knock it from its pedestal. It didn't budge. Nate overturned the plates, the coins falling to the ground, exact replicas of the coin he had cherished all these years, so worthless the company didn't even bother to remove them. He had nothing to remember his father by other than the plastic trinkets of the company that had killed him. Clutching the scale, Nate sobbed. Great big sobs that slammed his skin against his ribs and forced him to fight for each dust-killed breath. But with each grasp, he slowly felt his madness recede. Exhausted, Nate turned around and slumped down until he was seated, resting his back against the pillar. His first conscious response was embarrassment, but he pushed it away with half-remembered mental health advice about the importance of expressing your emotions. Maybe all he really needed was to have a breakdown in an abandoned building, and once he returned to Valley City, talk therapy and grief counseling would finally work on him. But as he settled back into equilibrium, Nate found he still felt the same. His outburst had purged the emotion that he had been building in him since the security office, or probably since he first entered this place, as well as the notion that the final clue was hidden in some filing cabinet or abandoned building. But the unhealing wound that had remained with him since his father them. That I cooked!
You cooked.
Yeah.
You cooked.
Yeah. Anything I missed?
You cooked.
Yeah, I was cooking really hard. I don't know, the fic is linked.
You missed good fan fiction.
Yeah, the fic is linked in the description if you want to read it, or you can, listen to the VOD.
Listen back.
Yeah.
Get the official audiobook.
No, God, this is not a podfic. This is a live reading.
Okay, before you start the next chapter, I need to get up for a second. I'll be right back.
I need to as well. When you come back, I will then leave to use the bathroom. The keyboard was on fire, is absolutely. Yeah! No, for real, like, when I write, and I'm at the really good parts, I feel like I'm in a trance, and the keyboard is on fire. And sometimes writing is like pulling teeth. Busy choosing FNaF soundtracks. No, I'm providing the soundtrack this time. So, only 2 of the songs are from FNaF. The rest are from all my other favorite games, like Elden Ring, Disco Elysium, Planescape Torment. I wanted to include a Pathologic song, but I couldn't find any ones that were good. So, we all love most of the FNaF soundtracks. Yeah.
I'm back.
I'm just, I kind of didn't. I wanted to minimize my use of FNaF soundtracks because you would associate it with a different part of FNaF. I did. It confirmed that Cat Mike is a furry because he doesn't take off the costume when he's.
Confirm that who was a what?
Mrs. Strap, you explain that to. You explain the all-powerful Mike to Gremlin while I go use the bathroom.
What are you talking about? What does that mean?
I will turn down the music a bit.
What are you people saying? Crazy people. What was the sneak peek? Oh, chapter 5? Delting my rune? She delting on my rune? Deltarune character that uses undercover identity. Okay. Is that real? Deltarune like a real thing? Why isn't my controller? God, I'm about to lose Tetris. No. Forgot I haven't Bluetoothed this controller to my Tetris gameplay that you guys can't see. I haven't Bluetoothed my controller to my computer yet, so I just have to USB plug it in. And I forgot about that, and I just pulled up the controller to hop into Tetris. The mics interacting with each other, just talking and hanging out. But there are several mics. Maybe Undertale's pretty good, actually. There are 3 CODs, like the fish, or like the video game franchise. Tetris. I love Tetris. I've been kind of playing this in the background as we went because it helps me focus. Whenever I listen to an audiobook, I have to be playing Tetris or else I will not focus. Gremlin, what did you spoil? That there are 3 cods? Oh, I thought you meant the 3 types of fish. The 3 cods.
I'm
Back in
back.
my day, there were only 3 cods. The fish I met and kissed.
Yeah.
Fish?
I still think, Seeker, I
Fish.
still think there's going to be something with the Mike, and especially Cat Mike, because there's no in-universe reason for him to be a cat. Although maybe he is just a furry, which is why he's still in his cat disguise.
Michael is a furry. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but Michael is a furry.
Yeah. Okay. Time for Chapter 4.
Chapter 4. Deltarune.
Deltarune.
Delting a rune.
Yeah, I think Mike is probably just friend.
What are you saying?
The friend inside of me.
From the Toy Story creepypasta?
Maybe, honestly. Alright. The Tale of Hell. Alright.
Tail from the Pizzaplex?
Yeah. Someone's supposed to
Just
play Deltarune, but they haven't.
it's on my list. Silk Song came out, and that kind of ruined my list.
Yeah. Part of why I've not played Silk Song is I don't want my list to be obliterated.
But it's so good, though.
I know, it's not the right genre. I'm become completely obsessed, so I'm just like avoiding spoilers and waiting until they make like we've done all the DLC version. Because I also
It's
don't like
exactly the genre of game I like.
I also don't like going back and playing games when they've released new DLC. Like I really like Rogue 40K Rogue Trader, but it's gonna be a few years until I want to play it again, and then I can actually experience all the DLC that like added new companions post release.
I don't even play DLC with games. I never bought the DLC for Hollow Knight.
So you've never done the hardest battles.
I'm not a completionist. I beat the main story of Hollow Knight and called it good
You've
enough.
never done the Trial of Pain.
I wouldn't. Is that the spike room?
Yes.
I would rather die. I'd rather 100% the B side and C sides of Celeste.
Okay. Damn, I didn't realize Celeste was. I'm trying to imagine a record with 3 sides. I didn't realize Celeste was a weird, fucked up triangle.
The bonus stages are called B sides, and then they released special extra bonus stages called C sides.
I know, but B sides is a reference to flipping over a vinyl.
Flipping the CD or whatever, or not CD,
Yeah.
the cassette.
All of those, but like they physically can't have a third side. Okay. Alright. Nate sat on the uncomfortable auto shop waiting room chair, mindlessly scrolling through his social media feed without really reading it. Yesterday, after he had composed himself, he had taken all his finds to his van and drove to Henderson. While he texted the news to his co-workers, he discovered that they were actually hourly workers who could get overtime and wanted to make up the hours they missed with the short workday on Friday. He helped Barry and Hudson install the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide sensors in the building. Hudson's familiarity with the system even let him set up an automated alarm system that flashed the show lights red when one of the alarms went off. Nate worried that the guests would just think it was part of the show, but at least it was impossible to ignore. Faith managed to glue Freddy's skin back to its skull, although she had to tear out the added ears for it to fit. For it and Bonnie, they set them up on stands to display both the head and body piece. The original haunted house had stands that used to hold costumes. They were being kept in storage on site, and the manager on duty then was able to let them in. From Nate's brief interactions with the park employees, he got the sense that they didn't like the Fright staff. Probably some combination of not liking having another company's employees invading their domain and, at least Nate hoped, ethical objections to the attraction. For Chica, Dwayne had the idea to set up one of the floor strobe lights to always on and use it to turn the head into a lamp. without Foxy's original casing. Nate wasn't sure what they could do with its skin, but Faith got really excited with the idea of using a bull and cosplay film to recreate the skull and mounting it on the wall as a lamp, similar. Sorry, I need to text my mom about dinner.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't have an Instagram. I technically have an Instagram. I just use it so I can look at Instagram. If you want to be able
Because
to,
a lot of modern apps make you make an account to even view stuff.
yeah, and to also just save the contact info of someone I met at the Galactic Star Cruiser who actually turned out to be a creative director at Disney Parks, which was super cool. You can, I actually have some videos on my channel from my time at the Star Cruiser.
The what?
The giant, really expensive Disney LARP hotel thing. It's very hard to explain what
LARP.
it was, so a lot of people were very misled by the marketing, and I feel like I'm one of the few people who are the actual target audience for it. So for my senior year,
Nerds.
my rich grandparents paid for me to go. It was super fun.
The target audience, nerds.
But a specific kind, the specific
Super
kind
nerds.
that like wants to LARP. It's LARPing.
Super
It's,
nerds.
Yeah, it's max LARPing, and it's a very actually it's like not a very, you can't really relax in it. It's very like intensive if you actually want to get your money's worth. Which is someone who does not like want to rest on vacations where you go other places. You can just rest at home. Like it's very good. Like my grandparents are always going on vacation, and I've only gone to like last vacation I went on was to Virginia, and I went to a bunch of living history places, which is also a kind of LARPing. Yeah, you can. Miss Chat, I don't have Instagram. I know you don't want to join the Discord server, but you can make a Discord account and contact me there, or my email, which is on my channel, but sometimes it doesn't show up. And my Discord account is my same username here. I also have a Tumblr. So,
Imagine having a Tumblr. I would never.
yeah, so we're just gonna finish this chapter, which does have some Springtrap in it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Sping boink.
Yes.
Sping boink. He's real.
Springy boy. Nate's first thought was to tell her that she didn't have to go to all the effort, but her enthusiasm was infectious. Around other people who didn't have any ulterior motives, it was even harder to remember to not give Fazbear Entertainment his best. So he simply told her to make sure that she recorded her hours and not neglect her schoolwork. Nate was also vaguely worried about the strange clear residue that covered his co-workers' hands after handling the animatronics' heads. He had no idea what it could be, although the heads were quite filthy. He knew telling them all to wear gloves wouldn't be listened to, so he just told them to always wash their hands in the park bathroom after working with the heads. Once they were all set up, hopefully no one would have any reason to touch them. Interestingly, none of it got on Nate's insulating gloves. Remnant is remnant.
Remnant's clear?
This is like when there's only a little bit of it. Like, you know how if you have a little bit of water, it's clear, but if you have a lot of it, it's like trace amounts. They're getting trace amounts on their hands. But since it's
like that clear wrap where if it's a bunch of it, it looks metallic, but if it's just on its own, it's clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like juice, same with juice and stuff.
It's Springtraps.
Springtraps. And you know, it's not on Nate's gloves because his gloves are insulating and Remnant's electricity bullshit.
Oh. Neat. Wait.
Today be with metal, Remnant is Mercury. Yes, on multiple levels. It is the philosophical Mercury. check out my channel.
Check
They
out my
began.
channel on a stream on your channel.
Yeah, no, watch my specific video on alchemy. Today began with Nate bolting awake, albeit at a reasonable hour, in his usual motel in Henderson, realizing that he still had a handful of files from the archive catalog. He was suddenly very worried since he had explored the hurricane location. Mr. Edwards would tell him to focus entirely on managing the attraction. Even though he wasn't deluding himself about finding some big clue anymore, he was still going to do what he told Miranda and start publishing his research when he got back. He already had ideas about how many of the documents he had copied would help him, and the folders he still needed to catalog could hold important building blocks. So he tested Ashley about getting access to the office so he could work on Sunday, phrasing it like he was just so productive and wanted to finish the project he was originally hired on so he could focus on managing it. He would focus entirely on managing. Joke back to go ahead and that there was a spare key hidden in one of the potted plants in the hallway near the office. That was the plan, but Nate's van died just inside the Utah border. Thankfully, he was a AAA member and was able to get towed to an auto shop in the western outskirts of St. George. He had refurbished the van over the years, but that was with the help of a friend who was really into cars. Especially without equipment, he was completely dependent on this place. As he sat there, he desperately tried to not start attempting to estimate how many excess miles he had driven thanks to this stupid job, and thus when his car really should have broken down, and how much more money he would have had at that point, having had worked a much better paying job the entire time. As it was, he would likely have to dip into his savings to pay for repairs. A member for the win, yes! When Nate leaned back to stretch, he realized one of the mechanics working on his car was staring at him. He was an older man in his 60s, Nate returning eye contact, and watched as he spoke to one of his younger co-workers before leaving the shop floor to approach him. As they stared at each other, Nate couldn't help but clench his keys in his jean pocket. "Excuse me," the mechanic said bluntly. "Are you related to someone named Ralph Gee? You look a lot like him." Nate was taken aback. He scrutinized the man, trying to see if he could place his face. "You look like your dad." He seemed almost familiar, but he wasn't sure. His dad hadn't really had any friends other than Mrs. Andrews, at least that he had talked about. But he'd had coworkers, and starting a few years before he died, once a month or so, he would leave Nate home alone in the evening while he went to go do adult fun things, which Nate was pretty sure was mostly bowling and watching classic movie re-releases. "I'm his son. Do you know him?" "Son? I thought he had a daughter." "You were right, but I'm his son." Nate kept his voice firm and face still, staring at the stranger, daring him to be the one to make a scene. "What? Oh." Understanding dawned on the man. He broke the staring contest by looking at the floor and then resumed normal eye contact. "So, what's your name then?" "Nathaniel, but I just go by Nate." "Dave Franklin Stone. So, you said you
It's
knew my...
Dave!
It's Dave, and the last name is a Frankenstein joke."
Wow!
"You said you knew my father?" "Yeah, we worked together at Freddy's. I was in maintenance. After it closed, none of the franchises would hire me, so now I'm doing grunt work for an idiot half my age." Then, like he suddenly remembered he was supposed to say it, "I'm sorry about what happened." "Yeah, thanks," Nate mumbled in response. He never knew what to say in response to such... It's God, David! He never really knew what to say in response to such rote condolences when people found out his dad was dead. "You know, he called me twice the night he died. He needed to ask me questions about the animatronics. I didn't even realize he was working on Sunday. I just wish I knew it would be the last time I talked to him." We're just at the end bit of the music where it gets quieter. Dave slumped into the chair one over from where Nate was sitting. "But he died on a Sunday. Well, it was Saturday. Well, it was technically early Sunday morning. It must have been after midnight, and that's how it was recording Dave's memories." "Were you close?" "Yeah," Dave replied, looking straight ahead. He played with the seam of his overalls for a moment. "What happened to you? Did his bitch-ass wife take you in?" Again, normally I write things to the age rating that they are, but Dave had to say his bitch ex-wife. Like, even when authors talk about characters getting away from them, this is an example.
Yeah.
If he didn't say that, I would have ruined the magic. Nate was surprised Dave even knew to ask that. His father never talked about the divorce, other than assuring him that Mom being out of the picture wasn't Nate's fault. He Didn't even really remember his mother until she arrived to pick him up from Mrs. Andrews, escorted by the same government official that told Nate he had to go with her. When other adults would ask Dad where Nate's mother's was, he'd just say she wasn't with them any longer. Not that she wanted to. I lived in Salt Lake City until I was old enough to leave for California. So what are you doing back here? This is going to sound crazy, but I've been investigating Freddy's for years, trying to solve Dad's death. They're opening a horror attraction in Henderson, that's near Vegas, and they wanted someone to search through their old stuff to try to find anything they could use as a prop. It's disgusting, but it gave me access to their archives. Find anything good? No, not really. They destroyed most of their records. They even lost the address of their pizzeria itself. They played dumb for a month, so they didn't realize I'd been researching them for ages. Dave chuckled. Sounds like them. Of course, they made me use my own car to transport their garbage. Nate was relishing getting to rant about the situation. First week or two, he'd been replying to Miranda's texts with non-answers and dodging her calls, until eventually they stopped. This was someone who would actually understand. Now I have to manage the place. The building is a cowboy job, and really the only reason I'm still here is to protect the kids they got working it. We've got no budget for real scare actors, and if they wanted a animatronic so bad, they should have just bought one. Of course, all that's left are random heads. You've explored the entire pizzeria? Dave cut in? The one in Hurricane? Did that yesterday. Like I said, just random heads. Did you figure something out?
Because, like, the person who previously worked there told us about the safe rooms, and you made that, Dave. Wow. That's it. That's all I figured out.
Yeah, which is why he's not William.
Yeah. Also, give me like 30 seconds. My food arrived.
I don't normally... I'm in like my video game playing position, but I keep making my left arm go numb by leaning on my funny bone, because normally I don't... Like, normally this arm's on like a keyboard or holding a controller. I normally don't read in this position. At least for this long. Fast food again? I mean, fast food 2 times a week isn't that bad.
Hey, it's easier to DoorDash during this than anything else.
I am getting a succulent steak dinner my mom made for me.
You'd rather me get up every 5 minutes to start an air fryer and check it? So I'm incredibly unhealthy.
Pre-made pasta, and then this time I knew Mom was making me dinner.
They finally gave me fries for the first time in a week.
God, I wish I had some fries. I normally get McDonald's like once a month whenever I order groceries for the dorm, but I only had it that one time on stream all summer.
Okay, I'm back and settled.
Alright. You've explored the entire pizzeria, Dave cut in? The one in Hurricane? Did that yesterday, like I said, just random heads, not an endo or server in sight. They've been selling parts to the other franchises since the place closed down, and I'd be surprised if there hadn't been any thefts. But did you check everywhere? Dave suddenly sounded conspiratorial and smug. Well, not the unused section. I would have had to break down walls for that, but wouldn't it just be empty? I've actually found the remains of the toys elsewhere. The only one I'm short on is the puppet. I'm not talking about that. All the locations were built with storage rooms that were off-camera and off-animatronic maps, back when they were allowed to free roam. Sorry, I got distracted by movement in chat. But after the Fazbear 5 murders, they were all sealed up. But why would this Freddy have one if it was built for the 87 reopening? Nate worked it through in his head. Wait, the grand reopening used the same building as Circus Baby's Pizza World. And I wrote this before the evidence that FNaF 2 took place in Circus Baby Pizza World. Because I just needed a reason for it to have a safe room. Because if it was built after 85, it wouldn't have one.
Let's go.
Exactly, Dave smiled. I was part of the crew that reworked the place to be a Freddy's. They wanted to keep the ceiling in-house before bringing in the construction crew. When I was boarding it up, I noticed a yellow Bonnie costume, which I thought was weird. Since all the other animatronics and costumes had been removed, I assumed right after the place closed. My boss just told me to seal it. It was a springlock suit. Those super dangerous costume animatronic combinations. Fazbear Entertainment tried to erase it from history after they killed that guy. Bro, who's Mystic Hippo? Dave? Why is Dave Mystic Hippo?
Old sage
Oh,
stereotype.
because he tells you where to go for the secrets.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, Spring Bonnie mentioned.
Spring Bonnie.
Spring
FNaF
Bonnie.
fans, when the old sage motif shows up in anything, it's
Yeah,
just like
except this is
mistake.
what if the old sage was a traumatized asshole? Separately. I was kidding. Oh, because you predicted the FNAF 2 thing. Well, the thing
Oh,
is, the evidence is mostly from Mangle vent repair, from Ennard vent repair, and um, it had been there in front of our nose the whole time. It was just only once we started looking for Fazburger evidence. All the
Fazburger.
evidence is in Help Wanted, and I suppose also we had more likelihood of Help Wanted being accurate even in the original parts. Now that we got like Fate Fiona. Um, no, you can call me bro. I just thought you were talking about Dave. Yeah,
I also thought you were talking about Dave.
Dave
I thought you
promises
were
there
calling
is no
Dave.
corpse inside that Spring Bonnie animatronic. Um, Nate considered it. He didn't care if Fazbear's fight actually had a working animatronic, but being able to take photographs of a Springlock suit would help his reporting of their story. Dragging a part of history Fazbear Entertainment had tried to erase back into light, even if it was only to scare people, would still be spiting them, and he shouldn't forget about the bonus he was owed. It should hopefully pay for his car repairs. Well, we'll see if there's a corpse or not, Mrs. Trap. So, where is it?
Cool.
He asked. Oh, you'll never be able to find it on your own, Dave replied hauntingly. I have a day off tomorrow. I can show it to you. Really? I don't have the authority to pay you. It's fine. Getting to break down a wall in that place is pain enough. Besides, Dave lowered his voice, suddenly seeming far more vulnerable and awkward than he had this far. I owe you something. I owe him. Nate started to reach out to put a comforting hand on Dave's shoulder, but he leaned away. Well, Nate cleared his throat, unsure how to comfort someone who was really still a stranger over their shared loss, especially when it seemed like he didn't want it. That sounds like a good idea. Make sure to bring respiratory and eye protection, though. The place is full of dust and smells terrible, and if we're breaking down walls, we probably have to worry about asbestos. Actually, we would just be tearing down the plaster we put over the door. Dave noticed Nate's raised eyebrow. Fine, I'll bring my respirator. The animatronics smell terrible. I don't want to know what the whole place smells like now. And a hammer to tear off the plaster. Nate and Dave were exchanging phone numbers when the owner Nate had originally spoken with came up. After telling Dave to get back to work and the other man suddenly sulked away, he explained which part in Nate's span had failed. Thankfully, they had the part in stock, and Nate's van would be fixed tomorrow afternoon. It wasn't all that expensive on the scale of car repairs, and would easily be covered by the bonus Nate would get if Dave was right. Since this wasn't a fancy dealer mechanic, they didn't have any loaner cars. Nate had to take an Uber to the office and tonight's motel, and back to the auto shop tomorrow, another added expense. Nate leaned against his newly fixed van in the deserted Freddy's parking lot, his respirator around his neck. Dave was late, and Nate was starting to worry that he wouldn't show up at all. This was all some elaborate prank, and as he was turning information over in his head, he stood bolt upright. He had completely forgotten that the security guard started last night. He had been planning to send Mike a because remember the also come up,
I'm
but the
remembering.
night one phone call implies that Mike had already done a whole night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He had been planning to send Mike a message before he went to bed, reminding him that Nate was there for him, letting him know he might have to reboot the ventilation system, just how important that was, and updating him on Face's plans for how they'd handle not having any actors. Mike would be working the same shift as the rest of them next week. Nate was about to compose a text to Mike to tell him this when he realized he had no idea if he was asleep. His dad had gone to sleep as soon as he got home from the night shift and was awake by the time Nate got home from school, but that was just one person who was only working the night shift for a week. He didn't want to wake Mike up with his notification. Then Nate remembered that Hudson had restored the haunted house's phone and got it set up as an extension on the park's overall system. Nate had that number on his phone. He could leave the message there. As Nate's thumb hovered over the call button, he realized another problem. This wouldn't just be recorded. This would be recorded on, if not Fazbear Entertainment property, than Action Park property. If he didn't play dumb, they might be able to use this as evidence to prove that he had signed his NDA with the
Oh,
intention. What?
he's playing dumb. That's why Phone Dude sounds like, yeah, man, I don't know what it
Yeah.
is.
Well, the voice isn't on purpose. He just like
I
panics and
know.
revolts to surfer mode. But it does explain. It's felt kind of cheap, but they do the exact same thing in the week before, so I'm like, it's fair. If he didn't play dumb, they might be able to use it as evidence to prove that he had signed his NDA with the intention to violate it, or that he knew exactly how dangerous the place was, and instead of going to the appropriate authorities, he stayed quiet out of cynicism and to make sure he could gather more information. Either would probably hurt his whistleblower cred if Fazbear Entertainment ever sued him, as would someone being able to testify that he had intentionally erased the phone's voicemail. Nate took a deep breath, mentally composed a message he hoped would get around it. Many people want to bring corpses, Mrs. Trap. I'm sorry, that just caught me in the corner of my eye. Mentally composed a message he hoped would get around that and press call. Hello, Barry answered awkwardly. This is Fazbear's Friday. Barry, it's Nate. Nate felt silly. I forgot that the staff would probably pick up. I was trying to leave a message for the night guard so he would feel less isolated. I didn't want to call his actual phone since that might wake him up. Oh, that's a great idea. So you just call back and I don't pick up? Yep. Everything going well? All's well, boss. Hope you find something cool. Barry sounded like he wanted to get back to his audio engineering. Bye, he added before hanging up. Nate took another deep breath and attempted to Sorry, I need to move chat out of my peripheral vision so I don't break out of it every time I see a new message. Nate took another deep breath and attempted to reconstruct his plan before calling again. This time it went to voicemail. Hey, glad you came back for another night. Nate put all the false enthusiasm he could into his voice. I promise, it'll be a lot more interesting this time. We found some great new relics over the weekend, and we're tracking down a new lead right now. So, let me just update you real quick, then you can get to work. Like, the attraction opens in, like, a week, so we have to make sure everything works and nothing catches on fire. When the place opens, people will come in on the opposite end of the building and work their way towards you, then past you and out the exit. Yeah, you officially become part of the attraction. You'll be starring as the security guard. So not only will you be monitoring the people on the cameras they pass through, to make sure no one steals anything or makes out in the corner, you'll also be part of the show. It'll make it feel really authentic, I think. Nate hoped he managed to keep the venom out of his voice. This was all Faith's idea. She was so passionate and self-assured, she never noticed his non-committal answers and barely contained rage. So, now let me tell you what's new. Nate started pacing in a tight circle. We found another set of drawings, always nice, and a Foxy ad, which I think could be authentic. Then again, it might just be another copy cosplay. What the hell was he saying? Dwayne had sent updates saying Faith was almost done repairing and mounting Foxy and that he was hanging up the drawings. Nate had brought back from Freddy's. The first set of drawings he had intended to refer to was the art of hers Faith had hung thus far, which didn't really look like children's drawings. As for the Foxy skin being a cosplay, that was Dwayne's theory, that it and Freddy weren't authentic animatronic skins someone had tried to steal and turn into masks, and was instead their own work that they had left in the pizzeria. Nate wasn't all that sure. He had to keep going. He couldn't stop to think. It would create too long of a pause in recording. He was barely staying ahead of his lies with the use of filler words. Why had his interview with Ashley been felt so easy compared to this? And we found a desk fan, very old school, metal though. Watch the fingers. Nate tried to laugh. Dwayne's update also included the news that Hudson had been able to find an outlet to plug the fan in. Nate would have to check his work tomorrow to make sure there was no dangerous daisy chaining. He also didn't like the idea of there being a working fan on the desk in general. The building should stay probably cool by the fact that the AC needed to be working all the time to ensure nobody got poisoned. Right now, the place is just, flashing lights and spooky props. I thought we'd have more by now. If we don't have something really cool by next week, we may have to suit you up in a furry suit and make you walk around saying boo. Another fake laugh. Nate gripped the phone so hard his knuckles turned white. But, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings says there was an extra room that got, boarded up or something like that. So we're going to take a peek and see what we can find. Nate intentionally fudged Dave's background, so he'd be harder to track down if Fazbear Entertainment decided to get mad at him for revealing their secret shame, even if that was what Nate was being paid to do in the first place. His use of the royal we was a quirk he developed while working with with James. He'd gotten so used to being an assistant on projects that when he started using a solo job, he still used you to refer to, he guessed vaguely, the entire firm. Nate then proceeded to explain how to use the security cameras and the program on the control tablet for reading the systems. In trying to make the place feel vintage, we may have overdone it a bit. Some of this equipment is barely functional. Yeah, I wasn't joking about fire. That's a real risk. Don't blame Action Park for running them a building that was built by some kind of madman and had received no maintenance. The most important thing you want to watch for is the ventilation. Look, this place will give you the spooks, man, and if you let that ventilation go offline, you'll start seeing some crazy stuff, man. Keep that air flowing. He wished he could lecture Mike about the dangers of gas poisoning. No, he had to keep his cover and hope this was enough. Okay, keep your eye on things. We'll try to have something new for you tomorrow night. Okay, now I'm gonna look at chat. Mummies were once eaten in the Victorian era, so violating a corpse is a normal thing to do to someone.
What is happening?
Eating and banging is not normally a Venn diagram for most people, and also that was kind of a myth. That was a myth. They thought they were eating mummies in the medieval period, but a lot of it was probably fake. They were getting scammed by people who lived in the region that was Egypt, and then and mummy paint was supposed to look like a mummy, not be mummy. But they did have mummy unwrapping parties in the Victorian era. Mrs. Trap,
It wasn't
I'm
a
not
good
banging
idea
a
to open
corpse,
that.
seeker of comfiness, that makes you weak.
This wasn't worth opening to read.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm not. No, if it was a robot, I might say some crazy shit, but, or like a computer, but
Yoda.
not a corpse.
I'm an animatronic.
Okay.
I'm an animatronic.
Yeah, no, this is not 192. Weird. I feel like the chapter should be longer. Okay. Alright. Call ended. Nate ended the call and leaned back, exhausted. He had tried his best, but having to think about not just Mike, but a hypothetical audience of future hostile lawyers was just too much to keep track of. Was this really the best way he could live up to his promise to himself that he'd give Mike the support his dad deserved? Should he have gone to OSHA or the press about the ventilation problem when he first found out about it? Was it cynicism or desire to preserve his ability to present all the evidence in some grand way, completely under his control? He was saved from the crisis by the sound of a 70s beat-up car pulling into the parking lot. Nate watched as it parked one space down in the lane facing his van. Dave got out, carrying a plastic grocery bag with a claw hammer and a crowbar peeking out of it. He set down the bag on the hood of Nate's van. Nate walked around to meet him. Good, you're actually here, Dave said, cutting off Nate before he could make a comment about being worried Dave had been the one who canceled. I brought you something. Dave reached in the bag and pulled out a folded-up pale button-up shirt and handed it to Nate. Confused, Nate accepted it and found that on top of the shirt was a strip of photo booth photos. It was his dad with a younger Dave. He had been right. Nate did look a lot like his father. Dad was doing all these funny poses while Dave was going along with it begrudgingly. They looked close, really close. In fact, the last photo was of him kissing Dave on his cheek in a decidedly romantic way. Nate looked up. You were together, weren't you? Phone gay confirmed. Yes. So there is actual textual evidence of Dave and Nate, not Nate, of Dave and Ralph being together. Cause he has Dave's personal phone number. Although for that one, Bronwyn had found everyone's personal phone number, but that's like the bonus phone calls weirdness.
I mean, I have my coworkers'
his
numbers.
comments about Dave are he always beats him at bowling and never pays for dinner. Which, like, were you going on dates with Dave with maintenance?
Let's go. Let's go.
Which makes it even more crazy if Dave from maintenance is William.
Let's go.
Will
gay. Will gay.
Yes.
Screw Will K. Hashtag Will gay.
Yeah, forget Will care. It's hashtag Will gay. That's what we'll all be saying once the movie comes out, I hope.
I've been saying this.
Yes, I know. Nate looked up. You were together, weren't you? Dave didn't meet Nate's eyes. He rubbed his neck nervously before nodding. The shirt, tis, he left it at my place last time he was over. I remember a coworker mentioning that your mom sold all his stuff after he died, so I thought you'd like something of his. You can have the pictures too. Not typical coworker bonding, leaving your shirt at his place.
True.
It felt like the ground dropped out from Nate. His dad, he was gay, or maybe bi. What he knew of his dad's marriage seemed so dysfunctional and rushed it could go either way. When he had first realized he was trans, Nate had spent sleepless nights wondering how Dad would have reacted to finding out he had a son. Unlike his mom's approval, this was something he actually wanted. Would he have accepted him, been in denial? Would he be convinced that the best thing would have been to try to force Nate back into a box that never fit him, teaching him to shave, going shopping for new clothes? These had all been stolen from him. This wasn't exactly an answer, but it gave him something to base a positive conclusion on. He also realized how little he had known his father. Not as an amazing dad, but as an actual person. He really couldn't picture his dad dating around. And with how many not totally closeted gay people there were, and how many not totally closeted gay people were there in Hurricane, Utah in the 90s, the adult fun things would have been dates. He'd been with Dave for years, but he had kept Dave from Nate entirely. It made sense. Little kids weren't great at keeping secrets, and the further he kept Dave away from his home life, the better protected his custody of Nate was. If his mom ever decided she needed to get back the child that had been stolen from her to impress her friends, Dad having a special friend around would make an open-shut case in the eyes of any Utah family court judge. But now, he really understood how little he knew of his father. Intellectually, he knew he was missing a lot. He knew nothing of his paternal grandparents, nor his childhood or marriage, or the hundreds of tiny little things children don't realize about their parents until they grow up. All he had in his head was this blurry image of an idea that was always there for him. They never got the nuance. They never got to bond over being queer. They both carried these massive secrets, hid their true selves from the people they loved. Thank you, Nate said. You're right. My mother did get rid of all that stuff. I had forgotten what he looked like. Knowing that I look like him now, he wasn't even sure how to verbalize what he was feeling. He finally had something of his dad's that wasn't tainted by Fazbear Entertainment. Dave cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with the show of him. Parents always hide crazy lore from their kids. Yeah. Yeah.
True.
Like, my dad was dating a dude who's a parallel of William Afton. It was not, I couldn't really work as an effect. It was not exactly a healthy relationship. But Ralph does not really know what healthy relationships are based on, the woman he married who, again, this couldn't make an text, but she basically bullied Ralph. She just like showed up in high school one day and said, "You're my boyfriend now." And he was like, "Okay." And like she kind of bullied him into dropping out of college. And like he had a moment where he was like, "Oh, you don't care about our quote daughter at all," and like that's why they divorced. But then he stayed with Freddy's, and that shows you don't know how to set healthy boundaries. So their relationship was not the healthiest. Because the thing about Dave from Maintenance is he has personality traits that track with William Afton, including being very jealous of Ralph for getting Employee of the Month. Dave cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with a show of emotion. He was keeping his walls up. Nate wanted to reach out to him, but what did he know about having to hide that your lover had been killed? About being closeted as an adult rather than a rebellious teen who wouldn't lose their job or home for doing things like stealing boys' clothes from the lost and found in the 80s. He wasn't that good at this kind of stuff. His friends never came to him for emotional advice. Well, Dave said, I'll give you a moment to put that away. Then we can get to work. Nate nodded, and he popped open the door of his van to deposit Dave's gifts on the passenger seat. While he did, Dave donned his own respirator. After Nate put on his, Dave wordlessly handed him the crowbar he brought. Then he took the hammer for himself and stuffed the now-empty bag into the pocket of his jeans. Assuming Nate was following him, Dave marched towards the end. Okay, now we get to switch to the creepy music.
Creepy music.
Creepy music
Creepy. Yeah.
from Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
Legitimately, possibly one of the best games of all time ever.
I don't play video games. Is it Celeste or Hollow Knight?
Assuming Nate was following him, Dave marched towards the entrance of the pizzeria. You know, he started to lecture. Actually, this is cranked up a bit too loud. There. EP music, yes, EP music.
EP
This is
music?
also
Nap
music
time?
about looking at a corpse a lot.
What is
You
this
know,
game about?
he started to lecture. A few months before Ralph died, someone broke into the pizzeria and trashed the animatronics. Management put up such a fuss because they were convinced whoever did it had the keys and thus must have been an employee, and they obviously picked the lock. Anyway, Dave stopped as he let himself through the doors that Nate left unlocked. You brought a flashlight? He asked as Nate caught up with him. Yeah, give me a moment. Nate put the crowbar under his arm and grabbed his flashlight with the same hand. Once Dave had illumination, he confidently resumed his walk, unconcerned about Nate's shorter stride. As I was saying, Nate picked his monologue back up as he led Nate through the dining area towards the bathrooms. But another nutjob did that. They also broke into the safe room, which only old-timers like me and your dad knew about. Don't worry, the manager didn't let me take a closer look. She wanted it covered up back fast, but the spring-lock suit is still there, and it wasn't in pieces like the rest of the animatronics. Stupid Foxy never worked after that, and here we are. So yeah, this clarifies the whole follow me situation.
Yeah. Ooh.
And it is because they reference basically the week before establishes that there was a time when the restaurant closed down and then reopened, and it has to be the FNaF 1 because it happened recently, and Foxy has been out of service since then, but they designed a whole area for Foxy, so Foxy had to be working when they designed the FNaF 1 pizzeria.
Well, the FNaF 1 pizzeria is the MCI location, and that's why he has a predestined area, but they just never fixed him after FNaF 2.
No, I swear the way it's written implies after 87 that they built it. But again, that is like such a small niche line in the week before. If I see stronger evidence contradicting that, I'll just be like, okay, yeah, no. But again, this order is convenient for my timeline because if it isn't, then Dave from Maintenance is definitely William, and I wanted to include another pre-existing character.
Yeah. Make him gay.
They were and make it gay. They were looking at the street side wall of the hallway containing the bathrooms. Dave felt the water-stained wall until he found what he was looking for. Then he took the claw of the hammer and started scraping away the plaster, which fell to the ground in chunks. Under it, Nate recognized the light blue walls with a colorful confetti pattern of Circus Baby's Pizza World. There was also an obvious metal seam. Once Dave judged it sufficiently uncovered, he pushed against the wall until he heard a click, audible in the silence. He tried to slide the door open, when that didn't work, he swore and crouched down. What are you doing? He snapped at Nate. Bring that light over. Nate felt awkward, like he should be helping, instead just standing there holding a flashlight, watching Dave scrape away the black caulk that covered the signs of a track in the wall and was holding the door in place. But regardless of the fact that someone needed to hold the light, Dave struck him as the kind of person who would rather do extra work to his standards than explain it to someone else. Once he had scraped the caulk away from both ends of the door, freeing it from the wall, he tried to slide it open. He clearly felt some kind of give, because he held out his hand and said, "Crowbar." With the extra leverage, he was able to force the door halfway open, the extra layers of plaster and paint being forced from the door at the end, where it tried to slide into a space only slightly wider than the door's original thickness. Paint chips were audibly ground where they were stuck in the mechanisms. Nate followed Dave inside the sealed room. It was a time capsule of the few images of Circus Baby's Pizza World that existed, with a black and red tiled floor, which is a detail I added only so they would not be able to notice William's blood when looking at the room from far away. And then I'm saying that the remnant let him suck all the blood back into his body slowly. You know, plausible deniability that there totally isn't a body in there. And the same wall pattern, Nate had caught a glimpse of at the door. In the corner were 3 arcade cabinets missing any kind of wrapping to declare what game they contained. A small cardboard box resting on top of the control panel. Written on it were the words training tapes, and slumped over on the far wall was Nate's prize. Pay attention, Mrs. Tramp, I'm describing your husband. Dirt had
Mrs.
changed
Trap.
the Springlock suit from
Your
yellow to
moment.
green. It was missing most of its left ear, and the covering was full of holes. Nate had looked up the original patents for the Springlock suit last night. Unlike the later patents directly filed by Fazbear Entertainment or... Pay attention now! He's here! I'm going to start the paragraph over again. Dirt had changed the Springlock suit from yellow to green. It was missing most of its left ear, and the covering was full of holes. Nate had looked up the original patents for the Springlock suits last night. Unlike the later patents directly filed by Fazbear Entertainment or its subsidiaries, it included full animatronic plans. In Springlock suits, the endoskeleton was integrated directly with the casing, and instead of the casing being fabric over plastic, it was a metal lattice, with space for the endoskeleton components to retract to. Therefore, where the fabric had rotten away, Nate could see directly into the internal of the animatronics, and... Jesus Christ, is there a body in there? Nate whispered in horror to Dave as they both stood over the animatronic. Sure does look like it. Dave crouched down, and Nate was in too much of a shock to react as he stuck his ungloved hand into the rabbit animatronic's chest cavity. Feels less like meat and more like a malleable plastic, if a bit slimy. It's all wrapped around the endoskeleton, like it was been growing over it, not just that it was impaled. Get your hand out of there, Nate stammered out. Dave felt around a bit more and then withdrew his hand, wiping it on his jeans. No one's been here since '93, Dave replied, still staring at the animatronic. Shouldn't a dead body just be a skeleton by now? I'm not sure. When Nate was younger, he read a lot of because Dave is kind of cracked in the head. That is why he would touch Springtrap. Also, the joke when I was sharing excerpts of my writing with a different Discord server was, do you think William would have found this sexual over the excerpt of Nate fingering William's meat?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not sure. When Nate was younger, he read a lot of criminology books in lieu of more information directly about Freddy's. Oh, actually, and that led to the headcanon that William and Dave had a one-night stand. Because when there's only 4 gay people in Hurricane, Utah, they all know each other. Actually, 3. Henry was like wherever the fuck he was getting his neurological recovery. So there's only 3 gay people in Hurricane, Utah.
Only 3.
I'm not sure. When Nate was younger, he'd read a lot of...
That's okay, because there are only 5 people in Hurricane, Utah.
Would William be into it? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. And the Discord server was, my friends were like, yes. Also, he's been there for 30 years. He doesn't have very many options. I'm not sure. I think so. It should either be mummified or skeletonized in a matter of years at most. Well, I guess flies wouldn't be able to get in here. It has... What have we been talking about? Dave fingering William. Well, I guess flies wouldn't be able to get in here. It has ventilation. That means fresh oxygen and bacteria. So it's probably just a bunch of dead animals and the metal corroding weird. Nate wasn't sure. That didn't sound right. But Dave seemed so confident, and he wasn't sure what else it could be. The infamous fatal spring-locking incident that led to the retirement of the entire line wasn't in a Bonnie suit. And even if it was, the body was obviously removed. If it was a body, if it was a dead person, what would Nate do then? Go to the police? It was the same problem as going to OSHA. The authorities, especially those of Washington County, had proven that they were unable to handle Fazbear Entertainment many times over. Inside Nate's head, admonishment for his inaction warred with a desire to keep all the, for lack of a better term, evidence under his control. That was it, even if it meant doing something as ethically dubious as using what might be a person and a scary prop. Bringing it in would give him time to document it and research what could possibly be happening here. He also couldn't forget about the bonus, although he felt guilty every time he remembered it. I guess you're right, Nate eventually replied. Well, you're gonna have to help me drag this thing out of here. Without pausing for a response, Dave grabbed the spring-lock suit and maneuvered it until he was holding it under his armpits. Nate did his best to follow, tucking the flashlight under. I did not say the other thing. Nate did the best to follow, tucking the flashlight under his arm and grabbing it by his ankles. He did his best to avoid touching the tendrils of meat that wrapped around them. Together, they awkwardly carried him out of the safe room and into the parking lot, where it was revealed to the light of day for the first time in who knows how many decades. This made the original yellow coloring more visible, but had the downsides of making its contents unmistakably meat, but at the same time, to make the impossibility in both structure and condition even more obvious. It was all Nate could do to keep himself from dissecting the springlock suit here and now, just to figure out what was inside. They managed to get it laying down in the back of Nate's van, after which Dave said his goodbyes and left to enjoy his evening. Before leaving himself, Nate went back to grab the box he saw in the safe room. Inside was a handful of cassette tapes. 2 of them were labeled as Springlock's training tapes from 1981. The rest were labeled Springlock Policy Update 3/85, Springlock Policy Reminder 6/85, and Safe Room Closure Notice 7/85, respectively. These would be just as useful as the
Oh no, Nate
animatronic.
listening to these. Oh no.
Yes. These would be
Oh
just
no.
as useful as the animatronic for telling the story of this specific piece of Fazbear's bloody history, and far less ethically complicated. And now we get this unnamed Deltarune fan song that I thought was cool.
Cool.
Nate braced against the morning cold as he pulled his suitcase into the motel parking lot. After retrieving the Springlock suit, it was too late for it to be worth it to drive all the way to Henderson, so he stayed overnight in Hurricane after texting Ashley photos of the find. As he opened the back doors of his van, I need to turn this down. As he opened the back doors of his van, Nate saw something he really didn't like. He was almost certain that Dave and he had left the rotting rabbit animatronic laying flat and diagonal in the back of the van, but now it was sitting in the corner of the van, its head lolling, its gray eyes staring unblinkingly at Nate. He had spent his evening rereading his research on Springlocks and looking into the specifications of the cassette tapes. Springlock suits were supposed to have larger eyes, with holes for pupils so the performers could see through them. Nate tried to remember if he... Yes, of course. He's so dreamy.
We saw that, Mrs. Trap.
No, she's just gonna resend it spelled correctly.
Okay.
Nate tried to remember if
Can't
he needed
hide
to make the
us.
kinds of turns and sudden stops to cause the animatronic to shift into its new position on its own. He simply wasn't sure. He hadn't been driving with any special care, but he hadn't nearly avoided any accidents either. It was an issue of how stiff the joints of the animatronic was, and its contents could affect that. Now he was in the kind of story he had read far too many times, of someone in a situation that could be the result of an animatronic moving on their own. He stopped himself from continuing to try to estimate how reasonable a rational solution would be, in case he didn't like the answer. Now that he wasn't wearing a respirator, he could tell that the thing smelled terrible, a combination of rot, mold, and rust. It wasn't bad enough to make him gag or even feel nauseous, but he'd probably have to deep clean the car to get the stench out. Another thing Fazbear Entertainment wouldn't reimburse him for. At least it should hopefully keep guests from wanting to get too close to it once the attraction opened. Maybe he could even get lucky and it would lead to bad reviews. As for the staff and him, it would give the kids another reason to not slack on rebooting the ventilation. Nate forced himself to look away from the animatronic, and he put his suitcase into the back of his van as far as he possibly could from the rabbit. It simply didn't feel right to think of it as a Bonnie. He would squeeze his computer bag into the passenger seat to give the animatronic its space. At this point, he needed a little superstition. Nate's co-workers were a lot better disposed towards the animatronic once they got over the initial smell. Faith and the boys practically cooed over it while Nate opened the back of the van to show them, going on about how cool it was and perfect for the attraction. Nate didn't want to shatter whatever illusion was protecting them by asking what exactly they thought the stuff inside the suit was, so he just answered Dwayne's questions about how the spring-like animatronics work. Oh yeah, that's Dwayne's thing. You'll see soon. He had gotten it into his head to try to turn it back on, although Nate had no idea how he'd manage that without being able to charge it, not that he imagined the batteries were even still capable of holding a charge. As Barry and Dwayne carried the animatronic into the attraction, Nate asked Hudson to stay back. Faith said you were into retro tech, Nate said as he took the box of tapes out of the van. He had looked into getting a cassette player last night and discovered that the ones he had were microcassettes specifically, for which getting a player was far more expensive. But it was a common format used in answering machines. This is actually true, and I felt so lucky when I discovered this solution to why doesn't Nate just listen to them on his own. I found these microcassettes in the same hidden room as the animatronic. I was wondering if the answering machine could play them. Hudson
Oh.
pulled one of the tapes out of the box and examined it. Yeah, it's the right format, and it's the more durable kind, so it should still be recoverable. The control tablet can digitize it. Oh, you know it'd be super cool? We could play these over the sound system. That way visitors can get the lure they need. That sounds like a great idea, Nate forced a smile. He'd have to go along with this to get Hudson's help. Just another thing he needed to stomach. Nate followed Hudson into the security office from the back entrance as he excitedly chatted, gesturing with the tape he was still holding. Barry told me about the message you left for the night guard. I think it's a great idea. You planning on leaving one tonight? Maybe, Nate replied, probably just to let him know about the animatronic. Oh, you know, it'd be super cool. You can include one of the tapes with your message. The control tablet can also do input. You can call the answering machine, I'll digitize it, and then I can use Barry's laptop to splice them together. Nate didn't know. He was just planning to set an alarm to call Mike as his shift was starting. That way he could actually talk to him and see how his previous shifts had gone. But Hudson seemed super excited about this, probably for the technical challenge. Just like with Faith, he didn't want to be a killjoy. That was something he tried to be better with about his friends in real life, or back in Dolly. Sure, sounds great, he replied. Really, he was just tired of having all these decisions to make, with warring with himself. Awesome. I'll go get Barry's laptop from his car. You can leave your message now. You should probably do it outside to avoid echoing. Nate could only bring Nate could only bring himself to give Hudson a thumbs up. Nate leaned against the open front entrance of the attraction. The nearest guest was far enough away that this should be a fine place to record the message. He pressed call on his phone and faintly heard the officer's phone ringing in the distance. Hey, man. Okay, I have some awesome news for you. Nate assumed the same persona as he did last time. First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes for like other employees or something like that. So I thought we could like have them playing like over the speakers as people walk through the attraction. Dude, this will make this feel legit, man. From Nate's uncertainty, he was stumbling into the same verbal quirks as last time. He wasn't sure this time why his instinct was to take credit for Hudson's idea. Perhaps it was to shield him from starting off next week with the night guard having a negative opinion of him in case Mike found the audio annoying or something. But I have an even better surprise for you. You're not going to believe this. We found one. A real one. Nate paused. He heard the sound of Balloon's voice, hello, echoing through the building. The sound of metal scraping against tile, and finally Dwayne cheering. What the hell was happening? All right, Mrs. Trap, pay attention again. This is also going to have descriptions of Springtrap.
Let's go.
Gotta go, man, Nate added. Should he run over? He had told Dwayne about the Springlock's basic AI. Had he somehow gotten the animatronic working? Well, look, it's in there somewhere. I'm sure you'll see it. Okay, I'll leave you with some of this great audio I found. Talk to you later, man. Nate hung up quickly and power walked through the haunted house, finding Faith and Barry in the side hallway where Foxy's head was mounted. They were both watching the animatronic limp towards Dwayne, who was holding his phone. He was staying several steps ahead of the plodding animatronic, periodically playing Boy's voice from his phone, triggering the Springlock's AI and having it follow him. In motion, the animatronic seemed more alive than any other video of one walking Nate had ever seen. It limped, its stiffness registering as injury rather than artificiality. As it stalked towards the last location of the sound bite, it almost seemed like it was being dragged along, unwillingly. When it reached the end of the hallway, Dwayne having already left and snuck to the other end with Barry and Faith, the animatronic stopped. Nate had just arrived and stood in shock as the rabbit slowly twisted its head to look at Nate. Somehow, it looked like it was pleading. Whoa, it hasn't done that before, Dwayne exclaimed. Nate dug his nails into his other. He's doing his best. Yes, sorry. Um,
He's doing his
Nate dug
best.
his
Okay.
nails into his other wrist to avoid making a nonsensical outburst about somehow it was wrong that they were doing this to the animatronic, that it didn't belong anywhere other than in a forensics lab. He walked around the machine, grateful it was unable to follow Nate with its head. What seemed more alive, huh? Yes. What are you doing? He said as he joined the other three at the end of the hallway, unable to keep his regret and anger from leaking into his voice. After we got it into a standing position, Dwayne replied, I pushed the button on the back of its neck like you said, and it turned on. I'm able to get it to follow those balloon boy sounds, so even without programming equipment, we can still control it. This way, we won't have to use a sound effect I find online to trigger its basic program. It's something distinctive, and we won't mistake real children for it. That's really cool, Nate replied, be encouraging. He looked back at the animatronic, which had turned around in place and was now standing in a neutral position and looking at it the four humans. He had the uncanny sense that it was actually seeing them, even though all it should be able to perceive was a blurry LiDAR map of its surroundings. The free roam mode of the animatronic form of the Springlocks was rarely used, as it had a tendency to bump into tables and trip over trash or even children. The technology simply wasn't there when it was built, and it's a great way to move it within the attraction when it's not operating, but I'm worried about having it on when there's guests about. We don't know what programming it was left with or if it's been damaged. We don't have the tech to control it how it's supposed to be controlled. I've not even been able to find a full version of the manual online. Not to mention, we have no idea when the batteries will run out no way to recharge them. It'll be safer to have it turned on and use like ropes or lights to have it jump out at someone. Dwayne looked disappointed. I guess you're right. Faith put a hand on Dwayne's shoulder. I'm sure we can figure something cool out. And Nate is right. We can't risk it doing something like trying to serve non-existent cake or running out of power mid-jump scare. Nate entered the security office. All right. You know what's coming, folks. Can you do a phone guy? Are you up to doing a phone guy voice again?
It is very late. I don't know if I want to be super loud.
Okay.
Hello, hello, hello. No, I don't think I can.
All
My
right.
grandpa's asleep in the room over.
Nate entered the security office. Hudson had plugged Barry's laptop into the control panel via an adapter. I already put the first tape in, Hudson said, not looking up from some last-minute adjustments he was making on the control panel. When you press play, it should both play through the speaker and be copied by the control panel. I had to fight Mike for the night position. Unfortunately, he won. Yeah, when Nate was worried about people not getting hired because they thought he was a weirdo, that's what happened to you. Um,
I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo.
Then I can export it onto Barry's computer. I'll copy your message later and take care of the splicing myself. Nate nodded and grabbed the outdoor folding chair leaning against the back wall of the office. Faith had managed to convince the park to lend it to them. He sat down next to Hudson and with a nod from him pressed play on the answering machine. Hello? Hello? Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Nate put his hand over his mouth and desperately had to try to hold back tears. That was his father's voice. The audio artifacts combined with a ringing that filled his ears. The words slipped past him. This was his dad. He was hearing his voice again after over 20 years. Just like the picture, this was proof that he existed. He could hear how similar they sounded. Nate sat as still as a statue, Hudson next to him and the window in front of him making him feel like he was on display. He held his breath. Are you okay? Hudson's voice cut through the sound Nate was drowning in. No, I need fresh air, Nate forced out, choking on his words. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure animatronic devices remain fixed. We will cover this in more detail in tomorrow's session. Nate left immediately, vaguely hearing Hudson say something about the ventilation system. Remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. As soon as Nate was outside in the back lot, he dropped to his knees, letting the tears fall. Still, he restrained himself, strangling anything audible, leaving his mouth open in a silent scream. He didn't want to explain himself to any well-meaning bystanders or his team, to tell them the truth about why he worked this job, that they were all working for murderers who were prostituting the memories of their victims. Hearing his dad's voice, it felt like when he saw Dave's pictures, he had saved another part of his father from the void, another physical sign that he actually existed, that he was more than Nate's warping memories. But it wasn't really him. It was worse than the trinkets Nate had cherished for decades. He was reading out of a script being used by Fazbear Entertainment. At least the trinkets, even if they were tainted by Freddy's, was something he did himself. Gifts he got his child so they wouldn't feel bad about their dad working nights. Voicing the tapes was some extra duty foisted upon him by management. The company that had taken so much of his life and then killed him. That was all the legacy he had beyond some faded photos. And Nate was
Damn.
the one contributing to the exploitation. Because of him, these tapes would be played in the attraction. He simply didn't have the spine to put his foot down, to tell the people he swore to protect what was actually going on. He didn't have it in him to shatter the illusion and face the unknown. Now hundreds of people will hear his dad's voice and not care about the person speaking. It didn't matter that he died. It didn't matter that he had people who loved him. It would just be flavor for the rotting corpse Nate had uncovered to put on display. Nate had gone east to help, to try to find the one piece of evidence that solved everything, but he should have already known that there never was such a thing. That was conspiratorial thinking. He should have taken the animatronic and driven towards the nearest medical lab. He should have taken his copies of Fazbear's records and bailed. He should have never left. He should have stayed with Miranda. He should have been posting his research for years, starting with the initial resurgence of interest in the company. He should have been a louder voice for skepticism and rationality. He should have been strong enough to not let himself be battled around by his blind hope and other people's expectations. He should have stood up and faced the consequences of his actions, with the unsafe working conditions or the corpse in the spring-lock suit. That was once a person. In his current state, Nate couldn't believe anything else. And Nate just stood by as Dwayne unknowingly puppeted a coffin across a hallway for his own entertainment. Somewhere out there, there was an empty grave, a loved one who never came home. He should be trying to identify them, not figuring out how to rig it up to scare people. But Nate had made his choices, and they couldn't be changed. He had to stick with them until the end. A small part of him wondered if he was still being stupid when considering the choices he had, but he felt like he couldn't leave the animatronic, nor could he leave his co-workers. It would be foolish and impossible to get the attraction shut down, so he had to stay around to help keep people safe. As much as the animatronic disgusted him, it also... Yeah, that wasn't loved. Oh yeah, that the families had. Oh yeah.
Nate doesn't know that.
Yeah, that's the point. This is everything from an outsider perspective. And I'm like showing Springtrap from a different perspective.
From a new perspective.
Nate didn't want to be separated from it. Just like his staff, it was something he had to protect, and the prudent way to do so would be to complete his term of employment and then wait until the attraction was over to steal it, to bring it somewhere it could be given the investigation it deserved. I feel like my voice is turning into fucking the Burger King foot lettuce guy.
Number 15.
Nate had
Burger
no
King
more
foot
tears to
lettuce.
cry. He wiped his face with his sleeve and stood up. Then he composed himself and walked back into Fazbear Frights. Okay, I'm not doing any more.
Yeah, I'm about to pass out.
Yeah, no. So we're gonna start at 4 on we're gonna start at 4 on Saturday because we just have night 6, but night 6 is pretty long, and then that'll also
Saturday.
give me time to talk about the appendix, which is like a bunch of notes I wrote about what happens afterwards, and like an AAU I wrote spinning off of this. So yeah, I hope you
That
enjoyed
was
it.
really
It
good,
was
though.
super nice
That
to
was
have all
good.
these people reading my fic. Thank you. Oh wait, I always forget I don't stop the stream on my phone.